It's been such a big week of action here on ECN. The weekend's rolled around, but no stopping in sight. Romania and Luxembourg first up here. They desperately need a win. This is the last day of round robin action before finals day action tomorrow. 3 types of international day on the network, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Valletta Cup 2023, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. We're kind of used to multi-events this week, aren't we? But it's going to get even crazier today with 3 different international events in 3 locations across Europe. And, well, European cricket, what a story, what an experience it's been. And yeah, this is going to be a bit of a first for us, as we'll have international T10 action from Hungary. We've got men's T20 international action here in Malta. And don't forget, the T20Is, they wrap up today in the Netherlands. But first up here, we've got match 8, and it's the first of 3 T20 internationals in the men's Valletta Cup right here. And first, we've got Romania versus Luxembourg. Well, both these teams, they are desperate for a win. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The officials have the 2 captains, and let's see who wins this coin toss for match number 8.
Good morning, gentlemen. Romania is the home team today, and Luxembourg is our team. You toss and you call. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, gentlemen. This is the head, this is the tail. Okay?
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's tail. It's tail.
Oh, it's tails. We're going to bat first.
Gonna bat first. Okay, thank you. Good luck, gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Romania win the toss. Ramesh Thiessen decides he wants to bat, so he kind of bucks the trend. A lot of teams want to field first, but I think Romania, they just want the opportunity to bat first. It's been a bit of an issue. They've been chasing some fairly large scores, and though we know they do have some pretty strong batting, particularly in the top order, they haven't really been able to kind of sustain their batting through the 20 overs, and they've just kind of lost wickets through the middle of the innings. So they'll be hoping to write their own story here. No doubt, Taranjit Singh, the last year's player of the series and leading run scorer, he would love to kind of bat a fair chunk of these 20 overs. Ramesh Thiessen, the captain, likewise. And we know that Romania, they're a team that won it last year, but they haven't had any luck so far. They're without a win this week, and they would desperately like to get their first points right here. Luxembourg will kind of likewise. They just have the 1 win for the week, a 1-run win over the hosts in the Medina Cup a little bit earlier in the week. They're without their regular captain, Joost Meijs, who's had to go on some personal business, but they are led by Vikram Vij, a team that they're just trying to keep their standards up. It's been a long week for them and just a couple of days to go. And like I say, this is a fully fledged T20 international, so rankings points on the line. Although it does look like these 2 are shaping up to play again tomorrow, I just think the result is really important as far as trying to improve your ranking in the ICC system. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, once again, we're going to be roasting. We are expecting a maximum temperature of 32 degrees, currently about 27, so it's pretty much the same weather we've had all week. One thing I will say is there's been a little bit more of a breeze the last couple of days. That's been very welcome to the players. We know that first up in the outfield might not be as quick as later in the day because of the moisture overnight. They really pump the water into this field to keep it looking as good as it does. But I think despite that, Romania pretty keen to set the narrative here in match 8. Looking forward to a big day. Big hello to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent or our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Why don't you like this video right now if you haven't already, while I pop over to the commentary box and get ready for the start of the day. Once again, good morning from the central commentary position. And we're almost ready for some action here, a few minutes away from the start. 2 teams that desperately need a win in this series, with Romania taking on Luxembourg. And a big hello to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to 3 caller from Luxembourg watching right now, as well as Dave, who's watching from France. I'm sure he's been following the French team pretty closely. Hello to Liam Day from New Zealand as well, to Ashraf Alam and everybody else that said hello so far. Yeah, the weekend's rolled around, but there's more action on the way. And yeah, Raza, good morning to you as well. Romania 0-3, Luxembourg 0-2. So not an easy place to be. Luxembourg do have 2 matches today, and theoretically at least, they could still push their way into the top 3, which would have a chance at the trophy, but it doesn't really seem that realistic. Having said that, every game, like I said, is a fully fledged T20 international. A few changes there. Anu Porsu comes into the side for Luxembourg, and Malov back in the side. We saw him earlier in the week in the Medina Cup. And Nanda leading the attack for Luxembourg. Without Just Mays, like I said, Vij, he leads the side. Cope takes over behind the wickets. And yeah, Tim Barker, sound like a broken record, but he's due for some runs, that's for sure. Halbavi probably likewise. Romania brought in Cosmin Zavoiu, bit of a sensation in the ECS. The Gladiators captain recently. Hingorani's back in the lineup, another spin option. So yeah, Luca Petro holds his place in the side. Raj Kumar is in. Abdul Shakur and Siva Periawa left out of the lineup. But Romania win the toss. They bat. That's what they've gone with. They've listed Kohli a lot higher today. Kohli's been batting kind of 9-10, but he's one guy that has looked pretty good. Okay, sometimes the game's been dead when he's come into bat, but still, you know, I think it's a smart idea maybe to get him in there. I really don't think you've got much to lose at this stage. Romania, we know that they can't make the final stages of this tournament, so really they are just concentrating on 2 more T20 internationals. They'll play this one against Luxembourg. They'll play the 4th place playoff tomorrow. So it's a tough place to be, but you just kind of got to reassess, maybe make some new goalposts, and yeah, Romania and Luxembourg desperate for the points this morning. So notice we're running a little bit behind. Maybe some moisture they're concerned about around the ground. In fact, I just found out there's a 10-minute delay while they sort out the surroundings of the pitch. So maybe they're just feeling it's a little bit too wet around there. So yeah, we've got a bit of time to chat. And so the umpire's just coming out and inspecting the ground and saying, hold on, guys, I think it's still a little bit too wet around the central area. But it gives us a chance to have a look at what's coming up today with Romania versus Luxembourg. First up, match 8 about to commence. 10-minute delay, so about 10 minutes from now, we should have just had the first ball. Switzerland-Malta, or Switzerland with a win there. They can guarantee that they finish top and go straight into the final tomorrow night. And France versus Luxembourg later in the day. I mean, Switzerland-France played the last ball thriller yesterday. It was absolutely crazy. And so, in Valletta Cup, 4th staging of this event. So yeah, don't think we'll have more than this 10-minute delay, but it gives me a chance to invite everyone to drop us a question maybe in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. There's Mars Bayaji out there, project manager, just making a final inspection of the ground as the Romanian camp. I mean, wonder how they're feeling. I'm excited for Cosmin. I wonder if we're going to bowl here. I think his bowling was incredible, actually. He was incredibly accurate in the ECS. Took a bunch of wickets. And I think with these long straight boundaries, why not give him a try? Romania have to try something. Luca Petro, also another option they might want to turn to. Here, Romania, unfortunately for them, they won't be winning it again this year. They won last year over Malta. Malta-Switzerland is a match that I'm really looking forward to seeing. And that's going to be the middle match today. And they, don't forget, they played off for the trophy in 2021. So yeah, we had a bit of a rematch yesterday, the Romania-Malta game. That's the rematch of last year's final. Malta getting a little bit of revenge against the Romanians who took the trophy off them last year after Malta won all 5 of their round robin matches. And yeah, some other teams there we've seen in the past. I mean, Hungary, obviously pretty busy with the ECS at the moment. you'll see with a tournament like the Valletta Cup, invitations go out. It kind of depends on a lot of things like team schedules and other things, availabilities. But I'm really happy to see this as a 5-team tournament. I think it's about right, 5 or 6. We saw 6 last year, but I like the format here, and I kind of like that it's not just a straight final. We saw Romania last year. They just edged out the Czech Republic, but Romania and the Czech Republic were 2nd and 3rd respectively, but there wasn't much between them. So I think it probably would have been fairer last year if Romania and Czech Republic played for the right to play Malta in the final. As it was, Romania by about 0.2 on net run rate. They finished 2nd, so it was just a straight 1 versus 2. And Romania ended up winning. Czech Republic had to settle for 3rd as they took care of Hungary in the bronze match. So you can see that the surrounds of this Master International cricket ground, and there's some footage there we took earlier in the week. You can see how there's a big golf course here, full 18-hole golf course. You've got archery in the bottom left. You've got the tennis courts, multi-surface tennis courts as well. You've got the hard court there. You've got the paddle as well, which is a fast-growing racket sport. I played a bit of it myself. It's a lot of fun. Got the clay court there, so a lot of people getting coaching, and I suppose it's the weekend here, so I've noticed a bit more activity around the grounds as well. We've actually got athletics. If you look at the very background there, you've got football. You've got rugby in the background as well. And you can see, if you look to the very top of the screen, some of the architecture around Malta, which is a really unique kind of a country. And look, bottom right, the pool. I got to admit, I've had the pleasure of being in there a couple of times, and you know, days like this, I think that's probably somewhere you want to be. But you can see it's a very important port, of course, Malta, island nation, it's part of the EU. And yeah, this time of year, you can see some big temperatures. I mean, I just saw the revised maximum is actually gone up to 34. So it could be even hotter at the moment. And yeah, I think that the players are going to need to stay hydrated today. If you do enjoy golf, then you enjoy the facilities here at the Master Sports Club. I will say as well, visit Malta, the Malta Tourism Board. They've been big supporters of the ECN as well, and so yeah, I do recommend to anyone, if you do get the opportunity, to check it out. Pretty excited as well with the countdown continuing. 72 days now, tick over 10 weeks until the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. 31 nations taking part, and just one European champion. Well, we have a new champion. I mean, the fact that the Dutch qualify for the 50 over World Cup, I mean, it's super exciting to think that they're in the top 10 nations of 50 over cricket. But you'd assume they're going to take a squad of, I'm guessing, 15, 16 over to India. And some of those players that are maybe just outside the 11 in the top 10, we normally see them playing in the ECC. So that maybe throws them for a bit of a loop. Players like Clayton Floyd, Sakib Zulfikar would be another one that comes to mind. Ryan Klein. England 11, see what kind of a team they bring as well after winning the trophy on the first attempt in a pretty thrilling game, chasing down 150 against Belgium in the inaugural final. They'll get another opportunity. Squad to be released, I'm sure, probably a couple of weeks before that gets underway. And of course, it's the first time we'll see the ECC with that revamped format. Because of the extra teams, we can't really make it longer as far as weeks. I know we had a 6-week ECL back in 2022, but with the extra teams involved now, yes, the group stage has shrunk from 5 to 3 days. So you can see they're about 3 minutes away from getting going. And I hope everyone is having a great weekend so far. I know in some parts of the world, already kind of well into Saturday. And here we're starting just after 8:30 in the morning. Umpires coming on now, I can see, so it won't be too far away from a start. Romania really need a win, and so do Luxembourg. So a game like this, Romania, of course, they're 50 in the world. And Luxembourg 64. So they're a little bit apart. It's kind of the same distance between France and Malta, to be honest. We saw Malta beating France on Monday in the Medina Cup. So yeah, Romania, you assume they're favourites here, but to be honest, two teams just down on a bit of confidence at the moment. I know they've been working really hard in their cricket. You have to be pretty mentally resilient to be doing all the right things, to be training hard, but to kind of not be getting the results. And I think both teams just need to stay the course, and we'll see who gets the better of this contest. Plays out. I know that there's lots of people that are holding out for that one as well, myself included. So Elias Jabakel will take up the attack from the golf course end, running away from the main camera. Straight first up, turn around the corner. Our team's operating with that fine leg here. They'll get through for one. The ball angled in, turned away once again on the leg side for a single. All flicked away again, no fine leg. This will test the outfield. I think it'll get there. So just using the pace of Jabakel, who's been a little bit straight a couple of times in a row now. That's the interesting zone where we've seen some peculiar goings on with the ground staff. But even with the fairly wet outfield, that one runs away. And that will also do a bit of a number on the new ball, to be honest. Push back. And what do you guys think in this game? Hello to Daniela watching from Romania. I know who you're supporting. A few people predicting a Switzerland versus France final. At the moment, that'd be the decision make on current form. Right now, Taran needs some form, and he gets one away over backward point here. Bit of an overcorrection from Jabakel. Taran plays away from the body, but gets enough of it. No outfielder back there. And the result, 4 runs. So a couple of boundaries in the over. And a healthy one for Romania. 10 off it so far, last ball of it coming up. Push, solid defence. Gets through for one. And it's the end of the over. Romania, 20 without loss. So I do like the start of the day, but I've got everyone to myself, but only for a little while. So only for about another half an hour or so. So now's a great time to get interactive in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Apologies. Looks like some people might have had some technical issues with the connection, but hopefully everything's in order now. Nanda's going to keep going and hunt for this early wicket. Seems like a bit of a key for the Luxembourg team. Oh, they almost get one here. They'll get a couple on the French cut. Taranjit gets a little bit lucky. You need that bit of luck though. It's been missing for both these sides really over the last few days. Cope is a pretty competent replacement for Just Mayes behind the stumps. In fact, we already saw him play as the keeper one match earlier in the week. Oh, gets clonked. He's bounced a bit more than Taranjit thought, obviously. But this one, yeah, it really takes off. And to be honest, so lucky he's wearing the helmet. I mean, he always wears it, which is sensible. But this one gets him on the grill. Look at that. That would have probably broken his jaw if he wasn't wearing the helmet, or even if he was wearing the type of helmet that didn't have the grill. And that's exactly why. It's not just encouragement now, it's actually in the playing conditions that you need to be wearing a helmet against pace bowlers. But see, Taran, rather than taking a trip to hospital, he gives the ball a trip to the boundary as the next ball is smacked away. Beats the sweeper out there, 4 runs. Well, what a comeback. After getting rocked in the head, Taran, unfazed, helps himself to a boundary. And that wasn't a terrible delivery from Nanda either. The modern helmets, they're so good actually. Pretty lightweight as well, strong. Thinks about going after this. Taran's hoping for a wide call here. Probably just seams back inside. I think that's a good call from the umpire. Now Taran goes up and over on the front foot, and he puts that one halfway up the fence. Maximal! It's bullseye time as Taran goes large. And things looking dangerous at the moment. This opening partnership getting a bit out of hand as far as Luxembourg supporters are concerned. I mean, Taran, like I said last year, had a great time here, leading run scorer, player of the series. He's got 110, his only T20 international century as well. But the problem is, he's looked similar to this before in this series, but there's found a way to get himself out. Right now, it's the end of the 3rd over. Another productive one for Romania. It's 32 without loss. Having a look at the conditions around the ground. See them there pretty clearly. That still to see a cloud. I've been here almost a week now. So it's been very, very clear. Got to say, last night, a bit early for food chat, I must say I had a nice little dinner on a restaurant that was also a boat. Something a little bit different. Jabberhill continues, loses this one down leg side, gets the swing on that. But yeah, I think the ones that he's aiming towards the batter are swing down leg side. The ones he tries to put outside the off stump, yeah, kind of just going straight. For me, again, change my angle of approach. If I was him, maybe start his run up a little bit to the right, so he just changes his body angle but keeps his arms the same. It's better though. Think about a run, but Taran turned around just in time. Jabba it was the hero the other day. They needed 15 off the last over against the hosts and ended up pinching the game off the last ball. With scores tied, he was able to squeeze a single into the left side, leg side. Speaking of the leg side, that's where this one goes. And it's Orsu who's into the side, who does the fielding there. Orsu took a brilliant catch the other day to get Zishan Khan from Malta. Hello to Azif saying, hello everyone. Looks like Taran is back in form. Well, to be honest, kind of looked the same in some other innings, but hasn't got on with it. He'll be hoping this is the innings that he can turn it into something more. And it's a good looking clip. I wonder if this carries. I didn't think so live. Oh, it did carry, and it actually carried pretty comfortably. Oh, in and out. Having said that, he absolutely timed the pants off that one. Taranjit Singh, that's James Barker, who's a pretty good fielder, to be fair to him. It's probably a 50-50 chance, really, even at this level. Taran survives. Then keeps this one out. Jabba a bit more on target now. So maybe it's a bit of luck you need. You've already seen him inside edge one past the off stump, which was a bit of a close call. And in that one, he just timed it too well, didn't he? Reached the fielder, but he wasn't able to hold on. Now drives to Malav, who's back in the side today. Nice to see him back. Expect him to get a bowl through the middle overs of this innings. Last ball of the overs to Thiessen. Gets a crack at Jabba. Oh, Edge doesn't carry. Just shaped in a little bit to the Thiessen, who was kind of on the walk. Wasn't really set. And you can see they didn't quite carry through to Cope, who did well to stop it really in the end. And so another tight call, but Luxembourg can't break through yet. 4 overs into the day. Romania 36 without loss. Looking at the table, Romania, even if they win this game, it's not enough points to break in the top 3. Luxembourg theoretically could do it with 2 wins. And they'd have to improve the net run rate a lot, though. That's why I just don't think that's very likely. These two, Taranjit Singh and Thiessen, open the batting a lot for Romania. First ball from Nanda goes down the leg side. And they do have a couple of century partnerships. Right here, actually, against Czech Republic. Last year, they put on 106 for the first wicket. They also put on 116 for the first wicket. Unbroken in a big win against Serbia in Bulgaria a couple of years ago. This is punched away, but protection out there. Barker does the fielding. Yeah, I just think they need these two to put on something like that. And the 100 or close to take the pressure off the rest of the order. Also think you're a slightly different looking attack against Luxembourg compared to some of the other teams. The pad. Again, good work from William Cope behind the stumps. He's replacing a guy who's 6'5", but to be honest, Cope's actually decent height himself for a wicket keeper. Gets across to that one pretty quickly. This one's cracked away. Catchable height if it went to an infielder, but Taran picks the gap, gets another single. Keep an eye on the run rate. I still seem to think about that. 8 and over for me is par. at 160 in the 20 overs. Another wide. Luxembourg just losing their line a bit with this new ball. Some are going, some aren't. Seen them attacking the stumps a fair bit. We've seen a few balls prodded away to the leg side, haven't we? Maybe just need to pull it a bit outside off. But the problem with that, I mean, occasionally you're seeing the ball disappearing over the offside boundary for 6, so that will push you a bit straighter naturally. Oh, this one seems back a long way. Cope sensing an opportunity to catch the Thiessen napping. Hits the stumps, but I think he had both eyes firmly on the prize there. Ramesh wasn't gonna be unawares. Cope sending a signal though that he's ready. Waiting for an opportunity. Hasn't come to him yet. Again, pulled straighter. They run hard, but just a single. Nanda bowling his third. Probably don't see them bowling him out. The other end, Jabakel. Probably don't see them bowling him out either, to be honest. But let's see. Last ball of the 5th over. Oh, missed time pull. Oh, once again, Taran gets lucky. That almost carries. I'm not sure if that actually gets there in the end. Always seemed to be dying, to be honest. I think might have actually injured the fielder's finger. Let's have a look. Well, I think that's my love there. I actually think he might have got the end of his finger on it, but only the end of his finger. I don't think he could have really done any more. Yeah, that's a nasty one. It's a good effort. Let's have a look. I mean, he really goes full extension. Some dives you're in control of, some you aren't, and that's the second one. And I think it might not just be his finger, it might be his shoulder. He landed pretty heavily there. As it is, it's the end of the over. 5 overs in, 42 without loss. But yeah, no, credit to my love there. He gave that everything. And I think he might have been, in the end, yeah, like I say, the very end of his fingertip to the ball before the ball bounced, but I don't think that's catchable, to be honest. So last over the power play coming up. We are going to get a bowling change here at the golf course end. It's going to be Mohit Dixit who is going to bowl. Yeah, he's still out there, so that's good. It was actually his other shoulder. So the problem is that's his bowling shoulder, actually, my love. He ended up going left-handed, but it was the fact he landed on his right shoulder so heavily that caused him the discomfort. So Dixit will take over. Might see a double change here, to be honest. My love might have been an option to take over at the top end, but I suppose we'll have to see how he's feeling after that knock. Taranjit keeps the strike. First ball, some good movement from Dixit. Actually shapes the ball away from the right-hander here. That little bit of right to left. Typically, he'll kind of angle in, try and nick the ball away. Oh, gets a good one. Past Taranjit Singh. Cope must be thinking about keeping up here at this pace. I've seen that used as a pretty good tactic earlier in the week. Pros and cons to that approach. Comes in more than anything, but good response from Sathieson. He's quick to help out his partner and get him to the other end. Pretty good stuff by Dixon so far. He's a player we know pretty well on the European Cricket Network. We've seen him as part of the ECC International 10 over Euros of cricket. He's always giving his best effort for his country. Hello to Joost if you are watching. The guys send their best, and let's see if they can come up with the points for Luxembourg. Oh, goes after this and he's gone. And he hits a ball that's so wide, and Sathieson probably just can't believe this. And Dixon gets one to go away. Sathieson needed the cue extender here, really. I'm surprised he even reaches it. Goes away late. The feet kind of stayed put from Ramesh. It's Nanda that takes the catch. Have a look at it here. Really has to stretch. Gets an edge, and he's fresh out of luck. As you can see, it's frustration. And there, I tell you what, that's a little bit, what's the word, uncouth from Nanda, who we know gets fired up. I mean, for a ball that almost went straight to Nanda, ends up going via an edge, but yeah, saying, yeah, you get off. So you can see there, both teams pretty fired up. And then he's saying, no, I was just saying, that I actually don't know what defence he could make up. We've seen some porkies told this week. He ran a Mia for Malta. He threw a fake elbow and then tried to say he was just shaping to underrun the ball back gently. I think that's one where it's pretty clear. You have to be a body language expert to know who that was directed at and what was directed at Sathieson. Anyway, he goes. It's going to be Vasu Saini who comes in number 3. Been promoted up last game ahead of Satwik Nadagotla, who's partly hampered by a bit of a foot injury. Jammed under his foot with his bat earlier in the week. The Romanian keeper. So Saini comes up to 3. Interestingly, I saw Kohli listed at 5 in the lineup. This is a scorching shot from Taranjit Singh, and it bangs into the wall. Cuatro Carrera sticks it. Has been shaping it away, but once you've seen it a few times, you kind of know what the ball's doing. You see Taran, he's ready for it. That was just a bit closer than the one that Sathieson tried to hit. It did hit earlier in the over. Last ball of the over coming up. Just comes in and Taran pushes, runs, keeps the strike. So it's the end of the power play and the 50s come up off that last ball of it. It's 50 for 1 after 6. You see, we've gotten to the end of the Hungarian ECS. That was won yesterday. And yeah, pretty exciting final, to be honest. Went right down to the last ball. Blinders won that, so into the ECIs. Getting going in about 10 minutes. Also cricket from the Netherlands today. T20IW is wrapping up. Just 2 more days of Valletta Cup for Danny Hudacek is going to take you through the first part of the ECS in Czechia. I'll be there about halfway through week 1. I'm looking forward to that also. Night series in Portugal starting Tuesday. So much going on the European Cricket Network at the moment. Join us. Have Switzerland back in the ECS calendar as well. Cracked away to point, but well, knocked down there by Amit Halbavi. He's another guy. He'd love a big score, wouldn't he? He's So not capable in patches. It's kind of been the story for both these two teams. Needed somebody in the top order to go on with it. I mean, Mays did score a half century earlier in the tournament. He's also had a couple of cheap ones. He's out of the side for Luxembourg anyway today. Steps and cracks this one. Halbavi again, who's been busy this over so far. My love is getting a bowl now, and so let's test out that shoulder. He goes hiding behind the umpire when he bowls. Finally on the front foot, tries to muscle this and can't quite catch up with it. Oh, ouch. Well, it's bounced inside edge onto the keeper. Yeah, it's a big inside edge, and I think that's hit Cope just above the knee. It's kind of gone over the pad. In fact, a bit unlucky it hasn't lodged in the top of his keeping pad, in which case it could have been caught behind. But yeah, that hurts. Yeah, check this one out. Keeping's not a job for the faint-hearted. Yeah, it's hit his right knee. And then he doesn't want to land and actually use his hand. Watch this. Bang. It's actually side of the knee, actually. Up the stumps, which, yeah, I think is a good tactic. Yeah, this will show it as well. Bang. Just misses the top corner of the pad. And yeah, that'll hurt. It'll be okay. It'll probably just have a bit of a bruise. Hopefully there's no structural damage to the actual knee. It's a stinger, really. There's a reason you wear pads when you're keeping, and it's designed to stop something like that happening. Funnily enough, about 50 years ago, when you just wore batting pads, it probably would have been fine, but it's just one of those things. The keeping pads are a bit more lightweight, designed for movement. You don't often get hit on the pads as a keeper. Well, you shouldn't anyway. But that was just a huge deflection, and well, Cope, I'm 99% sure he'll continue. But I wonder if he doesn't, who's going to sign up for the job? Can also use a substitute fielder as a keeper in the modern regulations. Looks like Zishan Khan is in the chat. Hello, Zishan. Hopefully you're well. How are you looking forward to the game later on? Of course, Zishan, 115 earlier in the week. 98 not out yesterday. Must admit, I played a minor practical joke when the Malta team were gathering behind me. I said, guys, we just found out that there was a 6 Zishan hit that they only scored as a 4. But of course I was joking. It would have put like 100. Well, poor William Cope, and that really did hurt. I mean, that wouldn't have been out of place, that dive on Wembley Stadium. It was genuine pain. He's all right, though. And he'll just get back into it. These cricketers, they're tough as nails. And probably what hurts even more is it gives away a single. So Taranjit on strike. Drives and handled in the outfield, just a single. Yeah, Zishan back in the team after we didn't see him as part of the squad that went to Gibraltar for that tri-series involving Gibraltar, Portugal and Malta. But I know Zishan's had some injury issues over the last 12 months, and so yeah, it's good to see him a bit more like himself. Oh, another catch goes down. Again, not an easy one. It was hit pretty much out of the middle. Vikram Vij, the acting captain, to his right. And he got there, just couldn't hold on. It's almost like a slips catch, the way he had to dive. It was more or less off the middle of the bat. So Luxembourg struggling to hold on to a chance in the infield a couple of times. My love, decent over from him. And it's 54 for 1 after 7. Three saying if they do need another keeping option, got a couple that have done it before. Anu Porisu and Amit Halbavi. I don't think Cope will be moving unless there's something really dramatic that happens. So Vikram Vij is going to come on to bowl over number 8. So a bit earlier than we've seen Vikram bowling in the series. One thing that Luxembourg kind of lacked is any sort of spin in this series. And Vikram, he's a guy who, he's not trying to bowl fast. He kind of takes the pace off the ball, cuts a little bit both ways. Here he is in the 8th over to Vasu Saini. Vikram will roll his fingers on a few, but yeah, he's just the kind of guy who can keep putting the ball in the 20-cent piece. That's the thing. He's looking to force a mistake. He wants the batter to have to make the pace. Pitched up, and Saini drives, and don't forget, into the middle overs now, so 5 outfielders allowed after the 6-over power play expired. Assalamualaikum to Simon, who's joining us in the chat. Hopefully well. Weekend cricket on ECM. That was a premeditated sweep. He's missing by a lot. I don't think Taran needs to do this really at this stage. He's kind of sport the chance to kind of get a boundary through point. It was there for it. I suppose Taran knows that there's not too many balls that Vikram's bowling that are hitting the stumps. He's very consistently outside off stump, so he feels, okay, it's a pretty low risk shot. I'm not going to get bowled or LBW. So once again, where that ball is, that's Vikram's office really. Just a single this time. Romania struggled a bit to keep the party going through the middle overs. Kind of 6 to 15 throughout this series. Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking before. Taran, why sweep? We can just do this. Same ball, really. Maybe not quite as full, but he stands tall and he drives. He beats the infielder. That's one of the shorter boundaries on the ground as well. Just cracks it pretty much dead square. Cuatro carreras. Taran, 39 not out. Very talented cricketer. Also bowls some off spin. Excellent fielder. He did score 42. That was against France on Thursday. So he's creeping up in his top score of the series here. But he might not get there because this should be gone, and it's taken. So Taran, just wasn't really on, played on instinct. Tried to go down the ground this time. It's one of the longest boundaries that he takes on. And once again, Taranjit Singh looks good but squanders the start. He's the second wicket to fall in Romania, 61 for 2. Well held by Malav as well, who was down in that region. And Taran, to be honest, straight away he's in trouble. I think he's probably trying to get it straighter, but he lets it come to him a bit too far. And yeah, doesn't really move a muscle. Neither did Pankaj, who just stood where he was, took it, and you could hear Luxembourg. They were thrilled with that one. And both openers back in the shed, 61 for 2. End of 8 overs as well. Now, this is where Romania have struggled a little bit throughout the series. Nadagotla, the keeper, comes to the crease at number 4. They've listed Manmik Kohli at 5. Shakur not in the lineup. Perialwa not in the lineup. So they've kind of replaced them with Kohli and Raj Kumar, who are listed at 5 and 6. Good morning to Bucharest Salmi, who are watching from Romania. Hope the guys are well. It might be a Tief. But I'm still not quite sure who's behind the keyboard for Bucharest Salmi, but hope you guys are well. Saini, Nadagotla. They always end up batting together. But I'm here anyway. And they were kind of in that partnership in this phase earlier in the week where they couldn't really find the boundary, and it's kind of what cost them in their first match against Switzerland. So you hear a bunch of fireworks going off in the background. You must be able to hear that. It's the weekend here, and it's a big celebration today in Malta. Pretty much every day there's a big celebration, to be honest. But that has to be one of the bigger ones we've had as far as rapid fire goes. Nadagotla faces up for the first time. Good hands by Cope to his swollen knee side. That swung away a lot from Malav. Yeah, Vikram with a big breakthrough, Tanjit Singh, and let's see if that's a blip or a trend in this innings. Nadagotla goes back, cuts pretty nicely. Chamakel's got it covered, just a single. Nadagotla off the mark. Malav kind of moving slightly away from the right-hander at the moment. He goes peekaboo behind the umpire in his run-up. Something a bit different. This is driven down to long off for a single. Yeah, man, nice to see you in the chat asking how I am. Well, I'm very good. Like I said, went for dinner on a boat last night. It's kind of converted boat into a restaurant. It's a little small operation. I spotted it. I thought that might be a bit interesting to have a look at that. And it was. Had a really nice time. Met a nice couple from Finland who've moved here recently in their retirement. Nadagotla goes after this. Unfortunately for him, doesn't hit it well enough to reach the fielder on the full. He does get a single. Yeah, they've been soaking up the sun. Nice little walk along the water as well. And obviously, being an island, plenty of water, and you're never too far away from it here in Malta. To kind of drive one side to the other of the island takes around about 45 minutes or so, to an hour maybe. Depends how fast you're driving. Driven by Saini, he doesn't get a run, and Malav, another tight one from him. The boundary's drying up. Wicket of Taran. Could be an important one. Well, it is an important one. 9 overs down, 66 for 2. Nobody in double digits so far, economy-wise, for Luxembourg. It is Atif behind the keyboard for Bucharest Salmi. Atif, hope you're really well. Watched you guys all the way through. Bad luck about not qualifying for the top 4 in the ECS, but I'm sure you guys will be back bigger and better next year. Yeah, no, man. I'm going really well. Thanks for asking. Vikram, previous ball he bowled, took the big wicket of Taranjit Singh. Now he's going to start over number 10. Chop and run this time. Yeah, so Luxembourg mentioned they don't really have a spin option. They do have Venkateswaran in their squad. It hasn't really worked for him so far. He's not in the 11 at the moment. Dingra also missing out. He's off often used as a bowler, particularly towards the second half of an innings. Nice looking drive, but Saini, this has been the issue. He's looked good, he's looked kind of well put together, but he's found it hard to find the boundaries. It's a slightly different game, isn't it? With those straight boundaries. I'd say they're probably around about 65-ish from the centre. So you're kind of talking 75 from where you hit it. So instead, tries to go square, but this is trouble, and he's been dropped. Well, it's an awkward looking effort from Barker, who came in and tried to take it, fingers pointing up. Sun wasn't really a factor here, to be honest. That's just a regulation chance that goes down. Nadagotla searching for the short boundary. But have a look here, comes in and he's going down almost on his knees trying to take it fingers up. Just wasn't the correct choice. I think he knows it. Catching always looks easy when you're watching on TV though. You don't have that long to see it and make up your mind when you're out there. Now Vasu goes square. And Barker, well, this is where if there were 10,000 people behind him, he would have got a big cheer there for handling that one. Still, Nadagotla gets another opportunity. Now goes back and cuts. Gets one. Having said that, with the missed opportunity, these two not hurting you yet. No boundaries, although picking up singles with increasing regularity. Taran went 4 and out at the end of the 8th. Right now, that's 11 balls without a boundary. This will be the end of the 10th over. And Vitch once again keeping it tight. I wonder if he'll bowl a third or whether he'll hold himself back. We'll find out shortly. 10 overs into this contest. And Romania 71 for 2. Taran looked on track for his highest score of the series, but he wasn't quite able to get there after he holed out a shot I'm sure he'd love back. But it was Vidge that provided that crucial breakthrough. Dixon also got Sathieson to chase one. Getting a thick outside edge to Nanda. They're the 2 wickets so far. Now we will see some spin, and Orsu being used as an offie here, I think. Tossed up. Not a bad start. You can kind of toss up and challenge the batters to go straight. You can see, even though I know Vidge isn't a spinner, but kind of challenge Taran to go aerial down the ground. She's got a bit more insurance there, don't you? Saini, 9 off 16. Unfortunately, that's been the story of his series so far. Hitting some good shots, but just not really able to penetrate and turn it into a quick strike rate. Get runs here. At least one, just one. So you start thinking, oh, how do you use Saini? Then do you use him like as a number 6? Do you use him as an opener? I mean, do you think maybe because he struggled with all the field being back, he's more likely to get off to a flyer? As Nadagotla takes on the long boundary, and now he's going to go. And once again, we see a batter taking on the longest boundary on the Mars International Cricket Ground, and Orsu has a wicket. Nicely taken down there. And So, redemption as well. It's Barker, a long way away from me, but it's going to be Natagotla that goes. Let's have a look on the replay. Probably needed to go a bit straighter here, but he went with a bit of turn from Orisu, and you can see, nicely taken by James Barker. Natagotla, once again, frustration for him. He goes for 6, and Luxembourg changed the pace, and it works out nicely, 73 for 3. They have gone Coley at 5 as listed, so he's got a bit longer to bat. And I suppose he's batting in a situation here, Coley, where the situation is very much alive. It's kind of batted in some dead situations, to be honest, in this series. So Coley against Orsu, the destroyer. Run hard here. I think it's just a single. I like this from Orsu because, yeah, okay, he's tossing it up, but if you're going to hit him, it's pretty much the long boundary that you're going to have to clear. Natagotla couldn't do it. Romania do have a Cosman Zavoyu in their lineup today. Maybe could do something similar. Driven down the ground, Saini does get a single into the 11th over. Orsu, with his off spin, is just the tonic. Takes 1 for 4, gets 75 for 3 after 11. Yeah, action underway as well in Hungary, first match of the ECI. Here's the two teams. Portugal winning the toss and bowling. No Conrad Greenshield, still recovering from an injury, so Najam Shazad leads Portugal with Golia behind the stumps. Good to see Sean Gomes in there as well. First time I think we've seen him in ECI cricket, but they've got some good players in there. Gamire is very talented. Faf Stoneman in there. And you've got Junaid Carney, some reliable opening bowler, and Nippo with some left arm spin. Hungary, they are led by Markahood, just Anahood behind the stumps. Ravindran and Dara Peretti listed to open. And I think right now the score there is 17 for 2. So Portugal touring Hungary along with Sweden, who we'll see in the next match. That's T10 cricket, of course, not T20. Here's Malav. So we know the answer now about whether we'll see Vij bowl out. I didn't think we would. I think they want to keep him for a couple at the end. And Malav's a kind of decent replacement. He's kind of a like for like. He's not super quick. He's just accurate nagging. Romania kind of trying to bat with their shoelaces tied together at the moment, really. Finding it hard to get that boundary. Full toss, punch straight, but field's pretty straight as well. Orsu does the fielding. Yeah, so we haven't seen a boundary since Taranjeet got out. That's 21 balls without a boundary. This has been the problem for Romania. Not just Romania, to be fair. That's why Coley's there, because he has hit the ball pretty crisply when we've seen him. Hit into the ground. He just seems to have a bad habit of fighting that man on the cut. Hard to say what he needs to do. Maybe could play slightly softer hands and ease into the gap. Probably at best, though, he's getting 2 if he does that. We'll just wait for something that is in your zone, and this will be a pressure-relieving boundary for, well, number 1, Saini, and number 2, Romania. There's Malav, a rare bad ball from him. It's a full toss, outside leg stump, and Saini just whips it away to the short boundary. 4 carreras. Drive this time, he beats the man behind point, get a single. Atif is optimistic, thinking the platform is set for 175 plus. It's one big and quick partnership needed. Well, you do need it, I suppose. To get that far, you'd probably need to go about 11 and over from here. At the moment, current run rate about 7. The 140 pace. This time, it's Coley that finds Vikram Vij square of the wicket. End of the 12th over. Malav still has one in the bank. He's got none for 16, and it's 82 for 3 after 12. Hello to Azam. Nice to see you with us. And both teams without a win in this series. Luxembourg, well, if they don't win this one, then we know for sure what that 4-5 matchup looks like tomorrow. So tomorrow's format, we have 2 versus 3 playing for the right to be in the final. We'll have the 4-5 playoff as the middle match, and then we'll have the final as the final match with the top team taking on the winner of the 2 versus 3. Horsu, well, this leaves this one hanging up. That's 4. Well, that one just went too high. And yeah, I know he's trying to toss it up, but he overdoes it really here. To be honest, it's probably only just coming down to the waist. You can certainly make a case that was too high, but regardless, Saini knew exactly what to do with it. So this is exactly what Vasu needed. Orsu needs to get back on task, and he does. Orsu's happy if they try that every ball. Well, Coley, this is excellent running. Ooh, although it wasn't the greatest finish. Just spotted it was hit at the perfect pace to get it away from the bowler, but not really reaching the outfielder. But have a look at Coley here at the end. Slides in, but then he hits a human speed hump in Vikram Vij. Glad everyone's okay there, to be honest. Yes, a good running, turning 1 into a 2, and that's something I suppose Romania could have done more, or looked to have done more in previous matches when they haven't been able to find those boundaries in the middle overs. French cut this time, they're happy with 1. Also, I mean, apart from that one Gundy ball at the start of the over, he's been pretty good, hasn't he? Sooner or later, they might just try and take him on square of the wicket regardless. Try the old slog sweep. Down leg side, loses the handle on this one. Yeah, look at the field, there's a backward square and there's a fairly straight mid-wicket. So if you wanted to just kind of take it on regardless, if you hit it, there's probably value there, but it's a risky shot as well if you go the slog sweep. Also, he's not pacey. Now the full toss, but this time the fielder will come around and clean up. That's my love. So just thinking about this bottom end. So Malov's got an over. Vikram's got 2. There'll be another over probably down the bottom end they need to cover. Could be someone like a Dixit. Bowled pretty well from that in earlier. Would be an option. Driven. It's into the ground though. Also gets a hand to it. Won't prevent the single. So I need a 25. Checking this one out. Yeah, it was into the ground. As suspected. Kohli pushes, looking for 2. Certainly worth a thought. Probably last couple of overs, you definitely take that on. Probably get away with it, but not at this stage as Orsu finishes his over. 13 overs complete, and the score 93 for 3. Saini 25 not out now. Kohli 4. I suppose a bonus, Kohli's been hitting the ball pretty well, but he's also a really good runner. He's a really quick runner, something he can use at this stage, for sure.
So let's see who we get here. Looks like Vikram's going to bowl his third over. I thought maybe you'd save him for the end, but he's going to bowl over number 14. It's all about just continuing the squeeze. Probably doesn't matter too much. They got options. I mean, Dixit bowled 1 over 1 for 8. So, I mean, he bowled a really good over. Maybe they want him to close out at that end, but yeah, like I say, they've got options, don't they? They've used 6 bowlers, so Orsu coming off has been handy. It's given them a lot of flexibility with who they want to bowl, and no one's bowled out yet. So Kohli faces up, getting the promotion 5 today. Picks out the point. Vikram. Yeah, he's kind of pre-grumpy there. He's fine because the run doesn't get given away. He's saying, hey, watch out. If I miss that, then I'm blaming you. Is what he says to the fielder. Anyway, yeah, Vic leading the side in the absence of Just for the rest of the tournament. Slow ball, and Kohli has nothing to work with, misses out. Yeah, he's a wily old fox, that's what I call Vikram. He's not trying to beat you with pace, but he's trying to beat you with changes of pace. Once again, a slow ball, rolls the fingers down the left-hand side. It's just a single. I'll say wily old fox. He's younger than me. He's 36 years old, turns 37 this year, Vikram. Again, just in that zone. He's like clockwork, isn't he, Vikram Vij? It's almost like there's no mystery about what he's bowling. Okay, yeah, we talk about little changes of pace, but you know there's a very good chance it's going to be a little rolling cutter outside the off stump. You almost say, look, here, I'm going to bowl this to you. I'll tell you, I'm just going to bowl this to you. What are you going to do about it? And the short answer is it's not easy for the batters to generate that kind of pace. They try. This is going to fall safely behind point. Kohli to 6. So it's not quite the injection of boundary hitting that they might have hoped for Manmeet so far, but still time to go. See 9 balls already. Last ball the over, Vij. Spending a third. I wonder if we bowl the 4th straight away or maybe holds himself back for the end. Again, Zach Cutter, and all I can do is get one out to Shivkar and Gill, and another very good over from the skipper. Romania 97 for 3. Looking at the bowling figures, Malav and Vij, twins economy rate wise. Vij does have a wicket of Taranjit Singh. But yeah, all the Luxembourg bowlers in single digit economy, now to the most expensive, 27, but he does bowl in the power play. Wickets also to Dixit and Orsu with some of his spin. Now, Dixit's going to come back and he's still got 3 in hand. That's what I mean about their bowling. They've got lots of options they can go to, and if he wanted, he could actually bowl all the remaining overs from this top end, Dixit, if he bowls well. So, shake, rattle and roll. First ball sneaks past the keeper off the inside edge. They do get away with a single. Dixit, it's kind of ideal for the last few overs, the way that he bowls. This one's probably a bit too full, but most of the time he's pretty reliable. I suppose he'd rather be too full than too short. With that Yorker, this time he's full again, just to one. Another full toss. This time, Vasu again. Can't get it out of the middle, otherwise that's probably disappearing. A bit of frustration there, to be honest. You get out the middle, you get 6. I was asking for it, really. 100's up for Romania. 5.5 overs to play. Now Coley gets this one into a bit of a gap, so he should get 2, but again, it's not one off the middle. Just kind of plonks into open space, but they do run 2. Coley strokes this away towards the short boundary, but it's well patrolled there. Luxembourg defending well. They're liking what they're seeing at the moment, aren't they? Run a ball pretty much for both of these guys. They need to raise it now. 7 wickets in hand. Need to find a way to turn it into something more. Pretty good looking shot again. Finds a fielder. So just a single, and Dixit does his job. Gets away with a couple of full bangers, but no real dramas at the moment for Luxembourg. Romania being held quiet. 104 for 3. You can hear the chat there. 135, 135. We can handle that. Luxembourg be pretty confident. They've got the batting to do that. Romania just kind of flatlining, aren't they? Around that 7 and over mark. Vikram Vij comes back and he will bowl out here in over 16. Like I said, he's got heaps of options up his sleeve. And regular as the sun coming up in the east. Vikram starts outside the off stump and he beats Saini this time. This time steps towards it. Ball that might have been a wide. He's heading for the tram line, but Saini's only able to get a single out of it. Coley is after this. Oh, Orsu, oh, he takes a great catch. I never thought he was getting there, to be honest. Coley didn't get a lot of it. So Vidge chips in with another wicket. How about Anu Orsu? Well, a bit of time on the pine can do wonders for you. And he has been a real injection of energy here. It's another kind of rolling leg cutter. This one's a bit straighter. Coley chips it up in the air. I've got to say, thought off the bat. There's no way Orsu's getting there, but in the end he slides in easily. So Coley can't quite click up the order. And he's going to be the next man to go. Goes for 10 off 13. And it's 105 for 4. Really good catch by Anoop, who's having a good time of it so far on day 4 of this tournament. Remember Luxembourg, they will play twice today, so another day where they have to back up. Shantanu Vashish, the new batter. Let's see if he can move along. Just hoping someone can have a blinder here in the last few overs. It's in hand. Pushes and gets one. So often that's been the story of late. Pitch 2 for 18 to Saini. He's been there a while. Oh, he hits this straight, hits it well. And that's going to bisect the 2 straight fielders and go for 4. Well, to say Romania needed this is an understatement. Again, pretty much knows where it's going to be. Picks his spot. It's just that kind of range hitting, sight screen, finding missile shot. Vasu gets to 35. Want some more of that. Last ball of the over. Coming up though. It's this pretty hard as well. Oh, I've got that covered. And they go for 2. And they're going to get away with it. So Vashish legging it out. Said, well, not too worried about who's on strike. Let's get every run possible. They turn a 1 into a 2 there. Vasu seemed a little bit unsure about it, but Shantanu's very quick. And that takes us to the end of the over. The score 112 for 4 after 16. Yeah, so tomorrow, this is what it looks like. 4th place playoff first up. And, you know, barring some massive form reversal, it'll probably be these 2 playing in that game. And then, yeah, so actually it has been a change to that. Yeah, so now it's actually 2 versus 3 first. Stroked away, and this is going to be 4. So Vashish, he wanted the strike, he gets the strike, and then plays a nice looking shot through point and gets a boundary. All the way along the carpet. Want some more of that. Dixon. Let's get a bit of width there. Shantanu. Really nice shot. Wow. He gets a fair bit of this. And you know what? He's going to get 4. He gets a bit lucky there, to be honest. That's Barker, who was kind of in no man's land. I mean, made a great sound off the bat, but that's the problem with having to hit the ball about 75 or 80 metres. Doesn't go all the way. But in the end, Barker, probably at this stage, you're more concerned about saving the boundary than taking the catch when you think about it. Vashish is the man who's come out and got things moving for Romania. Wow, I think that's going to be 6. Just going off the sound and the fact that's a slightly shorter boundary as well. Maximo! That's absolutely cracked, and it's Siney this time. He's finding another gear. Dixit, a little bit short of the Yorker. I said you'd probably rather be fuller than shorter. Probably a metre short of where he wants to be. And Vasu gets someone out of the ground. Siney trying to change gears. Kind of clonks it. Held in the infield by Vikram Vij. Yes, Romania kind of up above 150 pace now. Still think it's slightly below par, but only slightly. And we know Luxembourg that have had their own issues, haven't they, with the bat in this series. Vashisht strokes it, runs, gets there. And that'll take us to the end of the 17th over. Romania, 129 for 4. Okay, here we go. This is the updated graphic for tomorrow because there was a bit of a late change during the week to the fixtures. So here the qualifier plays first, second versus third for the right to be in the final. Top team straight through to the final. If Switzerland win the second game today, we'll know that's them. Fourth place playoff will take place second game of the day. And like I said, barring something very, very surprising, looks like it'll be these two teams in that 4 versus 5. But the series very much alive. Join us tomorrow, 6:30 AM GMT, 8:30 Central Europe, and noon in India. All right, 3 overs to go. Time to hit the go button for Romania. Vashisht's been a pretty handy pickup since he's been out there. He's facing up right now. Jabakel is going to take over at the golf course end. Oh, pretty well bowled, but pretty unlucky result, to be honest. Running away. And that's going to be 4. It just gets there. Well, Nanda looked like he was climbing up Mount Everest there, really, didn't he? He was putting in the big ones. The ball just wins the race, a real teaser. And it's been a long week for the big man. Have a look at this. Pumping it out. In the end, yeah, can't get off his feet. And he was just praying that ball would stop before it found the rope. So, good ball from Jabakel. Bad result for Luxembourg. He goes shorter and he beats Vashisht outside the off stump. I've liked Elias Jabakel this week. He's a real competitor. You can feel that. It's called a wide. I love Cope. I mean, trying to game the system by taking this behind the stumps as soon as he takes it. Have a look at it. That's an umpire's call. I think gets a bit of the line. And Cope ends up almost diving down the leg side by the time he takes it, trying to say, hey, wasn't that wide? Excellent gamesmanship. Anyway, this one's a little bit short, and it's probably going to get away from the fielder. It does. You can see that Barker, well, he's just a bit of a ball magnet at the moment, isn't he? To be honest, that's a pretty good effort. It bounces just in front of him, and he just tries to block it with his body, and he does in a way. And then he's just trying to work out where it is. He doesn't know. He looks up for it, saying, is there any chance that's still in the field of play? But no, he hears it land behind him. Romania getting the kick along they needed here. 2.5 overs to go. And this one's muscled off the back foot. That's hit pretty well, and that's going to be 4. That's really good power from Vashisht. Looking at this, he's another guy who can bat higher. It's all circumstantial, I know, but this is probably one of the longest boundaries on the ground, and he just muscles it off the back foot. The fielder Couldn't do anything about it. Didn't even get in the camera shot. Three doesn't like the wide call. I suppose the way they've umpired this week, it's been a bit more like what we're used to actually here on ECN, which is if it's not completely within the line, then they're calling it a wide, with some exceptions. That was kind of in the realm of what I call umpire's call. It wasn't completely inside. There's a bit of it on the line. Oh, this is stroked away, and a brilliant catch. Oh, Shivkaran Gill has launched himself goalkeeper style up and to his right, looking straight into the sun. Well, he might get a sunglasses sponsorship after that because they've obviously worked. He spotted it, he launched himself, and Vashisht, he's robbed of a Maximo here into the 18th over, 142 for 5, but what a catch by Shivkaran Gill. Have a look at that. That was a wonderful take from Shiv. And Luxembourg, I mean, that could be a huge moment in the game. Vashish. Well, if he was an emoji, he'd be the eye roll emoji at the moment. I mean, he got a good piece of that. Thought he was probably going to get 6, but instead, he gets a free walk back to the dugout. 2 overs remaining. Still good impact innings from him. And 2 overs remaining. What can they get to? Maybe that 160 that I think's par. That's kind of what they're on track for now, more or less. Raj Kumar gets a hit at 7. But Vashisht, have a look at that innings, 23 off 11. You know, got these big boundaries, especially straight. It's very valuable for Romania that he came out and hit the ball so crisply pretty much straight away. Ran well too while he was there. Good player. Well, it all happens in the 19th and it starts right now. And it starts with Vasu drilling one to deep cover. Well, I've got it covered though. That's where I think you're going to see more 2s run, taking on the fielder. I mean, even if you hit it straight at the fielder, if they're right back on the rope, it's a longer throw to the centre. So it's more likely to get away with a 2 if you take off straight away. Raj wastes no time and actually gets it round the fielder, puts a bit of confusion side spin on it. And that's going to allow them to get back for a double. So they're running for everything now to the outfield. That's Tim Barker out there, twin brother of James Barker. Paul hasn't followed Tim so much in this innings though. He'll probably open the batting and love a score. He's looked okay without scoring any runs in this tournament so far. Raj horns this one into the gap. And that's actually a good bit of fielding to block it. Once again, easy 2. Raj hits that pretty well. So building towards that kind of 160 short score, I think, at the moment. It's against awkward. Don't really know how it's going to bounce. It does kind of plop a bit more this time of the day with a bit of moisture still in the outfield. He'll run hard, but doesn't beat the infield. Shivkaran Gill hits the stumps. He's on fire at the moment. Almost runs away from an overthrow, but it doesn't in the end. Safely home. Wasn't thrown that hard, so it never really left the central area. Couple to come here in the 19th. Romania closing in on the 150. Hits this pretty well, but he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better here, Vasu. Oh, we've got to run out. And it's just a total miscommunication that's going to bring it. And yeah, he didn't need this at this stage, really. I know it's close to the end, and they've got other batters to come. But I just didn't hear a lot happening in the middle. It was more a whisper than a call. You see Vasu, he knows there's not really 2 there, And so he watches Raj, and to be honest, I think Raj has sold him up the river there a little bit. Because if you're Vasu, he's actually pretty smart. He's watching his partner saying, well, if you're running, then I'm running. So he actually locks eyes with his partner. And he says, okay, you're running? Okay, we're running, cool. And at that exact moment, Raj stops and cooks him. They can't even cross, which is what they probably should have tried to have done had the circumstances been slightly different. To at least keep Vasu there. He's been batting for a while. Anyway, Raj will stay on strike last ball of the 19th over. See what he can do with it. Knocks it back to the bowler, who blocks it with his foot but can't prevent the single. 150 comes up off the last ball of the 19th. The score is 150 for 6. Guess a bit of a different feel if that happens in the 19th over compared to the 9th. I mean, it's a bit more costly if you have a run out like that back then, but we kind of expected that they're going to be pushing a bit more to the outfielders. That was one that he pretty much hit straight to deep cover, and they were still looking for 2. Wasn't there, obviously. So, last overtime, 160 would be, I think, bang on par, to be honest. Both these teams, without a win in the series, can really use the points. Here's Javakel over number 20. A little bit short, and that's going to be drilled to the square leg fence. Good shot. Well, Raj Kumar, I suppose, would be found responsible in a civil trial for the dismissal of Saini. But I tell you what, Romania won't mind if he can grab a couple more boundaries in this over. And that was just too short from Javakel, really. Gaurav Mishra's out there at the other end for Romania now. 5 balls remaining. Oh, he hits this one pretty well as well. And that's going to run away to the boundary. So Raj Kumar making waves here, back-to-back boundaries. Javakel can't find the Yorker at the moment. This is full but it's not really full. And just swings away with immunity. Nobody back at deep cover. Excellent shot. 158 now. They're looking at more than that 160. That way he thinks par. Javakel has a chat with his captain. He's saying, look, if you're going to bowl that wide, you've got to get it a bit fuller. So they're kind of jamming down on it. I think that's what that conversation is about. Vidge is a pretty good player to give him some advice, isn't he? Because he's been bowling at that end and bowled really well. Now, see a change of angle. Javakel, I think, is probably going to have to go wide outside off here. Tries, and this time he does beat him for bounce. So 4-4 dot in the last. I mean, to be honest, these are all kind of bonus runs now, aren't they? With those 2 boundaries. You would have expected about 8 and over. That's the pace throughout this innings. Even though it's the last over, it hasn't magically translated into necessarily bigger overs on average. Yeah, that's better. They'll definitely go for 2 here, and I think they're going to get it. Because Mullov has a bit too much to do to prevent the 2. And Mishra runs hard, and it's 10 off this over now. 160's up for Romania, still 2 balls remaining. Oh, well, what happened here? This is nuts. Well, to be honest, I'd already looked down into the chat because there's no sense in taking another run here when you've got a guy who's got 10 off the over already. So let's see what happens. Must have got away from the bowler. Oh, he's trying to sneak one. That's so strange. So here's the thing. You might say the ball's dead, but the ball's dead if both batters and kind of all the relevant fielders treat it as dead. And so everyone acts like the ball's dead except for one guy on the field, and that's Raj Kumar, who basically tries to steal a base to get away from the strike, but he's just got 10 off the first part of this over. So really, I think Raj is a bit too clever there. And that's, I suppose it's a way to pitch a run if the bowler's really not watching, but he heard the footsteps behind him. Anyway, Gaurav gets a bat. He'll get a single first up. We'll see Pratham Hingorani is in the side to bowl the last ball. And I look at Cope saying, hey, you want to run? He's saying, hey, that wasn't my idea. That guy's out. That wasn't very wise. I actually think it's super clever if you were trying to deliberately get change the strike. But they didn't want to change the strike. And if you're going to do that, take your shoes off and just run in your socks so he can't hear you. Anyway, last ball coming up, 161. Plus this for Romania. Oh, that's high, you know. I think it must just be under the waist. So they'll scramble a bye. Let's have a look at this one from side on. Yeah. Went 2 for the... Got to say, for me, that's a no ball. Yeah, but it won't be called. So we'll see. We thought the wide was close. I think you might have got one back there at the end. So it's all swings and roundabouts, and Romania in the end pretty much spot on par. 162 for 7 off their 20 overs. First half 71 and second half 91. So they did pick things up, but early on it was Taranjeet Singh who had a bit of a scary moment there when one bounced more than he thought, and it got him in the grill of the helmet. But he also played some really nice shots while he was out there, as usual. And we thought maybe this is the innings where he can break out and make a big score. Bit of a scary moment for Malav there, who fell on his right shoulder. Even scarier for Thiessen, who takes a ball that he almost had to call Google Maps to find out how far he had to go to get to it. And then Nanda took the catch and gave him some free directions of his own. A few lucky moments as well for the top order. Bit unlucky for Cope there. He cops that in the knee. That was a patella pounder for the keeper, but he got up. He's tough as old boots. A couple of tough ones went down in the infield as well. Vidge was able to grab that one, but wasn't able to hold on to it. Taranjeet, though, made a good start. Hit almost 40, but then he hit the ball straight down the throat of Malav at long off, and no mistake made at all. Nadagotla, he hasn't quite found his touch like we know he can. Got a life there from Barker. He, I think, just chose the wrong option, going fingers up. A ball that was dipping on him and then he had to come forward to. But then made no mistake with this one. You can see Luxembourg set high standards. They were a bit disappointed, I think, with some of their catching this morning. Slightly greasy conditions, though, first ball of the day. Vasu broke the shackles and was able to get the boundaries that have kind of been eluding him so far this week. Coley was given the promotion to number 5 and ran hard. Wasn't quite able to recapture the boundary hitting form that they would have wanted for him. Slid in to second base there. And Vikram Vidge breaking his momentum, but Vidge didn't he bowl really well. And also was a bit of a revelation as well, wasn't he? A couple of handy overs of off spin, and that was an excellent catch. Thought there was no chance he was going to get there. Made it look easy. Vashish, really handy 23 for him in just 11 balls. So useful to have someone come out and score freely from the get-go. Maybe got a bit lucky here. Just pitched in front of the fielder. Maybe could have taken another option there and just backed off and kept it to 1. But yeah, Vashish kind of kicks along Romania late in the piece. Looked like they might be heading for kind of 140 or something like that. For those extra runs, get them up over 160. That was a screamer of a catch from Shivkaran Gill. And Vashish had to be silenced on 23. I mean, he could have gotten even more. He was looking real good. Then, well, talking about Google Maps, Google Translate was required here because Raj runs and then gives Vasu the silent treatment. And didn't really cost them too much because then Raj came out, he banked 2 4s, and then he puts himself on silent mode here. And as every other fielder and every other player thinks the ball's dead, they said, hey, do you want to go? And I think Mishra's look would have been, are you serious? He was, and he was having to walk back. And in the end, Romania dragged themselves over 160 despite those quasi-comical moments towards the end. 46-90, top scores. I suppose the difference in this innings, he does hit 3 4s and a 6 in there. Came in after the early wicket of Sir Thiessen, who went for 12. 39 for Taranjit Singh. Again, good start. Couldn't turn it into something half-century or bigger. 23 for Vashisht. I liked what he did when he came out. Raj Kumar as well, even though he was a bit of a run-out machine. He also got some valuable boundaries towards the end. Vidge, for me, I think probably the best of the bowlers. 2 for 24 off his 4 overs, operating in very wily fashion as usual. Also wickets for Jamakel as well as Dixit and Orsu. But it was a case of Romania finding some runs in the last 5. They scored 58 in the last 5 overs after they were 104 off 15. And that's why I think they've got more or less a bang-on par score to bowl at. Luxembourg searching for their first win in the series. So Romania, only one of these teams will get some points, though. Join us in around about 10 minutes for the chase. And Luxembourg will be out to do it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We can tune into Hungary while we're on the break as well. ECI action over there. But we'll see you shortly here in Malta for more Valletta Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company for this Valletta Cup T20 National Pentagonal Series. 5 nations here doing battle, and right now 2 teams without a win. That won't be the case in 20 overs time. Romania versus Luxembourg. News from the toss this morning. Romania won the toss. They elected to bat. They've ended up with 162 for 7 off their 20 overs. It's like changing the order with Cope up the top of the order and opening up with Halbavi. So yeah, a bit of a surprise, considering we've seen Shivkar and Gill opening and doing a pretty good job. Anyway, it's going to be Gaurav Mishra to get us going. 163 to win for Luxembourg. Starts with a big wide down the leg side, and Nadagotla gets a half a finger on it. They'll get 3 wides, and there's Cosmin Zavoy. A lot of our ECN fans will be so happy to see him in the lineup, and he has to do some work straight away. The first one from Mishra just does too much, and you see, not too much wrong. It actually flicked the wristy part of St. Wick's glove there. That just slowed things down a bit. Having said that, I'm sure Gaurav would have bowled it to the boundary anyway. Cope on strike again. Back and clips away. Vasu Saini picks up the ball. Top scored for Romania in the first innings. So yeah, obviously, and Luxembourg getting a credit to them. They decided to change a few things. Halbavi, we saw him opening at the start of the week. Actually looking pretty good. Again, Luxembourg top order, a bit like Romania's top order, patchy so far this week. Luxembourg had a longer week though than Romania, having played in the Medina Cup Monday to Wednesday. Romania just starting their series, or their matches on Thursday. Wide. That's great keeping though from Nadagotla, who is a club teammate of Mishra at Cluj. Yeah, that's excellent footwork down leg side to get down. Had a bit more time, and Halbavi making sure he doesn't. Oh, he's gone! Great keeping. Excellent keeping. He stubbed off the wide. Wow. Well, is he not out? I thought he was gone here. Let's have a look. Not out. I thought he falls out of his career. Oh, does he get back? Wow, that's amazing work to get back there. Oh, does he get him? Oh, he just gets back. That's brilliant work from the batter. I mean, it was brilliant from the keeper. But, I mean, it had me sold. The umpire, obviously square on, and he's exactly right. Halbavi gets back, survives the tough one. So it'll just go down as a boring wide. There's nothing boring about it. Excellent keeping, but he might have a wicket next ball, and he does. So Taranjeet Singh takes the catch, and Halbavi is going to have to go for a duck. And Mishra almost had Halbavi stumped down the leg side, but the very next ball just hoiks it away, and frustration. And so, there we go. Well, it's not quite a golden because he does face one delivery before he's out. But Halbavi, no worse feeling really as an opening batter to be out in the first over. Just not that short. Taranjeet slightly misjudged it maybe into the sun. That's why he had to jump, but he had it under control. And so the first wicket falls. Luxembourg can't take a trick. 6 for 1. So Shivkar and Gill, it wasn't opening, but may as well have been. He comes out after only 3 deliveries. Grabs the pad, but I think it's just going down the leg side. So Al-Barvi, quick thinking, getting that foot back the ball before. Might have had the bails off in a flash, but Al-Barvi just beat the stumping, but he couldn't beat the catch out there on the leg side boundary. Shivkar and Gill are good through the power play. A bit different though, facing Mishra, who's not your kind of out and out express opening bowler. He's just a guy who'll just wobble the ball into you. Never really seen anyone opening with spin either in this series, have we? Not seen a lot of spin, full stop. Oh, this time, Luca Petre dives over it. This is going to be 4. So yeah, the youngster, he's a good fielder normally. This time, just wasn't able to judge it right. It's a long way to the ground for the tall teenager. So Luxembourg, get a bit of everything in the first over, and it's 10 for 1 after 1. Sarabjit in the chat. I'm sure she enjoyed that catch from Taran. 72 days to go until the ECC. Hey, if you're not doing anything in late September and through October, why don't you come and join us at the Cardamore Oval? There'll be more information about packages from our website, europeancricket.com. And I know we've got some women's cricket from the Netherlands today, with that series wrapping up. I know we're working really hard in the background to try and get approval for an ECC women's tournament before the end of the season. And that'd be super exciting if we get that up and running. But anyway, 1 over down. It's going to be Vashisht to open up at the golf course end. And so Cope will probably be pretty relieved to survive his first ball. He scratched one down the leg side. And hasn't really had the week he's hoped for, but with Mays out of the lineup, gets another opportunity behind the stumps and being given a big opportunity at the top of the order as well. 8 over or so, the required rate through this innings. Shantanu, who hit the ball well. Let's see if he bowls the ball well here in over number 2. In swinger, but he over pitches. And I think this field is getting quicker and quicker. Running away, and it's a pretty good pullback, I think, at the last moment. It's in our blind spot, but get back for a fairly easy 3. Nice shot by Cope, just leans on that one. Ashish gets good movement there, and he's another in-swing bowler, so you're kind of getting similar kind of movement from both bowlers. Breeze, a bit of a non-entity here, so it doesn't really matter that these two are bowling together. Often if the breeze is kind of across the pitch, you won't want these guys to be bowling with a breeze coming right to left, but can confirm it's pretty calm at the moment and pretty warm. 30 degrees and climbing. Another one that slides in. Mishra, his opening bowling partner, picks it up. Can't prevent the single. Romania kind of bat themselves out of the doldrums a little bit in the first half of the innings. If you look at their quarters, 42 off the first quarter and just 29 off the second, 33 off the third, so not a lot happening, but then 58 off the last 5 overs. It's all them too. I think it's about a par score, 162. So they're kind of good mini targets, aren't they? We want to be around 40 per quarter here in Luxembourg. Obviously, don't want to lose a bunch of wickets in the process. Turned away to the leg side, and Amit Kohli does the fielding. He's another option, probably coming first change. Also, you can bowl him towards the end as well. He's quite a clever bowler. Vashisht was in the wickets yesterday. Climbing and heading down the leg side. Cope. Can he be the guy to step up for Luxembourg? I feel like it'd be so much easier if someone could kind of just bat through this chase. Up in the air. Saini does the fielding. He's another option that you can bowl through the middle and end of this innings. Right now, Vashist goes for 7 in his first over, and Luxembourg, they're 17 for 1 after 2. Having a look at the table, you can see it's been pretty tough for these two. Romania playing their last game in the round robin stage, but they will feature in the 4 versus 5 playoff tomorrow. The likelihood is, with Luxembourg being kind of game and a half behind the top 3, it's unlikely that we'll see Luxembourg climb out of 4th spot, but not impossible at this stage. If Romania win this one, we know for sure that that's the 4 versus 5 matchup for tomorrow. Cope goes back and punches through the offside and gets 4, finds the gap. Mishra just a little bit of width this time, doesn't come back as much as some of the others. And Will Cope gets a boundary. I think with Mishra, he does move the ball a lot, so he's a bit of a handful, but he does kind of swing the ball from the hand. Swings early and fairly predictably once you get used to it. Another one that was heading down leg side, gets the pad. Saini hurls the ball to the bowler's end, but they'll get through for a leg bye. Current Gill. Kind of player, I think he likes a bit of pace on the ball. He's hit some incredible shots during this series. A little skip marginally out of the popping crease. That'll get Madagotley interested, but no run there. Something similar again. Mishra keeping it tight. I mean, if you want to be uber attacking to Mishra, you can kind of get across and you know where it's going to be. You can try and whip him away to square leg. And you can see that they're just being a bit careful at the moment. That early wicket of Halbavi. The run rate not really out of hand that's required. So the other way you can go inside out, and Petrak does the fielding. Nice work from a guy who made his T20 international debut during the week. Really exciting moment for him. There he is, young Romanian. Seen a few Romanian teenagers in the national team. This is his little outside edge, running away. Suppose the boy's got more work to do, and he's not going to get there. Good effort. And Cosman, another native Romanian player. He was herring after that, but just enough on this to get it to the boundary. And to be honest, Cope will be saying, well, about time I had some luck. I was fresh out of it yesterday. And flies away. And it also brings up the end of the over. 27 for 1 after 3. Yeah, Luxembourg going at the pace required at the moment. Mishra, 2 overs so far. He's the kind of guy they normally like to, if they're going to bowl him, they bowl him out early with that new ball. This is pretty well struck, but Taranjit Singh, very athletic. Gets down to his right, make sure it doesn't get through the infield, so just a single. Wow, this time it's pounced on by Cope. He's gaining in confidence every ball. Fashish disappears to the leg side boundary. It's a fraction short, not very short to be fair. Cope gets back, gets deep, gets 4. Luxembourg, we've seen them pull off the odd big chase before. If my memory serves me correctly, it's almost this exact score they chased down. I think it might have been one more they needed against Malta earlier in the week. This is a nice looking square drive, opens the face a little bit. Taranjit Singh makes sure that this is just a single. And Taran being over there, I think maybe I was fooled by the hat. It might have been Vasu Saini that did the fielding earlier in the over at mid-off. So, I'm a big fan of those red Romanian floppy hats like Natty Gotla wearing right now. You're wide, straight over the tram line. Vashish moves most of them in left to right. That one kind of goes the other way, and he'll do that occasionally, whether it's deliberately or otherwise. It's a pretty skillful thing to be able to do on purpose. And lifted up over the offside, but Taranjit Singh once again. He's there to do the fielding. Just kind of methodically knocking the runs off at the moment. Maybe a semi-risk earlier in the over, pulling a ball that wasn't that short from Cope, but he got away with it and got 4. And this one helps it comes into him a little bit, and so he's going to get another ball through the leg side for 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Ashish just needs to try and draw Cope forward here. It's good bounce in this pitch, and it's fairly consistent bounce, isn't it? Now that one ends up at the boundary. And now this one pretty much goes straight on. Plays for a bit of movement there, wasn't there. Ashish finishes his over. It's 4 overs down now, Luxembourg. 39 for 1. Let's see if Mishra gets a third here, or maybe they go for another option. I think they like to make a change. Looks like Coley might be coming in, and you see at the moment he's hanging ahead of that red line. And that's basically the pace that Romania set in the first innings of this game. Yeah, so Coley elevated up the order today. He didn't do a bad job. Just probably didn't hit them quite as crisply as we've seen earlier in the week. Ran hard. Romania fighting, particularly in those last few overs, to get to what I think is a pass score. Oh, not a bad one first up. Shivkaran Gill gets lucky. Gets the inside edge. And Cosman, well, he's had to have his running shoes on so far, hasn't he? He's had a lot to do. That's just a ball that I'm not sure Shivkaran Gill knew which way it was going. Well, it looks like it was going to go out. But then Coley is a bit ambiguous as a bowler because he can kind of send it both ways. I suppose the difference between Coley and someone like Mishra, obviously Coley's a bit quicker, but I think that Coley moves the ball later and a bit more unpredictably. That can be a blessing and a curse for him, but yeah, that one kind of just seemed in late Shiv Curran Gill. The area. So that's the key. If you're that kind of bowler, you want to put it in a spot where no matter what it does, it's going to be a good result. So around that kind of line and length. And if he gets it to go in a bit, it's kind of attacking stumps. If he gets it to go out a bit, it's attacking the outside edge. So pretty good start from Kohli. Cope says, none of that, thanks. If you're going to be predictable, I'm just going to go for it. He knew where Kohli had been earlier in the over. He stepped across and smacked this way over mid-on, who was up in the circle. Not really a bad ball at all. That's showing me that Cope's on here. Slightly shorter than that, he's been able to pull. That's a fraction fuller, and he hits it really well. 27 off 13, he's off to the races here. Now just leans and uses the pace here, but Luca Petre is out there. Jumps on it straight away. And Cope gets to 28, pretty quick time. And sometimes you can make hunch-based selections, and they've just decided, you know, Cope struggled a bit in the middle order, circumstances and a bit of bad luck. Get him out there. Give him the opportunity to bat for a while, and so far, he's repaid the faith. Shiv Curran Gill playing second fiddle at the moment, isn't he? But he won't mind. Talked about that kind of 40 per quarter phase, and right now 47 with the ball to go in the first 5 overs. Shiv charges at this one, doesn't really get where he wants to be, and it'll take us to the end of the 5th over. Contest on our hands here. Decent start though for Luxembourg. They're 47 for 1 after 5. Beautiful clear day. Wouldn't expect anything less, to be honest. Been blessed with good weather. It is a warm time of year, don't get me wrong, but it's also a very beautiful time of year to be here. We were here for an ECS in 2021 in June, and it was something similar. Kind of got up over 40 degrees actually a few times. It was even hotter than this. So, I mean, yes, it's hot, but it's also, like I say, it's a beautiful country. I do recommend you visit if you ever get the opportunity. So now we'll have a double change because it's going to be Raj Kumar to bowl over number 6. And Cope, he's had a Taranjit Singh style start, if you want to compare it to the first innings of this game. Taranjit ended up going for 39. Cope want to make a few more than that. Nice little tap. Says wait and then sees it into a gap. Judges that run well. It's good so far. Cope spent more time out of the side than in this week. He'll be very keen to prove himself here in this tournament. Certainly looks the goods technically. Shiv, where this little Shiv shuffle. Gets it up and over cover. Running away, just pulling up. Taran will stop the 4, but he won't stop the 3. Good running by these two. That brings up the 50 as well for Luxembourg. Romania, not for the first time in this series, just struggling to find a way to break through, break a key partnership, which is developing. pretty hard to Vashish, who will unleash a throw, but once again, they're safely home. Three, saying that William Cope opens for his local club, the Wolferdanga Optimists. Yeah, I love that name, by the way. Wolferdanga, I believe that's the area where the ground is in Luxembourg. Slow ball this time from Kumar. Yeah, Cope sees organised. I've liked his work behind the stumps as well. Might have a bit of a sore knee after he copped a pretty thick inside edge down on it, keeping up to the medium pacer earlier, but yeah, he's setting a good example at the top of the order. I think he's being aggressive without being crazy, and I think that's a pretty good balance to strike. Loin hammers this down the ground. Kumar bowls something on a length and angling in a little bit towards the stumps, but just kind of half driven, half pulled down the ground, to be honest, from Cope. Check this out. It's very kind of Zishan from Malta about that shot. Stays leg side of the ball. In fact, the only person in real danger there was Shivkaran Gill, his batting partner. Now goes over the top, and there's open spaces back here, 4 more. Cope making the most of the power play as Kumar goes for 14 in the 6th. And Luxembourg looking the goods early, but still a long way to go. There's 61 for 1 after 6. Yeah, I know that Luxembourg making their debut in the Valletta Cup. I'll be hard pressed to make the top 3 and be in the running, but still, each of these games are fully fledged T20 international, so the results matter. As for Romania, you can see there they won last year. Their only previous appearance in this tournament actually finished with a 3-2 record, same as Czech Republic, but the format last year, because it was 6 teams, there was no kind of qualifier for the final. It was a straight top 2 playoff in the final. It was Romania that knocked over Malta, thanks to a half century from Vasu Saini in the decider last year. Charlie Hunt, who's in Hungary right now, is covering it for ECN in his first series, actually. Yeah, I was certainly enjoying watching that series, and Romania haven't had it their own way this time around. Change of bowling. It's Taran with some spin in over number 7. I don't mind this. Just trying to change the narrative a little bit. Oh, nice shot by Cope again. Goes back and leans on it over cover. And goes close to the boundary. Mishra goes close to a broken ankle, stepping on the ball, but it'll just be a couple more runs to Luxembourg. Gill taking the opportunity to fix the shoelace up. This one's worked away the leg side, just a single. Ticking along, aren't they, at the moment? Romania desperate for a breakthrough. Taranjit pitches up, uses the wrists there. Shivkaran Gill to get it down to the onside. Length on this one. Zavoy's got his work cut out for him. He's not going to get there. 4 runs. And so yeah, Taran doesn't look too plussed about that. But I mean, this is the short boundary, and it races away in that area. And yeah, Osman couldn't quite get off his feet either. It was just too fast really ahead of him. Next ball. Work to the sweep up pretty much straight at Coley. Just a single. That'll be the end of the over as well. So Taran goes for 10 in his opening offering. And after 7 overs, it's 71 for 1. Temperature's already climbed up to 31. Expecting it to go a bit higher maybe than yesterday. Maybe up to around 34. According to the local forecasters. So now I think they're just trying a few different things. Makes sense at the moment. And they're going to swing Coley around to the bottom end here. Yeah, I don't mind that. So here we go. With the next over, it's angled in. Just worked down to deep backward square. Luxembourg cruising, but we know a couple of wickets could change the narrative in this one. Ball hit to the leg side, finds a bit of a gap. Should be 2 here. If they run hard, they will. Raj Kumar does the fielding. Cruising at the moment, really. Look at the ball. The umpire. Well, he's obviously passed the first test. He wants a second opinion. So, umpires coming together. Maybe there's some damage to the ball. That shot, or maybe when it went into the fence or the wall. When Savoy couldn't quite get to it. But I think they do want to change this ball. So it'll be changed for a ball in similar condition. Similar age, 7 overs into this innings at the moment. Gives us a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Yeah, hello to Dave, to Azif, and to Liam. Yeah, Liam's remembering when Cope batted Luxembourg to an unlikely win against Austria a few years back. Yeah, good memory there, Liam. Looks like Portugal have first blood in the ECIs in Hungary as well. So yeah, well here comes the ball box. And yeah, we'll say, well, this is the ball we got. Let's try and compare it to some of these, and let's try and get the one that's most similar. Cricket's funny that way, in a way, because it's one of the few games where the ball changes in character over the game. You just don't really get it in other sports, in football, or even baseball. In baseball, the ball always has to be, it's meant to be shiny and new. I don't really think of another sport. I mean, golf, I think you're allowed to change your ball in golf, aren't you? For a new one. So yeah, can you think of any other sports where the ball or the object kind of degenerates and it's a character trait of the game? Golf is, I think sometimes in golf you're not allowed to clean your ball. That's the closest I've got so far. Anyway, Coley will get the replacement ball. He'll be hoping change of ball, change of luck for Romania. We're trying to break this partnership. It's worth 68 at the moment between these two. They've got this game under control. In fact, they've got the rate required down to about 7 and over. comes in a bit. Thiessen, haven't seen him bowling so far in the series. Here's another option you might want to try. They've got Savoy in the lineup, they've got Petre in the lineup, so they've got a few options, don't they? Coach's done this a few times, looks to stays leg side of the ball, and he's happy to back his eye and hit a ball that's hitting the stumps to the leg side. And if he misses it, he's not going to like the result, but he doesn't miss that one, even though an inside edge onto his body. Oh, now gets a bit inventive, no fine leg. It's a backward square leg, he's making a lot of ground to get there. It's actually really well done to keep that to 2, because I thought, given the risk, the fact there was just open spaces there, that could have been 2, but I think it's Hingorani out there who actually, I think he anticipates the shot, which is completely fine. And he says, well, there's no chance it can go to me here, so I'm going to start running, because the only place he can go is fine leg, and I actually think that anticipation saves his team 2 runs there. Cope, 49, in the air. Raj Kumar comes around, and he holds on to the catch. That's an excellent bit of fielding, and Cope, not the first batter to go for 49 in this series. I think Shiv Karan Gill, his batting partner, suffered the same fate, but taking on the boundary at mid-wicket, Raj Kumar, really important catch, because the game was just drifting away from Romania there. And Cope, once again, backs himself to hit a ball on the stumps. I suppose you've got to applaud the aggression, and gets it fairly close to the boundary, but probably just 4 or 5 yards short. And it will be Coley that gets the breakthrough, but Cope misses out in his 50, but he does get Luxembourg off to an encouraging start as he departs for 49. It's 77 for 2, 8 overs down. Excellent catch by Raj. And the teams work really hard on their catching. It's obviously so important in short form cricket, any cricket really. Yeah, but Raj judged that one really well. He couldn't really get his eyes behind it, so he had to go to the side of the body on the run, but he stayed really well balanced. He made a pretty difficult catch look fairly easy. So, end of the over means that Vikram Vij comes to the crease, but he won't be facing first arm. It will be Shiv Karan Gill on strike. Taranjit to continue. So let's see if Shiv Karan Gill can take over. Umpire feels this is just going down the leg side, I think. Maybe a bit about that one as well. Yeah, Cope going for 49. He'll be disappointed that he only faces 26 balls in the end, because he was hitting him pretty well. Probably wasn't completely necessary. Leg bye given first ball, so that must have been the reason the umpire didn't entertain the LBW. Vikram faces up for the first time. Just watches this go harmlessly outside the off stump. He's captain in the absence of regular captain Just Maes. We have seen Vikram captaining Luxembourg before, though, on ECN. He's captained in the ECC. Gets across, gets off the mark here. Taranjit kind of mixes up his pace a little bit. He's got a ball that turns a bit more like an orthodox off break, but he's also got a ball that kind of shoots out. Kind of one finger ball. It's a bit quicker. If anything, might just swing a bit away or wobble away from the right-hander. That's the one. But I think Chicago, unfortunately, for him, gets some bat on it. That was fairly adjacent if he didn't hit it. Again, this one angles in more than anything. Ridge gets a bat on it, gets another single. So, partnerships are the key here to build a couple of good partnerships. Luxembourg should probably win this game. And Romania will be in a little bit of a rut, won't they? If they lose all 4 games in the Valletta Cup campaign after they won it last year. Angles in a bit too far this time. That's a big task for the fielder. Oh, and he's not going to get there. That's Fascist. He's normally a good fielder, you know, but I don't know what he was trying there.
This is what you're doing, Fati.
Yeah, have a look on the replay. I was scared he'd actually done a hamstring or something here. This is where he needs to put in the big dive. And to be honest, if he'd gone hands first, it would have been so much easier. It wasn't right down to the ground. It was bouncing a bit higher. But anyway, boundary to finish the over. And it's 85 for 2, and I'm sure Shantanu wanted that moment back. He's not going to get it back, and the ball has to be thrown back from over the boundary. 85 for 2 after 9. Kohli 1 for 14 is going to continue. Taranjeet 2 overs for 17. Feel like might change that up. Orsu come on as a bit of a surprise spin option for Luxembourg. Maybe is it time to bowl it as a Thiessen or even as a void or something different. Vikram kind of the ideal kind of player for this scenario as well. Be unflustered. Leans on this ball. It's pretty well fielded actually. It's Savoy. Gets an awkward bounce, but he's able to throw the arm in it and get some. Look at this bounce he gets. It does really well. Does everything right. Just hopes for the best. And Cosman is a guy, he took up his cricket in his 30s on the advice of his dentist. Well, it shows you guys out there, always follow the advice of your dentist. That's why I brush 37 times a day. A bit short, go on contact. Nice. Improvised bit of fielding there from Hingorani. Yeah, Cosman, a bit more of a football background, I think. Obviously, good with ball skills. I've seen him leading his side first. About native Romanian club captain, regular club captain, captaining the Barbarians. One of the most improved teams in Romania last couple of years. That's well bowled by Kohli. Just pushes that one across, Vikram. Keep an eye on that run rate required, I think, in the 7s with the wickets in hand, even the 8s. Luxembourg will feel pretty comfortable about where they're at. We saw things change pretty dramatically late in the piece yesterday, though, when Switzerland seemed to be in total control, then lost their way in a chase. Ended up getting there off the very last ball of the day. It's Petre, very young guy. He seems pretty calm to me. Seems pretty composed, no real signs of nerves. Super excited to see his progress over the next few years as well. Like I said, I think he might turn out to be one of their top bowlers in a few years' time. It's an area that Romania have sometimes struggled for a bit of depth. And this is a really good shot because they just brought Petre out into the circle for Shivko and Gill. And it's knocked into the gap and it's going to be 4. To be honest, it wasn't that wide, was it? But Shiv just likes to shuffle down the wicket on occasion and seem to have a lot of time there, put it away. Luxembourg got it down below 7 and over now. Coley comes back with a pretty good Yorker. Not a ball we've seen a lot of so far. Will take the strike as Shivkaran Gill negotiates at end of the over and end of 10 overs. Luxembourg 92 for 2. And what a great start for Luxembourg. There's been nothing particularly sloggy about this start, but they're going at 9 and over. And looking at the 5x5s. 47 in the first quarter, 45 in the second quarter. There's only been 2 overs where there hasn't been a boundary. The second from Vashisht, which actually started with a 3. It's almost as good as a boundary. And Mamit Kohli's 8th over with a couple of 2s in there, but it did finish with the wicket. So, 92 for 2. Gives us a chance to catch up on the chat as well. Taranjit in the chat saying Taranjit is a good spinner. That's true. Dave's asking, why is the camera this end? Is it logistical problems? No. The thing is, typically on ECN, we'll just have the camera at one end. But normally, in our T10 cricket, you'll see the bowling all from one end. Obviously, it's a slightly better view, but these being T20 internationals. Yeah. Obviously, bowling from both ends. So, not a problem there. I want to say a quick hello to Ben as well. Nice to have you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Nice to see you there. Dave wanted to see a Yorker. Well, he finally saw one. Liam's got a couple of suggestions for Romania players they might want to consider VCC. Yeah, I like what you're thinking there. 11th over. Vikram wants to get one away, but doesn't get away too far. Dave liking Cosman showing his youth. Yeah, Cosman took 5 wickets in an over in the previous ECS in Romania just a couple of weeks ago, and it's only the second time we've ever had a 5-wicket over. Deesh Panerkar did it in 2020 in Switzerland. Vikram does get this one away, and we'll give the strike back to Shivkaran Gill. Zamarul Islam saying, thinks Romania need wickets to win. Yeah, for sure. Got to break these partnerships. It's a comfortable rate, really. They've got it down to Luxembourg. Liam saying Vashisht wouldn't normally dive feet first. Yeah, agree. Just got himself a bit of a muddle there, didn't he? Hello to Celeste, watching from South Africa as well. Great to have you with us. Says she's really been enjoying this tournament. Well, hopefully stay with us, Celeste. Lots of cricket on ECN. Shivkaran Gill gets next ball and puts it around the corner. Now got like scampering after that. Still not quite himself after injuring a foot earlier in the week. Kind of see the way he goes after the ball. It's not a very natural way to run. A lot of keeping is, I suppose, just hanging around the stumps, which he's doing a fair bit of at the moment. Down leg side, this one doesn't really turn back and it'll be a wide. Liam saying Cosman must be due a ball after the ECS he's had. Yeah, well, I suppose you're a bit nervous to bowl him at the next level up, but we have seen Romania not afraid to use a few different options in the past. Marty can't back that up. So bleeds an extra run. You got to remember as well, some people asking, players that aren't here, there's also issues with qualification. Not every player you see in the ECS is qualified to play for the national team as yet. As we get to the end of the 11th over, a tighter one there from Taran. 11 overs in, it's 97 for 2. Yeah, so the ICC qualification criteria, it's either to be a citizen of the country or to have completed a 3-year residency requirement. So have to have lived for 3 years in the country before you can think about playing for the national team. Luxembourg being held back slightly the last couple of overs, but still ahead of where they need to be in this contest. Sweden in the mix now in the ECIs in Hungary, taking on the hosts. Here we come, Charlie, taking you through the action. So Vasusani's going to get a bowl now from the bottom end. Shivkaran Gill is facing up. Minimum risk at the moment from Luxembourg, really. Mid-wicket comes in tight, and so is cover, trying to cut that single off. Hits Shivkaran Gill. Wasn't the quickest ball from Sayani, and to be honest, Shivkaran Gill's threw the shot way too early. Hits him just above the number 8, but don't think that's hurt him too much. Drum goes cross, punches once again. Great work from Cosman Zavoy. You wouldn't know he's over 40 actually. He's fighting fit. Struggling with a few minor injuries, but playing his first game of the series here. It was well done. There's a slower ball and it's been mistimed, and this is a chance and it's taken. So Saini comes on and does a trick. Mishra takes the catch out there. And I think it's just a case of Shivkaran Gill getting a bit itchy, going after the short boundary square of the wicket. It's that kind of over-spinning back of the hand slower ball from Vasu. And Romania, they better hold their catches if they're going to work their way back into this one. Shivkaran Gill bats nicely for 32, but he can't turn it into something more. That elusive half-century still doesn't materialise for Shiv, but gets his team in a good spot here. Halfway through the 12th over, it's 99 for 3. This will mean we'll see Tim Barker. We have seen opening the batting throughout this tournament. Actually looking pretty good if you're just watching him bat, but does not have too many runs to his name at all. So I suppose he comes out in a slightly different situation here. Older ball, field back, and maybe it just allows him to get into his work. A very able replacement for Shivkaran Gill. Saini. He has his first wicket of the contest. He top scored for Romania in the first innings of this game. Barker face up for the first time. A bit short and pulled away fairly confidently by Barker, who gets off the mark. And 2 wickets here, 2 more wickets here, changes everything, doesn't it? We saw Switzerland kind of running out of steam towards the end yesterday, didn't we? But found a way to drag themselves across the line off the very last ball. Slow ball picked by Midge. 2 here, to be honest. Don't think it's on. I think they changed their mind just in time. Raj Kumar hurls himself as he throws it in. Yeah, that's not really worth the risk at this stage, is it? Run rate's crept out a little bit, but just a little bit. Still in the 7s. Barker just be super happy to. Oh no, that's not good. That's very, very bad for Natagotlo. Gets one off the edge of the pitch and it whacks him in the face. Oh no, I hope he's all right here. Oh, he's a guy often he will keep in the helmet even if he's back, but there's absolutely nothing he could have done about this. Oh, Satvic, I hope you're all right. Let's have a look at it again. Hazard of the job, really. Into the over 102 for 3, but yes, that had gone. Actually wonder after that. I mean, obviously we're far away. Medic's out there straight away, but will we be able to continue? Shakur not in the lineup, although you can have a substitute these days. Ashish actually hurls it in. Maybe didn't have to throw it that hard, but we can't really blame him there. See, he actually has a couple of bounces, so he's expecting it low, and then last. Yeah, has it hit him on the cheek? Or the hope it's not the mouth. You kind of hope he hits you on the cheek here, and doesn't require you to take a trip to the dentist. It's just one of those times actually that he's not wearing the helmet. Yeah, this pitch is slightly raised for drainage reasons. He's up on his feet, and that's good, but if it's hit him in the, I think it's hard to believe you wouldn't get some blood there. Maybe it's hit him in the nose and there's a bit of blood. Yeah, and I think, I can't see him continuing. I think he's going to have to go off. I think just will have to. Now, the thing is, you're allowed to have anyone keep. So I think Shakur could come on and keep for Romania here. Yeah, it's that couple of bounces and then edge of the pitch, bounces up. It's got virtually no reaction time. Yeah, well, Satwick, you know, one of my favourite keepers to watch in European cricket. Is always working really hard in his craft, and it's a scary moment for him. And you know, hopefully it's just a little knot, maybe a blood nose or something like that. But hopefully no real structural damage, and hopefully we see him return pretty shortly. Let's see who they get to keep, because like I said, you can, recent change to the regulations, you can have a player outside the 11 keep, and it's for safety reasons because it's kind of a specialist position. You've already seen how dangerous it can be. Yeah, no one's happy with that. So I wonder who will keep. Yeah, for me it'd be Shakur. I mean, Shakur's your second keeper. He's not the 11, but I'd have him out there. And I think, yeah, I think he's padding up right now. So we'll have Shakur, who's 12th man in this game, come and do the job. So I think it's a good law change actually that's been brought in. It used to be that the substitute player wasn't allowed to keep, someone from the 11 would have to, but it does force someone into a position that's unfamiliar. So if you have someone that is a keeper, I think, yeah, the reason is safety. Obviously it's not something you're planning. It can only be switched in the case of injury. That's a clear external injury for Natagotla. So it will be Abdul Shakur who's going to come on and keep. So yeah, understandably, they can give him a bit of time to prepare. I wasn't even expecting to have to get on the field, never mind grab the gloves, Abdul Shakur, but he's a very able replacement. Plays his cricket for Banyasa in the Romanian club competition, and he's actually stood up pretty well with the bat in the last couple of days for Romania. But he'll come on and yeah, of course he'll have his own stuff, and now got like, he's going to hopefully get the right treatment. I'm sure he will. And the medics right on hand. You see how quick they were out there. It was just a really scary moment, wasn't it? But yeah, anyway, Now, all of you guys out there wondering, how come, why would you keep back with the helmet? We saw Natagotla doing it earlier in the week. Well, that's one reason. That can happen. And you often see some close calls with throws like that, not just to hit the edge of the mat, but even just take an unexpected bounce. And I played recently, played a couple of years ago. Some of these guys throw the ball back so hard. If you misjudge it slightly, then it can be trouble. And having that helmet on just gives you full confidence to get behind the line of the ball rather than kind of catch to the side of your body, because you've got protection of that helmet. Anyway, something caught one in the foot. Now he cops one upstairs, and like I said, it is the end of the over, 102 for 3. So as far as the match goes right now, Luxembourg 61 required off 48 balls. So 7.6 and over required. And Tarrant to continue. Gets this one to kick down a bit on Barker. Maybe not a bad thing for Romania as far as the pace of the game. Gives them a chance to have a think. Shakur loses his hat. Take it back in his trousers, but yeah, no run. I like the fact that they're trying pretty hard to save the single here. Vikram reaches and gets it over the field of Mishra. Well, it's an extraordinary shot, really. Went and fetched it, took on the fielder and won. Maximo! Big Vic goes bang. And he fetches that from a long way outside the off stump. Smashes it away. Yeah, quite a good shot. Now gets across and gets one. I think for Shakur as well. Like I said, he's a good keeper, but he's basically going out there with no warm-up. He's going off completely cold. I wouldn't say actually cold is probably not a very good descriptor. But is that Switzerland who have arrived? Taking on the hosts, a rematch of the final a couple of years ago. Yeah, so he's going out there, let's just say, without warming up. But actually, as soon as I said cold, I realised it's probably not cold. This one angles in, and it's again top ball. End of the over. Taran does go for a 6 in the over, but not many more as we get to the end of the 13th. And the score is 110 for 3. So can Romania kind of create some pressure out of nowhere, a bit like France did last night against Switzerland, and push this to a close finish? Taranjit doesn't take a wicket, but doesn't go for too many either. Goes pretty much at the rate. 30 runs off his 4 overs. So Vasusaini pulled a good over in his first attempt, 1 for 4. Here he is bowling over number 14. A lot of slower balls, Vasu. He's mastered that one over the hand. Yeah, and Natagotla. Yeah, lots of love for him in the chat, and everyone's exactly right. It's just, that has to be filed under one of those things, really. It's a hazardous job at times. The slow ball takes it on. It's over the infielder, but Holly's pretty quick to scamper around that short boundary and keep it to 1. That's what you've got to do at the moment. If you're Romania, keep it just to 1s. Saini to Vikramvij, good contest. Steps across, hits it pretty well. Oh, they make a late decision to go. Ingarani doesn't really throw it with any conviction here. went quick to him. Caught was weight. When he fumbled it, they went for the run. Sort of got a big throw in there. Maybe could have made that tight. A bowl by Asusani there, up in the block hole. Close, I think it just pitches outside leg stump. Probably going to hit them though. Yeah, so remember, if the ball bounces to the left of the stumps at all, cannot be out. I think that's the issue here. But just. And probably deserved a bit more of a shout, to be honest, because it wasn't that far away. I think the umpire makes the right decision. So Veg has another go at Masusani. Now the good slow ball. It's a bit of Veg facing himself about this at the moment, to be honest. As Vasu, another tight over from him. Just 5 singles off that one. 14 overs in. And it's 114 for 3. I say winning's a habit, but you know, losing can be a bit of a habit as well. And just see that we had a bit of fake news down the bottom. We interrupted due to bad weather, but I'm guessing that might be somewhere else, but it's certainly here. I mean, it's only bad if you're wearing a lot of layers. Okay, so Sani's done his job, but he needs some pressure at the other end with Charanjit bowled out. I think they're going to go back to Vashisht here. Eight and over required, so it's crept up to that. Vikram is just going to find the big shot when his team needs it though. Kind of goes walkabout, gets some length, turns on it, gets 4. Good shot by Vikram. Takes on the first ball from Vashisht, who's round the wicket to the left-hander. Pitched up a bit, helped on the way. Oh, it's really nice batting. Just caressed that, and that's 4 more. Just manipulating the field so expertly at the moment, Vikram Vij. Knows exactly where that gap is. Takes a little step out, gets his pads outside the line, so if he misses this, he'll be protected. And we must think about reinforcing that area now, or maybe trying to get Vashisht to change angle. Gets bad on this, but again, trying to get across. And this is rolling away. It's going to be another boundary. They just brought everyone around saying, okay, let's plug that gap. But Vikram, like I said, he's an expert in manipulation. Now he gets it finer. Plays it with slightly softer hands. Uses the pace more. And gets a 3rd boundary in the over. So just when it had crept out to 8 and over, suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it's back to just 6.5 required. Now stands and delivers. Smacks it down to Kohli. Bit of a circuit breaker from Vikram Vish. Tim Barker. It's 2, and to be honest, might have got 2, although I think the fielders were acutely aware they weren't being put under pressure that time. more or less run a ball required from here on in. Means on this one's Void. Does the fielding shines, but Parker safely home into the over. 130 for 3 now. Luxembourg after 15. So Luxembourg getting ahead of the game. They were 47 off the first 5, 45 off the second 5. 38 off that 5, but it's still acceptable. Talked about, you know, that kind of 40 or so required per quarter, and it's that good start. They're just cruising at the moment. A little bit of an uptick there with the 3 boundaries. They've kind of gone back to the red line, but with 7 wickets in hand, they have to be heavy favourites in this chase. Vasu is bowling well. Vikram hits it pretty hard. I think a 2. Mark is looking at it, edge of the pitch again. Vasu's happy that this one just kind of dies harmlessly. When it hits the edge of the pitch, you can also take the sting out of the ball. It's the polar opposite of the one that hit Matt Godlin and forced him out of the game for now. Now elevated. Doesn't quite carry out to Raj Kumar. So now you're faced with another kind of mini partnership you have to break. In particular, I think you got to get Vidge here and put Barker's feet to the flames a little bit, make him do a bit more. At the moment, he's just happy to just hold up his end. A slower ball. I'd say Vasu's bowled well. He's really found his spots, particularly with that slower delivery. It's pace on now after a wheelbarrow full of slow balls. Steps back and genuine bouncer really. This is hit out to stick backward square for a single. Vasu, like I said, holding up his end, but it's not going to be easy to get back in this contest. Got 2 genuine batters there at the crease. Swung away to the leg side. We're looking at 2, but Taran's got a good arm. Take it on anyway, and he says, I don't think I'm going to get it in time. So 2 runs to finish the over. Luxembourg, 136 for 3 after 16. 27 required off the last 4 overs. This is the program today, so certainly think it's doubtful that match 9 will start on time. That's meant to start in 30 minutes time. Remember, we started the day with a 10-minute delay. But the most likely outcome is it'll be delayed by maybe 10-15 minutes. So stay tuned. But yes, switch to the Malta. Toss news coming pretty much straight after the end of this game. You can check it out on our website, europeancricket.com, or on our live chat feature here on YouTube. France versus Luxembourg later on today. So Luxembourg, they get the next game off, but they'll have to bide their time. Now, I'm thinking with Luxembourg, obviously they're pretty content on just trying to get the victory here, but for them to make the top 3, they'd have to win both games and go past some of the others on net run rate. So once they get close, it might be smart if they try and finish it off as quick as possible. Wanting to mess it up though is probably the priority. Don't forget Netherlands-Scotland wrapping up the series in the Netherlands T20I Tri-Series. Queen Rutgers will be there. And we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes away from a start over there in Utrecht. It's been steady at the moment, hasn't it? Coley comes in, gets cracked through point. Big chase, unsuccessful chase. That's 4. And Barker gets a boundary. Time for him to show what he can do a little bit. Nice shot. Like I said, he's played plenty of good shots in this series. Just can't take a trick. It was a nice shot. Coley just giving a bit too much width to the left-hander. Oh, hits that pretty well. Hits it really well. That's gone. Maximo. Misha saying, I'll have none of that. That's somebody else's job to find. That's gone deep into the jungle. And Tim Barker, if he can find some runs, who knows? Luxembourg in the early stages of what might be a miracle comeback in this tournament. Yeah, what a shot. Takes on the fielder and wins. If they win this, they win against France later on. France were looking a little bit beat up last night as well for a lot of that game. No McKeon in the French side. In Luxembourg, they might be able to do a France on France. What France in the ECC, they snuck up from what seemed like an impossible position. Actually, France ended up knocking Luxembourg out of the ECC last year, so. I mean, it'd be a big effort, but right now, Luxembourg, they have to fall over to lose, you think? Yeah, good luck finding that. I know sometimes you do a find the ball here on ECN. That's literally a find the ball. Yeah, that was such a big hit. And yeah, sensibly, we're going to get a replacement ball. Gone through a few in this innings, haven't we? Okay, they've got one they're happy with. Maybe one of the spectators later can try and find a souvenir. But right now, still a couple of big blows away from putting it beyond all doubt. They just systematically knock them off. I'm going to say, though, like I said, as far as the keeping your tournament alive, winning and winning well is pretty important. If you can get these maybe with a couple of overs to spare, put yourself under a bit of pressure, make it more like 17 off 10 in your mind. It's an option. Hits this pretty well as well. That's going to be 4. Right. A different situation. And Barker has enjoyed, I think, coming in just with a different feel to the game. Field back. Ball's older. And looking really organised here. Poor Romania. I think they're going to go on 4 here. They're resigned to the 4th and 5th playoff where they'll probably play Luxembourg, but the way Luxembourg are going, maybe not. Now Barker happy to push away and just get a single as the fireworks go off. It's Barker providing the fireworks at the moment. 150 is up as well. It's been systematic, hasn't it? 160 or so total earlier in the week. Looked like more than it looks like now, doesn't it? Vidge has been pretty good in this partnership as well, contributing 29 of just 15 balls. Now just knocks the ball away and happy to take the single. Yeah, credit to Luxembourg. It's been a long week, missing their regular captain, Just Mays. And Joe Ranga talking about Jamelka Fernando. I know he had a very good series there in Romania, but you've got to realise you need to have been qualified by living in the country for at least 3 years or being a citizen of the country. Driven and beats the bowler, beats the fielder. This will be 4 as well. Well, Luxembourg now, they don't really go for it here, I think. They've got it down and they've got it in hand, really. It's also the end of the over. And the score 156 for 3 with 3 overs remaining. And now, just 7 runs required off the last 18 balls. Still waiting for confirmation when the next game might start. Might depend on how quickly this finishes, to be honest. Okay, trying something different. That's a little bit too little too late. Pratham Hingorani is going to get a ball. Vikram. Tailor-made for the situation, wasn't he, when he came out? Credit here to William Cope. Man, I think his innings was brilliant. I'm trying to pick out a player of the match. Cope would go close, you know. Vikram hits it hard. Doesn't go for a run here. And Cope is the highest scorer in the game. I think it's the way he batted, 49 of 26. His strike rate was so important. Vikram takes a bit of a chance here. It's right in front of his stumps and sweeps away, gets a single. Yeah, who could pitch it off him? It's hard to see who. I mean, Vikram Vij bowled well and he's batted well, 2 for 24 plus. Plus, obviously, this innings that you're watching right now. Moved to 38. Now it's going to be game, set, match. Maximo! Tim Barker finishes things off and they'll do it with 2.5 overs remaining. So a nice little net run rate boost for Luxembourg as well. And Romania go from bad to worse to whatever's below that because they are without a win. Last year's champions, 0-4. Ends their involvement in the round robin stage, though we will see them in the 4 versus 5 game tomorrow. And a disappointment for Hingorani as well. It comes on and can't keep the game alive too long. Luxembourg do it, and they do it in style. The final score, Luxembourg 163 off 17.3. Defeat Romania 162. I'm sure that Just Mays, wherever he is watching from, he'll enjoy seeing that from his teammates as the fireworks go off. There are a fair few fireworks out there as well, although I thought there was a chance of a stumping here. Now to Gotler, really quick work, but even quicker work by Halbarbi to sneak back into his crease. But guess what? Very next ball, something about this series, one chance brings another. He ended up making a duck anyway, sending a catch flying towards Taranjeet Singh on the leg side boundary. But yeah, for me, I've got to say, William Cope, he's my player of the match. Loved the way he batted early, you know, played his shots, 8 boundaries in his 49 of 26 balls. He's had a rough series, okay? Had a bit of luck there, but most of them weren't lucky. Most of them were really, really well batted. Range of shots as well. Vashish, he tried hard, but you see, these aren't really bad balls. Cope was very good at picking up the length and making a definite movement. Sometimes forward, that one was back, for example, and showed a good range of strokes. He was a bit unlucky not to make his half century. That was one where he took matters into his own hands. See, Vikram Vij has grabbed the player of the match. I guess that's fair enough, but I was a bit partial to when he scored his runs and how he scored his runs. There, William Cope. I don't think they'll care. They'll just be happy that they get a win. It's only their second win of the week. This one, they had a little bit more room to breathe in their one-run win over Malta earlier in the week. I'm sure all the Luxembourg fans, they're happy with what they saw. Well, Cope was unhappy to go one short of his half century. But again, had some cover, didn't they? Shiv Curran Gill then got to continue. Not really sure what Bashish was trying. He's a very good fielder, but that wasn't the way we'd normally go about that. Saini, to be fair, had a really good game for Romania as well. He top scored and he was their best bowler. Gorab took a nice catch on that occasion. But Romania, it's hard to pinpoint where it's going wrong, really. That was really wrong for Nadigotla. And time will tell whether we'll see him tomorrow in the 4th, 5th playoff. And Vikram, when he needed to, he could go up a notch as well. So just very cool stuff from the captain. And Luxembourg, could this be the start of something bigger as well? They'll have a crack at France tonight. They'll have a break first. They're going to be feeling a lot better about themselves. And maybe that new revamped batting order is kind of forced in a way with Mays not being there. It worked out nicely. And Tim Barker as well, even he was able to regain some form. So that was a plus as well, as Luxembourg would end up bringing up the win with a Maximo, and they do it with 15 balls to spare. And Romania, well, they've got a pretty unhappy end of the day, and they've had a pretty unhappy tournament, really. Got a feel for them, last year's champions, without a win. Big story, but it just shows you how competitive this tournament is. All these teams similarly ranked, and well, for Luxembourg, that's a real boost for them because I think the teams that are 14 spots higher, so it's worth a bit more, I think, given the point system. Halbabi always got out twice. He did get out on the second occasion for a duck, but Cope with his 49. I said, for me, he's my player of the match, even though officially it'll go to Vikram Vij for his 39 not out, plus 2 wickets. I suppose he probably deserves it as well because he did keep that score down to 162. Apart from that, Shiv Curran Gill with 32 and 33 not out in quick time from Tim Barker towards the end. Saini stands head and shoulders above his peers, I think. 3 overs, 1 for 15. Apart from that, Taran did an okay job, up to 30 off his 4. Mishra early took a wicket. Kohli with a wicket, but went at more than 10. Romania have some soul searching to do before we see them tomorrow for the final time. Luxembourg, though, we'll see them again before the day's done. France waiting for them in the last game of the day, but before then, it'll be a rematch of the 2021 final with Malta taking on Switzerland. Malta won it then, their only Valletta Cup win. Switzerland, though, they're looking to good, and they can actually book a place in the final with a win in the game coming up. Match 9, 32 minutes away, so starting at 10:30 a.m. GMT, 12:30 local time, 4 p.m. in India. So that has officially been adjusted now. We'll see you very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for more action right here from Malta. You're watching the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals.
Welcome back, guys. Match 9 of Valletta Cup, and Switzerland would be the home team and Malta would be away team. And this is the coin, heads and tails.
Yeah.
Heads and tails. Switzerland, you have to toss and you have to call loud. All the best.
Heads.
Heads is the call and it is tails.
We're going to bowl first.
Okay, Switzerland is going to bowl first. All the best, guys.
Thank you. To Malta team. Thank you.
Hello folks, welcome back to Malta, just in time for the first ball. So that's Switzerland winning the toss, selecting the field. And that means Malta grab the bat first. Zishan Khan opening up. And pushes away, no run. This one's up, it's in the air, and it's out of the ground. Zishan goes large, Maximo! And takes this ball pretty much off stump and launches it over the leg side. 6 runs. And what a way to get off the mark. The guy is full of confidence. Well, narrowly missed out on his century last time we saw him. Well, in a way, there's his 100th run right there. What a way to start. So, Ashwin Vinod, welcome to him. Switzerland, last time we saw them, they were chewing their fingernails off, weren't they? End up getting the winning run off the last ball of the day against France. Lorana. It's crazy stuff, really, we're witnessing. Now, next ball just respectfully dealt with by Zishan. It's always a tough task to come out and field in the heat of the day. It's around lunchtime here now. Ooh, Zishan swings all the way across this one. Uber attacking shot. Kicks his back foot planted. But yeah, Hassan up to the stumps. It's a very attacking move from the keeper as well. This one off the outside edge of the bat. And next ball is 2. Have a look at these two teams, Switzerland. Pretty much the team we've seen so far. That's some good spin bowling options as well as some good paces. For him this year, he looked to cut above, didn't he, when we saw him yesterday. Batted really well, so they'll have a couple of left-handers at the top of the order. But right now, probably see some of their bowlers like, obviously, the Vinods. Got a pace and a spinner there. Kumar with his left arm spin. Leonardo Fletcher with his big left arm thunderbolts. Well, Zishan takes this on and gets it good enough. Maximo. So a couple of sixes in the first over. And at the end of one, the score is 8 for 1. We'll make that 14 for 1. So having a look at where we are on day 4. Just 2 more matches left in the round robin phase of this. And so, yeah, Netherlands, Scotland playing just an hour and a half away from the start there as well in the Netherlands. Halinaya. Next ball, just one. Halinaya. Winning the toss, electing to fields, obviously. Not too spooked by the chase last night. I suppose they got there in the end, didn't they? But yeah, made things hard for themselves before that. Switzerland have chased pretty well. Hello to Egan Stephen Dantis in the chat. Hello, Egan. How are you today? He's watching for a very special place. He's watching from the Cartama Oval. My guess is turning out for Costa del Sol today. Hello, Egan. Hopefully you're well. Great to have you with us. And yeah, settle in for some high-quality T20 action here. It's a pretty important game as far as the standings go. Moves away. Naya, it's a bit more on target today after that delivery. Yeah, a lot of people congratulating Luxembourg on their successful chase. Keeps them in the hunt. It's kind of an interesting match because if Malta goes down by a lot, makes Luxembourg's task a bit easier. We'll see the table pretty shortly, but Zishan trying to make sure that Malta don't go down. And Malta actually knocked off Switzerland in the final of the Valletta Cup 2 years ago in 2021. Once again, Zishan happy to keep that one out. I think with Zishan, though, he tends to chance his arm after a couple of dot balls. Let's see if he does it on this occasion. A few options. No one-trick pony. Away, two's the call. In fact, they can't organise themselves, and this is going to run for 4, I think. It does. Oh, not quite sure how this gets through. I mean, it's a good shot by Zishan, don't get me wrong, but yeah, he hit straight into the ground. Yeah, just couldn't organise a dive, and this outfit just continues to get quicker and quicker. that little fake step. We've seen him do that on a few occasions, haven't we? And poked away. Going to run more than a run there. Fanya Magal, though, pretty good foil, isn't he? As he likes to go leg side, doesn't he? But again, he's got some other options. But yeah, let's see if he takes on Ali Naya straight away. Probably be happy to negotiate this delivery. Get something straightish and just pushes not too much of a fuss and gets us to the end of the second over. And the score is 23 without loss. Again, heat of the day now, 33 degrees, and we can see why this is important for Luxembourg, because if Malta were to get smashed here, Luxembourg can win, which would take them to 4 points as well. And also, I mean, they're winning against France if they win, which would mean there'd be 3 teams tied on 4. But they'd have to really smash France to overtake them. They'd probably have more chance of sneaking into the 3 by overtaking Malta. So yeah, it's something we're keeping an eye on here. To 23, to the first 2, and you're going to see a change straight away. So this is diverting from what we saw previously from Switzerland, because instead of bowling Vinod again, they're going to go straight to Fletcher. Okay, let's see how this works out. So yeah, curious one. I think I just feel, okay, I think that Ashwin was kind of swinging it into the swing zone of the batters, particularly Zishan Khan. So making the change, and it will be Kanado Fletcher here in over number 3. First ball knocked away, and won't get a run here. Oh, he's bowled him, and the change works. Fletcher gets the ball crashing into the stumps. And Magal goes for that trademark shot, but this was undone by a ball. It was a bit too full to hit comfortably. Yeah, I suppose kind of there for it, but lost his shape, lost his wicket. Funyan is going to have to depart. Disappointment. And well done by Ali Naya. Had a little bit of a suspicion that a change was warranted, and it turned out to be right in the money. So, Darshan Patanka, the new batter, comes out number 3. And plays inside one first up. Yeah, up and about now, aren't they, Switzerland, after being rocked a little bit by some of the big hitting we saw early. Welcoming everyone back, of course, on our live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Tanker, a bit nervy to get away that first run at the moment. Tanker's played some nice shots, but yeah, this year hasn't been his most productive year with the bat. Got over this. Still on the maiden. One's probably a wide, not so much on height, but I think this goes down the leg side. I think it's a good call. But certainly the intent was clear there from Canado. Tanker goes for it, to be honest. If he got something on that, it's probably flying away for 4 or maybe more. Goes a little bit too far to the off, so that'll be a wide as well. Yeah, Hassan Ahmed behind the stumps. He's been a great pickup for Switzerland, hasn't he? Previously, we've seen him playing for Italy. But yeah, no, he's a player that we've really enjoyed following over a few years now on ECN. Well, the tank goes up and over and might get away with this. He does. It's all went to the boundary for 4. So you just think power play batting. Just kind of prods. It's got the pace of Canado to work with. So yeah, you can understand he feels if he gets that close to the middle, it flies over the infield, and he's proved to be right. Squares him up a touch. That's the end of the 3rd over. Malta, 29 for 1. Yeah, good contest at the moment. Switzerland, oh, what an exciting game that was we saw last night. We saw Abdullah Rana get the winning runs off the last ball of the day. It's absolutely crazy, actually. When Khan, he was distraught. Had such a good day for France, having such a good tournament for France, but you can't win them all, as they say in the classics. But Switzerland, they've won them all so far. Kalinaya to continue at the golf course end. Ahmed Anas in the chat saying, say Luxembourg played well. Yeah, well, they played themselves back into contention, haven't they? I said it was unlikely to see them break into the 3, but certainly given themselves a shot. This one clipped away to the leg side, get 1. A lot of action across the network today. Just over an hour, we'll have 3 consecutive, or 3 concurrent, I should say, telecasts. And the ball worked away. Let's see if Patanga can settle in for a longish innings, if he can get out of the power play and just maybe hit the sweepers a bit. Just struggled to bat for any length of time without giving up his wicket in this series. That's a good ball from Naya. We've seen him kind of pushing away, and then bring one back towards the stumps during this innings. Very clever cricketer. be fair. Zishan makes the right choice there just to keep it out. Zishan pushes, takes on the run at Sacrum, who fumbles, so one away there. Hungary chasing a bunch in match 2 of that ECI. Looks like they're going to fall a bit short. Sweden making 153. Ali goes and stumps again this time. Sacrum does take it cleanly, hurls in the throw, but not in time. Hassan Ahmed played a valuable role with the bat as well last night for Switzerland. Got them so close, but then got out a bit of a critical moment. Going for glory, trying to tie the scores with a big Maximo. Skyner back to the bowler. All right, speaking of skied, this one is skied. And Nana Sacrum, I don't see him even touching it. This sky is so bright, it can be hard to pick up the ball. You totally lose your sense of proportion. And really, this is smashed straight up from Zishan. Looks more like golf than cricket there. And Nana Sacrum turns one way, then the other, and he can't catch it. And I'm telling you, that wasn't an easy catch. That, in this kind of a sky, kind of hazy, bright, light-coloured sky to find the kookaburra, yeah, can't always do it. And so that will be the end of the over. Got to put it down as a chance though, don't you? Zishan survives and the score 35 for 1 after 4. In Malta, they'll hope to consolidate their spot. Theoretically, they could also finish top, you know. Well, not top, they could finish top 2. That's what I mean. They could overtake France. I suppose they could overtake Switzerland as well if they'd have finished, had everything go their way. Let's wait and see. Really, Romania, the only team that we know are out of it now. 0-4. First ball out and scramble through for a single. Another hit and run. I'll take a pop, but in fact they both go straight away. They get home fairly comfortably. Zishan. I did say yesterday, I played a little bit of a practical joke, ran over to the Maltese camp saying that I just found out that that Zishan hit a 6 that was incorrectly scored as a 4. And that they all thought that he'd scored his 100, but then I quickly revealed, and it was something I'd completely made up. Zishan's got a pretty good sense of humour. He saw the funny side. I mean, he was lucky in a way to survive through the 60s as he was dropped. But yeah, he's looking the goods this week, looking pretty fit as well. That's something that's been a bit of a concern for him lately. Power play fading away here, but I tell you who's not is the tank, who has just absolutely launched that one over the tennis courts. Well, thanks for coming, Maximo. Well, Canado Fletcher, he's a guy that knows one or two things about hitting a long ball. And Tank knew straight away that one is going to take some fetching. Oh, what a shot. Can he turn it into something more, though? That's the thing. Oh, popped up. And Tank gets lucky. Get through for a single. This was a real teaser for Ashwin Vinod. Just loops wide of him. Tank would have had his heart in his mouth there. Wasn't in control of that shot. But anyway, Malta off to a decent start. 44 for 1 after 5. So 44 in the first quarter. Double that, 176 pace. Okay. Not too bad in Switzerland. They've kind of been the chaseologists so far, haven't they, in this series? We saw them chase down 135 against Romania in match 3. A little over 2 overs to spare. They chased 119 without a fuss against Luxembourg. And then yesterday, with a bit more of a fuss, they chased down 149 off the very last ball of the day against France. So once again, Switzerland electing to chase. They feel they like to pace their innings accordingly. They feel they like to know kind of how many risks they need to take and how often they have to take them. So Fahim Nazir coming on to bowl, and he's going to take over from Ali Naya. So Nazir, the guy who's been bowling pretty well towards the end of the innings, got a few tricks up his sleeve, but he's going to bowl in the power play. Pretty short for the first time in this tournament. Anyway, Patanka faces up, keeping up to the stumps for Fahim Nazir. Over number 6. Patanka turns it away, but doesn't get a run. Big workload for Fahim in this series, opening the batting, and certainly one of the 5 key bowlers for Switzerland. Well, gets this wrong, and he's going to be gone. So Tanker just completely mistimes this off Nazir, and it's a fairly soft-looking dismissal. Ali Naya dropped a catch like this yesterday. He's probably still wondering how that one got away, but this one, I think he could have caught it behind his back. So Patanka just gets the timing wrong. Nazir, once again, not really coming through. He's a little bit early on the shot there, to be honest, Patanka. Disappointing that he's able to get 1 or 2 away in anger, but he'll go fairly cheaply and he doesn't get out of the power play. The Tank misfires again in match 9, and Malta 44 for 2. So Nazir, big smile on his face, no surprises there. Having a very good series. And remember that these two, they will be part of the same group at the ECC. So getting to know each other pretty well. Of course, they got to know each other a couple of years ago, and they fought the final here at the second version of the Valletta Cup. Oh, well, they take on a bit of a dodgy one. Blind throw would have been out from Hassan Ahmed, who's been pretty good with the arm. Yeah, this wasn't really a run, if I'm completely honest. Ishan was keen for it. Jaspal Singh's come out. Have a look. This hits. He was definitely short. A miracle throw though. Hassan didn't really have time to look where he was going, but he's the kind of player that could pull that kind of thing off. Zishan knocks it down the ground for a single. Beautiful day for cricket. It is a summer sport, after all. Yeah. Go-to man for Switzerland, getting it done. Super excited to be back in Switzerland in, oh, count the days, 16 days until we have ECN cricket on Swiss soil for the first time since 2020. Jaspal finds himself back up the order, been in and out of the side lately. That'll be the end of the power play. Bit of a draw, really. Something for everyone. 46 is okay. 2 wickets, probably tilting it towards Switzerland. It's 46 for 2 after 6 overs. Yeah, confirmation when these two teams played in the 2021 edition of the Valletta Cup. It was Malta that got over Switzerland. Bulgaria and Gibraltar also playing in that edition. I'm not sure we had that one on ECN. I don't think so. A long time ago now, actually. But yeah, the 2021 Valletta Cup. It's grown since then, hasn't it? But it's great to see, you know, 6 teams in 2022, 5 this year. I think that's about right. Kind of like the 5-team format, to be honest. I like the fact that it's not just the top 2 that get a chance to win the trophy at the end of the week. You know, the top 3 out of 5, probably better than top 2 out of 6. Because you've got more kind of live matches on finals day. Last year there was a 3rd place playoff and a 5th place playoff as well. There's Anish Kumar who comes on into the power play. I don't think they'll run here. I think maybe Jaspal got in the way a little bit, so no real interest there. Zishan Khan sweeps, and with a clean pickup, they won't get a run there. Yeah, so back in that 2021 edition, Switzerland actually topped the table with 3 initial matches, so just a 4-team tournament, and they beat all comers in that tournament, but then lost the final. It's been a bit of a trend the last couple of years. So stroked away by Jaspal, gets off the mark. Yeah, but then Malta in the final, this is back October 24, 2021. They were able to win the toss, bat. They put 176 on the board and they held Switzerland to 170. Just angles in, I think grabs the pad. And leg by is signalled by the umpire. Yeah, so that was the Valletta Cup 2 years ago. Since then, Fahim Nazir made a big difference for Switzerland. You can tell that already. Jaspal picks out the fielder. Malta in that final. Bikram Aurora opening the batting, top scoring with 42. 42 is actually the top score in that game, so no one able to get a half century or better. Tries again, gets the same man. That'll take us to the end of the 7th over. Going at 7th at the moment, Malta, 49 for 2. Yes, we want to go right back. Look at the first edition. And that was in 2019, I think it was actually. If my memory serves me correctly. Malta's taking a bit of a dip lately. The Czech Republic, they were the winning team on that occasion. They beat Hungary 11 in the final. Hungary 11 wasn't an ICC kind of representative team back then. Iceland playing as well, not an ICC country, so a mixture of T20 internationals that were official and some that weren't at the beginning of this tournament back in October 2019. But yeah, it's great to see the tradition continuing, and I know, speaking to some of the officials here in Malta, they're hoping it can grow and maybe get the Medina Cup as a side-by-side tournament to involve even more countries, so that's pretty exciting. Liam's asking, are we getting another big knock from Zishan today? You wouldn't bet against him the way he's going, Liam. Let's find out. Here's Nazir. Zishan goes straight over the fielder's hat. Maximo takes on that boundary. He knows this ground so well, doesn't he, Zishan Khan? And the 50 comes up for Malta with that stroke as well. It's kind of box office versus box office, this clash, isn't it? Fahim Nazir versus Zishan Khan. Cut away now, Zishan, 6 then 4. He wants more, and he's been getting more, hasn't he, so far? I think this is the off-speed delivery from Nazir. Yeah, maybe. Held it back a bit, but Zishan, he didn't hold back at all. Cut that away nicely. Asif Malik cheering on the Swiss. He wants to see the back of Zishan, but no, Zishan's got a fair few supporters in the chat as well. Comes back and happy to keep it out. Say by his standards, based on how he's batted this week, he's been a little bit more circumspect. Lost his partner, Magal, early. Goes leg side, and either way it was going to be a single through the infield. Well, they're winning over the locals now, Switzerland. Hanging their flag to the tree. Also, big proud Swiss flag in the dugout every time they play. Oh no, well, he's completely misjudged that, actually, Jaspal. Went to run, and Zishan, to be honest, was unresponsive. So I'm a bit worried for Jaspal here. Maybe there was a run. I don't think so. Zishan spotted all the way and said, look, you can run, but you're on your own. I'm staying right here. Well bowled by Nazir. Jams this one up into the block hole. That'll be the end of the over. Got to run a ball so far for him, Nazir, and has a wicket to show as well. That of Darsha Patanka, 8 overs in. Malta are 60 for 2. Zishan dominating the run scoring so far, 37 off 25. 3 sixes, 2 fours for the opener. Patanka again promised, but couldn't really deliver. 14 for him. Rafi Khan listed to come in next. Aurora might get the run next. The way he was batting, he's looking good. I mean, you could shuffle those next 3 however you like, really. Akrafridi and well, just Matthew down at 9 shows that this is a pretty long batting order. Here's the call. Don't think it's there, to be honest, because the field up in pretty quickly. Oh no, he's got this wrong. Hassan can't find it, to be honest. He wasn't going to get there anyway. Top edge, lucky one really for Jaspal Singh. Jaspal's hit that fielder a few times, hasn't he? There's Kumar, smart operator, doesn't give too much away. Rarely bowls a loose delivery. This one wasn't loose, but it is moosed. And Jaspal goes large. Maximo! Pitched up on the stumps. Jaspal takes it on and wins. That one sent everyone scrambling for cover. That sorts his strike rate issue out. Actually, he's hit a few balls straight to fielders. Cut away. They go one on the fumble. Pretty ambitious one. Oh, to be honest, I reckon if that hits, he's probably gone, you know. Yeah, just gets away with it. Yeah, would have been out if he hit. Probably not really time for the bowler to take it back to the stumps in time. Pitched up, and Zishan gets some bat on it. Will retain the strike with that. Single moves to 39. He gets another start. See if he can turn it into a big score. 71 for 2 Malta after 9. Looking at the bowling so far, Ashwin Vinod was yanked after a first over that didn't quite go to plan. Fletcher did a good job in his absence. Picked up the first wicket. He's got 1 for 15, still 2 overs in the bank. Nazir, 1 for 12 off 2. I have a feeling they might just make a change, hold Nazir back a little bit towards the end, despite him bowling pretty well. Still haven't seen Arjun Vinod, the off spinner, so I expect he'll get some overs as well. So now has Rana, yesterday's hero, who's going to have a bowl. It's really an understatement. Just providing some encouragement, but Rana, wasn't that a crazy finish last night? Last ball of the day, everybody's dream. Last ball of the day to the boundary. And what's more, it's the first time he's ever batted in T20 international cricket. Hit a single off his first ball and then needing 1 to tie, 2 to win off the second ball. He cut Usman Khan away to the boundary. I didn't realise at the time, I think the fielder actually touched on the full at point, but it was a long way away from him. Just got a fingernail on it, still went for 4, and Switzerland, because of that, they remain unbeaten, and in such a short series, the results of every match, pretty important. Now Rana with the ball. Pitches up first ball, gets driven away for 1. Oh wow, that's well struck and even better fielded. That was fantastic bit of work. Yeah, multi-talented, isn't he? Clean as you like. Oh well, he's not going to field this one though, because it's up and over the top. And it's going to go for 4. So, Jaspal Singh repaying the faith. And yeah, I'm liking this. As Ryanus just showing some skills. Well, doesn't realise the camera's on him. But yeah, stick at it. Look at that. He's got these guys, our crew, they have a bit of a background in hockey or ice hockey and floorball. I'm happy to give them a few tips. Some talent in there. Part of our Spring Productions crew. Working really hard to bring you this event. At least 3 events at once, actually. Steps across and meets his demise for the second time in the series. Zishan out, clipping one to the leg side and finding the fielder. Took a chance, but Canado, Fletcher in the way behind the umpire at square leg. And Zishan can't go further than 40 this afternoon. Stepped across, didn't get all of it really. Thick inside edge more than anything. So a big moment in the game. Yeah, disappointment for Zishan Khan. And yeah, gets his team off to a decent start, but probably wasn't his most fluent innings. He goes 40 off 29. As he leaves his side, it's 77 for 3. Still, if you're making 40 on an off day, and that's not too bad, is it? And so gives a chance to Varun Prasad, who is the man they go with next. A skip up. Yeah, Varun, Oz Aurora, and probably Waka and Afi Khan, even all kind of interchangeable a little bit, to be honest. Waka, they might hold back a little bit later. So left-hander, throws him for a loop a little bit. Down leg side. Thought it might grab some of the pad, but I don't think so. Umpire signals wide. So this will be 2 wides. It'll be rebowled. Thick edge, but it's third man in place. Canny position. Runner's not super quick. Often the third man might be in the circle, but paid off on that occasion. Takes us to the end of the over and the halfway point of this innings. And Malta, 80 for 3. Zishan 40, but doesn't survive the first half in the end. Jaspal still there, runner ball 16 so far. Nazir, as well as Canada Fletcher and Abdul Rana chipping in with wickets. First up. Kumar turns one past the outside edge. I mean, he can turn the ball. Most of the time, he's just trying to slide the ball into the right-hander. Next ball stroked away for 1. Fair bit of bat on this, I think, and get through for another single. Switzerland have been pretty good at putting the choke on in the middle of innings. See here, feel fairly defensive, but I'm trying to draw up the boundaries and build pressure that way. Liam saying they'll be cheering if Malta struggle. Goes past the outside edge. This time Jaspal looking for the leg side. Don't think that back foot goes anywhere though. Well down. Goes inside out here. Oh, that's a great shot. And it's risky in a way, because if he didn't get it quite right, then he's gonna have problems. I think this has gone for 6. Had to, surely. Fielder's right in the boundary. Fielder went back. Yeah, that's easily 6. Maximo. And so, yeah, I don't think the fielder does a lot wrong, if I'm honest. Raider was right. It's pretty much right on the boundary, but yeah, it's comfortably 6. As I said, Mahmood out there now has to find the ball. Yeah, brilliant shot actually. Also has found the ball. This is a ball that we've seen Jaspal kind of wanting to hit leg side, but in a way, it's a slightly safer shot. Because when you go inside out, just the very nature of the shot, you're playing with a straighter bat. Comeback ball from Manish. Jaspal pays it some respect. End of the 11th over. Malta going at 8. They're 88 for 3 after 11. Prasath hasn't had to do too much yet, but he'll be facing up at the start of the next over. So we saw that with the standings. Just a few possibilities. Switzerland with a win here. They can go straight through to the final though. They'll be undefeated. Both these teams, it's their final round robin match. Okay, so now we're going to finally see Arjun Vinod with his off spin. He's going to be coming in from the golf course end. A little bit of a breeze around at the moment, which is nice. Certainly welcome. Yeah, there you go. Bit of movement. There hasn't always been here. So probably good time to bring on the offie, the left-hander Prasath at the crease. And pretty well pitched first delivery, worked away for one. On track at the moment for about that 160, which we keep gravitating towards this par, don't we? Beautiful afternoon for cricket. Saturday afternoon as well. Wow, gets this one out of the screws over cover point. Maximal! Bounces up and away. That's into the car park as well. What a shot by Jaspal Singh. We just said that might be a better way to play those straightish balls rather than to try and hit across the line. Kind of keeps his shape. That one really sprung off the bat. Good stuff. Comeback ball from Arjun. It's a pretty good one though. A bit quicker. Wasn't an easy ball to repeat the stroke, put it that way. Prasath, powerful driver of the ball. We've seen that. If he feels confident, he'll feel he can clear any boundary on this ground. Yeah, goes for it this time. Doesn't really get it. Bit of a task out there for the fielder. He does well to cut it off. Just 2 runs. Prasath, I think he wants more than this. Slight miss hit. Sacrum out there, does the fielding. Has to wait on this and sweeps it. Again, good defense from Switzerland. And that'll take us to the end of the 12th over. 11 come off that one. Malta, 99 for 3. Slight raising of the run rate over the last few overs. You'd have the big wicket in there, didn't it? See Shan Khan going pretty much at the stroke of the 10th over. But Malta still 7 wickets in hand, plenty of good batters to come. Then it'll be over to the Maltese bowlers, see if they can remove some of these dangerous Swiss top order batters. Manish is going to bowl out. They normally try and strangle with spin in the middle. Arun Prasad works it away for 1. I'll bring up the 100 for Malta. Still pretty much 8 overs left. Wow, big shot coming was the call, and they were spot on. And it is big because that's on the roof. That's bounced away. It's almost hit the satellite dish. If the reception goes out, you know what's happened. But Jassi just steps across and launches. So we've seen him going more over cover a couple of times. But yeah, this one, have a look at that. We've got a few people working out of there at the moment, and they would have heard that one pretty well. Good batting. Yeah, deep in the crease. Even's reaching in front, he hits it from about the crease. And have a look at that. Adios, pelota. Yeah, Kumar. Again, it's not a bad ball. It's just kind of a challenge delivery. He said, hey, look, take a risk if you want. Yeah, you might get 6, but you might get out as well. Oh, cut, bottom edge. Jaspal gets a single loose to 37. He's really stepped up. Oh, goes leg side now, Prasad. He says, whatever you can do, I can do. And he gives the left-handed version. And reigning Maximos at the moment. Switzerland normally so good at straggling in the middle overs. But yeah, right now, it's Malta finding a gear. Flatter from Kumar, who hasn't been as penetrative as we've seen him before. This is turned away once again. And will take us to the end of the over. And Ish Kumar ends up with 37 of his spell. And Malta, they're 115 for 3. Looking at the table, there's a few things that could still happen. And if Switzerland were to lose this game and Malta were to win it, they'd actually finish on identical record, 3-1, and then depending on the size of the win, Malta could actually, theoretically, claim top spot. And then France would have the right of reply, but then if Luxembourg beat France, and Malta could still be the team to go straight through to the final. So it's short form cricket, and anything can happen. So stay tuned. Abdullah Rana had a ball over number 14. He's been a good pickup, hasn't he, for Switzerland. Switzerland's spent a bit of time in the wilderness, actually, in the cricket world. Good to have him back. Oh, right now, that could be a nasty one. I guess Nazir that hits on the way through. It's always a constant hassle. These balls so hard. I think it just hits him on the end of the finger as he dives away, just out of the shot, but you can see him go down. And well, he's a guy, you certainly don't want there to be too much wrong with him. He's got a big role to play in the second half of this game. Yeah, some concern. From memory, Nazir copped on the fingers. It was yesterday. And so, yeah, you don't want him to be struggling. He's a key component of your batting. It'll take a bit of time to get him right. I think it's completely worth it. Gives us a chance once again to greet you, whether you're watching on Fancode in our Indian subcontinent viewing area, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Big hello to KG1, good to see you with us. Hello, Liam Day from New Zealand. Chris Schinkel watching from the Netherlands, or maybe tuning in just before we get going in the Dutch T20IW. The final match of what's been a really entertaining series. What about Putawong yesterday? 4 wickets in 4 balls, all bowled. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And she took 5 in total, and all 5 were bowled. As if that wasn't enough. And Dutch women just not really able to kind of fight out the 20 overs in the face of that onslaught. Nazir, I think he's okay to continue. Probably just still want a couple of overs out of him, to be honest. Can't really see because it's quite far away. Couldn't see which hand it was that was bothering him. So Abdullah Rana will continue. Just a slight break. Some players taking the opportunity to grab a drink, understandable. And so Jaspal, it's been his most convincing inning so far, hasn't it? Here he is. Facing up, still 5 to come in this over. It's a slower ball. Doesn't really time, but gets it down the ground. Yeah, Rana. More and more important, I think, as the series has gone on for Switzerland. It's probably wide, takes off. I don't think Rana realised this would bounce this high. In the end, made a tennis racket and probably borrow one for next door. Flirts with one. But not able to get anything on it. Oh, now I think he's gone. And Varun Prasad, it was the wrong shot. He looks disappointed. And well, we'll see what we can see on the replay. To be honest, I think straight away he was frustrated himself more than anything. Trying to hack across it. I think it's a little thin inside edge. I couldn't see what else it might have been. Pretty regulation. And yeah, everyone's saying, oh, took the bait. Why did I go sideways? Wasn't the percentage option. And so unfortunately, he pays the price. He departs for 14, including Maximo and Malta. Now 117 for 4. Rana with the wicket. Nice catch as well. Fairly simple catch for Hassan Ahmed. Hops fizz. The call in the middle. Every time there's a wicket, I like that as well. Just been a bit of a tough game to pick, really. I mean, there's been ups and downs, but when it comes down to it, Malta's run rate's decent enough on around about 170 pace. Oh, that's out. And I think it is out. Rafi Khan, he won't believe it. He has hit the ground, but for me, he's definitely hit the ball as well. I know he won't even feel this on his bat, but I'm sure that he's hit this because it's just deflected too far. I'll have a look on the replay. For me, it grabs the bat on the way through. He'll feel that, look, I've banged down on the ground. But for me, I think it's a good decision. He bangs the ground. And when you do bang the ground and the ball hits the bat at the same time, you don't really feel the edge on the ball. You just feel the vibrations of the ground. I've got to say, and I know Afi, he'll pass the lie detector. He'll say, oh, I didn't hit that, but the video shows that it just did too much on the way to Hassan Ahmed, I think, to be just the bounce of the ball alone. I've got to say, I think they get that one right. And so 2 and 2 out of nowhere. And guess who? It's Rana again. Malta 117 for 5. It's a rare one. You don't see that very often, but I think, and often you don't see that given actually, so I think it's very good umpiring. I do think, there's no doubt he hits the ground. He bangs the ground, but there's no question of it being a bump ball either. It bounces, hits something and deflects away from the stumps. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Oh, well, guess what? Abdullah Rana then on a hat trick to Bikram Arora. Bit of a nervy start for Bikram, but he does keep it out. End of a very successful over. Rana's got 3 for 12, still has 2 overs to spend as well. 14 overs in. Malta 117 for 5. Yeah, let us know what you thought of that one. Certainly one that, I suppose if you've seen a lot of cricket, you will have seen that one a few times. But yeah, I certainly agreed with the decision. Their score can't just bump, closing in on the top score of the innings at the moment. Time for a new over. Zia. He gets pulled, but this is top edge, and this is going to be a chance. It's dropped. Oh, Saad Mahmood, he dropped it upwards as well and set himself a second time, but he just couldn't find the drop zone. Oh, disappointment there. You see there, dropped it up, and then didn't have the feet organised really. here. Could have had another one. So remember that. Because Jaspal gets a life on 38. Got it completely wrong. Hit it so high. Oh, that's high as well, but it's also going miles out of the ground. Maximo! And yeah, Mahmood won't be in a very good place at the moment when he sees that one disappearing. And just like that, Jaspal moves to 46. Had a good variety of strokes, hasn't he, in this innings. He's sometimes gone leg side, but he's also shown him go inside out. It's made him a bit of a tough proposition for the fielding side. That was up and over and comfortably clearing the boundary. Square boundaries are game changers on this ground. Those that can find them, they're going to be able to score freely. Those that can't get bogged down pretty easily. Now, this is out on the ball outside the off stump. Yeah, good game this. Malta still on that 170 pace, but slowly running out of batters. But having said that, we still haven't seen Bakar Afridi, Ahmed, and others. They do bat all the way down. It's knocked away, they'll only get a single. Pick from Aurora, bit of a wild card as well.
Stay focused, boys. Catches are coming.
Dug out by Bikram, still yet to get off the mark. So takes us to the end of the 15th over, and Malta, they're 126 for 5. Just looking up and down the team sheet for Malta. We've got Jasvinder Singh. Pretty sure this is his first ever game in T20 Internationals. So exciting for him, getting an opportunity. He's listed about at number 11. So probably most Maltese fans will be happy if they don't see him for a little while. 3 for 12, Rana as the golden arm. He's going to come back now. Right now, the Jason doing the damage is Jaspal Singh. He's 47 and within range of a half century. And that's a great shot. Straight through point, blasted, and well done. Jaspal Singh brings up his 50, and he does it in style. And that was absolutely smashed. And what a nice moment for Jaspal Singh. And, you know, he's been up and down the order, hasn't he? But he can be super thrilled with that. It is his second 50 in T20 Internationals. Has a high score of 65 not out. That was against Portugal earlier this year in that tri-series in Gibraltar. This one outside the off stump, and no contact there. Has missed the occasional one out there, Jassy. Pitched up, takes it on. Now this is so high. Now who's got it? Marillion Undersacrum's coming around, won't get there. That was so high you felt someone was going to reach it, but it was perfectly placed into the gap. And that one almost brought rain on a sunny day, but in the end it brings 2 to Malta. So the question is, you know, with Zishan going, who would step up? Jaspal Singh has done a really good job. 53 and counting. There's another ball he cracks, and it's going to get through the field, and that's 4. He's been really good to the short boundaries in this innings. Jaspal, it's an attempted wide Yorker, turns into a wide full toss, and he's seeing them well, especially if they're not bouncing. Crack that one past the fielder. And so, Jaspal still got over 4 overs to play with, and now, I mean, you've got Waka Afridi up your sleeve as well. So, Malta not in a bad spot at all on 170's pace, and trying to turn this competition on its head. Luxembourg, they won't be liking what they're seeing with Malta performing so strongly with the bat here. Ball of the over. And it's not the last ball, pardon me. Lost my inability to count all of a sudden. Jaspal will get one there. Gives us a chance to look at Aurora. He's kind of been the silent partner so far, hasn't he? That's fine, as long as Jaspal's going so well at the other end. It's a long way across. And leg bite signalled here. That will take us to the end of the over now. Rana cops a bit in that over. He's still got an over remaining. He's been good. 3 for 23, his figures. 138 for 5 after 6. I know there's a lot of people looking forward to the upcoming events. And now, we've got to update that to include a couple of extra ones. So, these are the upcoming events from Monday. So, in Czechia for the ECS and the ECI. Night series in Portugal. So, they start Monday and Tuesday, respectively. Czechia and Portugal. Switzerland from the 31st of July. Continental Cup T20 IWs. That's in Romania. And Dresden is the next stop on the ECS Roadshow. And then more T20 IWs from the Netherlands. They're taking on Ireland in a series in mid-August. And then they're taking on Jersey in a series towards the end of August. So much cricket coming your way. Stay tuned. And for more information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. So, Canado comes back. He had the Midas touch earlier. Let's see if he can make the breakthrough here. Aurora there. He'll be facing up. But like I say, Malta, they can really afford to go for these last 4 overs now. Oh, hits this and he finds the gap and he's going to find the boundary. So Aurora finally off the mark, and he does it in style. Canado does like to bang it in, and so Aurora doesn't really press forward. He just waits for it, hits it on the up, gets a boundary. Good contest at the moment. Canado, when he pitch up here, if he gets it right, it'd be a bit of a handful if he can get it up in the block hole. Doesn't, but he does beat him outside the off stump. Aurora versus Fletcher. Two big players. It's a cut on here. And once again, hits into a bit of space, allows them to come back for a second. Yeah, Aurora, if he finds his touch, that's trouble. And like I said, you've got Mark Rafridi up your sleeve as well. Gets a bit big on him, but he does get some bat on it. Come through for one. Oh, takes on the pull, but he's picked out the field. How about this time? Does get caught. So, Jaspal, he bats well, but he picks out the fielder once too often. And I think it's Arjun Vidal that takes the catch down there this time. And he's trying to get that square out of the square boundary, which is shorter. But, yeah, it's a fairly elementary catch for Arjun. But still, take nothing away from that innings from Jaspal Singh. His second ever T20 international century. He goes for 58 of 37 balls. 5 big maximos and 3 fours in there. And he leaves his team in the 17th over, 145 for 6. You see Malta, they've had their ups and downs this week. Remember, they've had a big program as well. They're into their 8th game of the week. And we're only day 6 of action in the T20 internationals this week, so it's been a lot happening, that's for sure. Gone through a few players as well, a few injury worries. Jaspal's coming up, he's been down the order, been in and out of the side even, but that was a pretty good knock. Right, so Waka Afridi comes and he's just a genuine wild card. The wild card you pull out of your pocket and you throw down on the table and say, okay, this might work, might backfire. Let's see if he's willing to take on Canado Fletcher. I'm going to say probably yes, although he's just got one ball to deal with here. So he might be a little bit careful here. Flirts at a ball and beats him outside off. Well, Canado does it again, removes the key man, and he still has one over left to bowl. It's 17 overs through. 145 for 6. Looking at this graph, it's kind of crept up, hasn't it? At 170 pace at the moment. Malta, yeah, they'll have to bowl and field well, but they'll get a lot of confidence if they can put that above par kind of score on the board. That one's way off. Get a bowler wide, get your money's worth. And think, I was hoping it was an outswing. It never came. Anyway, just one, no real harm. Well, that one's closer. Still not close enough. And I has struggled with this on occasion, losing the ball down the leg side. Yeah, that's more like it from Ali. Really fun cricket to watch, Ali Naya. Leads his team with pride. He hits this straight at the fielder. Close call. Direct hit definitely would have been out. Yeah, not quite able to get the bails off in time. I think the umpire's got that right. I think that's down. Goes for the down anyway. Must have bounced in, but I think live. No doubt that certainly looks like that's past the line and seems grounded. Oh, he's bowled him. And Naya pitches up, gets one to go slightly in, and yeah, well, I can't. He swings all around it. Ali Naya had a few issues with the radar. Lost a couple down the leg side, but this one is spot on. Waka knows it's a good ball, but goes after it anyway. Says, look, I'm here for one reason. Pretty much yorks himself there, bounces right between his feet. And unfortunately for Waka, doesn't come off. As Derek for company. As he departs, it's the 7th wicket down for Malta. Just kind of running out of resources though. Like I said, they bat to 9. Although Matthew comes out 148 for 7. Yeah, full and straight Eldest Matthew. Well, he's a guy we've seen batting all the way up the top order at times, so he's morphed into a bowler, hasn't he, in this series? Yeah, he's a player that I think is very, very capable in this situation. Well bowled from Naya. And that length right. It's a tough one to do much with. You just kind of maybe chop it. But it's very hard to get the middle of your bat on that shot. It's good stuff. It's not quite up in the block. Oh, but almost. Bikram can't get it away. That one shot, he's just struggled to get going, hasn't he? Former skipper. That will be the end of the over. And 2 overs remaining now. Switzerland fighting back towards the end here. Malta 149 for 7. So he gets the 19th here. Looks like Ganado going to keep going. Makes sense. I suppose they've got options, don't they? Because they've used 7 bowlers. Ashwin Vinod on account of his first over going awry. He was taken off. We've never seen him again. Fletcher bowls this one. So he gets the last one. Probably Fahim Nazir or Ali Naya. Take your pick. Both good options. Probably Naya because he's bowling that end at the moment. Notice Matthew pushes, runs, brings up the 150 for Malta. This will probably be, well, runs-wise, the most testing chase for Switzerland yet. We know it went right down to the wire against France last night. Wow, this goes completely wrong. Hassan Ahmed with the gloves. He'll make sure that Bikram won't be scoring any more runs this game. And Fletcher does it again. I think he just essentially beats Aurora for pace there. Gets about chest high. Still almost trying to drive this stubbornly, but only able to sky it. And Hassan Ahmed makes it look easy because, well, it was pretty easy. Bikram, one boundary in there. Also kept him quiet, didn't they? A fair bit of the time. 8 off 12, his final numbers. 150 for 8. So, well, exciting time for this man, Jasvinder Singh, who is on T20 international debut. We've seen a little bit in the ECS. And let's see what he can do. He's got Big Canado steaming in towards him. And he's going to get a golden duck on debut. And so, you know, some of the best, I suppose, have had ducks on debut. But yes, he backs away. Probably wasn't what the situation called for at this stage, to be honest. Jasvinder, to be fair, he has one career run in 7 matches when we've seen him in the ECS. Yeah, Derek turns golden. And not just that, it'll be Bishnoi coming out at 11, and Canado is going to be on a hat trick. Jasvinder does have 6 wickets on ECN. I wonder if we'll see him with the ball a little bit later on. Anyway, Canado's got 4 for, shooting for a hat trick and a 5 for. And that's one thing we haven't had. We haven't had 5 wickets in an innings this week here in the Valletta Cup. So, strap yourselves in. Bishnoi, to be honest, has to put his sensible hat on with 9 wickets down, over and a half to go. Jasvinder, you're not staying in line with that from Canado. Oh, a hat-trick ball. Actually, it's a pretty well. That shot will get off the mark. It's a little bit curious to see Ashok batting below Jasvinder, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, Switzerland, they've come back well. At 160, looking further and further away at the moment, to be honest. And Matthew now has to be careful he doesn't get out. So it might be a scrape to 160, really. They'd hope to bowl and field out of your skin. So that will be the end of the over. Canado. He was a force of nature there, wasn't he? 4 for 24 of his allocation. And after 9 overs, Malta 151 for 9. Bit of a persistent hassle for teams struggling to bat out their overs in this tournament in lots of occasions. Switzerland-Malta. Imagine this is a rematch of the 2021 final. But Luxembourg, pretty keen observers. I think they'll be pretty happy with the comeback from Switzerland here. Again, only the top 3 have any chance of raising the trophy tomorrow night. Those 2 matches you see, well, this one and the next one, they are the final round robin matches. Okay, here we go, and it is Naya to close out. They're pretty close, maybe just going down the leg side, and I mean just. Yeah, it's a pretty good shout. I mean, you can see a fair bit of the stumps. That doesn't help him. To be honest, he's caught in the crease, and if it's missing, it's only just missing, but I think it's a fair enough call from the umpire. But if it was given, you could certainly make a case for it. Back pad as well. But anyway, Bishnoi survives. Ashok Bishnoi is kind of famous for the second best figures ever on ECN. 6 for 3 for the Malta Super Kings in the ECS in 2021. See if he can recapture that swing that makes him so dangerous. Could really get it going when we first saw him yesterday. Sets himself here. We'll get a single. Back to Naya. He had a bit too much to do. Meanwhile, they were hustling through for a single. Three balls to go then. Bishnoi may look to attack here. He's got a big gap over cover. Can bat a bit. Well, he does look to attack. Now they're going to take it on, and they'll get away with it. It's Hassan Ahmed. Left his feet, just making sure he made the stop to his left and wasn't really in a great throwing position. Couple to come then. Matthew does get the strike back. He'll probably fire a shot here. Tries. Don't know if there's two in this, to be honest. With 9 down, I think you just take your medicine and hope Bishnoi can turn it into something more. I was going to say, it's been a good day for the side of the pitch. I mean, not if you're Satwik Nadagon, like I always saw, with a pretty banged up nose. But there's another one that hits the side. And to be honest, if they spotted that, they probably could have got back for another run. But I don't think anyone was expecting it. All right, last ball. Malta will bat out the 20. Ah, well. Ashok hopes for a wide, realises it isn't, and then realises he ain't going nowhere. So well done to Switzerland. They just keep things quiet towards the end, continue to take wickets, and in the end, Malta are going to finish with 156. So that innings, rather than accelerating, it was kind of decelerating, wasn't it? We saw 30 runs, so run a ball through the last 5 overs when they're in a position that we thought maybe to get 170, something like that. But Switzerland just had the knack, didn't they, of picking up those wickets. All 11 batters cited during Malta's innings. As we look back at the highlights, Zishan Khan came out swinging. He's having a big week with the bat. That one disappeared. This was timed so well, though fielders couldn't quite work out what they were doing. Basically running straight past the ball, and this quick outfield at Massa. Value for your shots. Unfortunately, no value for Fanya Magal, who chopped on to a foolish delivery. Patanka, once again, played a couple of good shots. I mean, that was good. The other one was even better. Meanwhile, we had this piece of play. Zakram couldn't find the ball. And after whacking a big 6, the tank totally got that one wrong. Naya taking a simple catch, about as simple as the one he dropped the other day. But the hosts, I mean, they'd have big hopes of being in the mix still. They'll have known from the last couple of years in the Valletta Cup that you've just got to be in the mix on finals day and anything can happen. Zishan got to 40, clipped away. Canado had a very good innings for Switzerland. Took that catch nicely in the kind of backward square position. This one just got over the fielder. And there, Jaspal Singh, it was his breakout innings of the week as he motored towards a half century. And I really like the way that he was able to go inside out on occasion. Prasad, frustrated with himself, I think, more than anything. Swings across it, and the umpire very quick to get the finger up. Happy Khan, I would have sworn black and blue doesn't think this, but I think he does. He went very first ball, and even though that one went down, a bit of a wipeout job from Asad Mahmood. Switzerland just managed to get down into the lower order. Although I like the fact that Malta's still looking to attack. Jaspal was still there. Aurora, which is really the only one he got out of the middle of the bat. Not four for that. But Jaspal, once bitten, twice shy, as Arjun Vinod didn't make a mistake that time in the same region of the ground that he was dropped earlier. And then late in the piece, we saw Malta right down to their bones, to be honest. We saw Waka Rafridi Ahmed swing all across the Yorker from Ali Naya. Then Canado, he came on and just had the golden touch, didn't he? That was Sky from Aurora. Simple Cats and Jasvinder came out on T20 national debut. We ended up halfway back to the pavilion when the ball crashed into his stumps. And that left Bishnoi and Matthew to get him home. And pushing hard for every single run that they could manage. In the end, they could only manage 5 off the last over. And Malta end up probably a few short apart, in my opinion. 156 for 9 of the 20 overs. 40 for Zishan Khan first up. Couldn't turn it into something more, but Jaspal Singh could. He was hitting the ball pretty nicely, both sides of the wicket. 5 maximos in his 58 off 37 balls. Apart from that, the tank, frustrating series for him. 4 and a 6 in his 14. 14 also to Prasad. Aurora couldn't really get going. Matthew and Bishnoi left to try and get the innings to the 20 overs, which they did. Canado Fletcher, for me, loved his bowling, 4 for 24. Ali Naya recovered from the odd kind of wayward delivery, but he took 1 for 23 at less than run a ball. 3 wickets for Abdul Rana as well. Continues on his good form in the last 24 hours. So we'll take a break and we'll get back to you in around about 10 minutes with the second innings. We'll see if Switzerland can chase this down. Malta, well, they got a prayer, don't they? They're going to have to bowl. And they're going to have to field really well. And they're going to have to take these early wickets. Fahim Nazir, he's looked really good. We'll see if he can have a say. When we return here in Malta, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back soon with more Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Malta. Time for the chase in this T20 international match, rematch of the Valletta Cup final in 2021. It's Malta versus Switzerland. Malta winning the toss. And in fact, it was Switzerland won the toss, selected the field. And I think Malta probably would have batted anyway. That's why I don't think we even needed a toss, to be honest. But it'll be time for Switzerland to show what they can do with the bat. And they are going to be chasing a total of 157 for victory. Switzerland doing a good job towards the end, putting the brakes on Malta, picking up wickets. We saw all 11 players bat for Malta in that first innings. And Switzerland, well, 3 matches so far this week, 3 chases, 3 wins. So let's see if they can make it 4 out of 4. It should be a pretty interesting conclusion to this game. And both these teams, they've finished their round robin matches after this one. It'll still be France versus Luxembourg tonight. It's a bit dangerous getting too much sunscreen on the hands before you go in the field, because it can make it a bit tough to catch the ball. There's Ellis Matthew for Malta. Bishnoi is going to get us going. One of the few times they haven't started with Fanyan Nagal with the ball. So Bishnoi going around the wicket. We saw Fahim Nazir very, very strong both sides of the wicket when we saw him over the last day or two. Here we go, 157 for Switzerland, and Bishnoi gets his run completely wrong first up. They'll have to do that one again. Great to have your company once again, no matter where you're watching from. Tell you what, if he hasn't hit that, I reckon that's a very close call. It's only if he hits him outside the off stump or not. If he hits him in line, he's a goner here. I know he's slightly out of his crease. Oh. Oh. The way it goes, does he hit it? Trying to work out how the ball went there, that's all. Tell you what, if he didn't hit it, that's a strange one, because I think there was no, or did it flick his pad and then go onto the bat? I don't know what happened here. That's weird. But it was close. I suppose the fact we're still looking at we have doubt probably means that it was a good decision from the umpire. But man, big moment of the game first up. There's the out pushes. They've got the short mid wicket in. There's Darshit Patanka. Disappointment again for Darshit. Couldn't turn a start no more today. This one does too much. And I noticed there's no Sudha Sarnan in the lineup for Malta today. Afi Khan with the gloves, and that's partly, I'm sure, because Janjal had a little bit of an issue with what looked like a hand or a finger injury yesterday, and he was actually replaced in that innings. Just push and run there. I think could have run. Pretty tight start from Bishnoi. He's got his plan. It's an interesting one really to me, because I thought maybe gets that natural kind of induct to the left-handers, maybe should be pushing it across and maybe trying to straighten it down the line, but he's kind of confident with what he's trying to do. Just takes out a couple of modes of dismissal. I think would be pretty handy. Here's Osama Mahmood. He gets off the mark with a single. And back all of our viewers, of course, on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. Ooh, it's a good one. You kind of plays for it movement, and then there actually is that time. So, yeah, so far so good from Bishnoi. Nazir has played and missed a bit in this series, as is right now. He survives, and pretty good first over. And yeah, just a few off at 5 without loss after 1. So there's some interested spectators here, particularly Luxembourg, whose tournament chances rest, I think, on Malta playing pretty badly here, although Luxembourg theoretically have a way in regardless if they were to perform strong enough in their last game of the day. Having a look at the counter, 72 days until the ECC. That's just a shade over 10 weeks. So yeah, really looking forward to that. Should be a festival of cricket, and if you're able to, get down to the Cartamar Oval and join in the fun. It's a unique kind of atmosphere. You won't see that kind of thing anywhere else in the world. So yeah, join us for what should be a great time. Okay, so Fanyan does open the bowling, just doesn't get the first over. He's another guy, he'll move it in to the left-hander, even though he's a left-handed bowler himself. So this should be good. So, almost ready to go. You can see a few spectators in, of course, being the weekend. It's actually a beautiful day to come and sit and watch some cricket, some high quality international cricket as well. So, yeah, almost ready for this over to go. There's still one match left tonight, so one little concern I've got is the over 8's dragging a little bit. I know that we're meant to be starting last game today at 4. Looks pretty unlikely at the moment. Mood pushes, doesn't get a run here. That one's lifted up and over the top, and that's going to run away to the boundary. That's a nice shot. These two left-handers, they like to get on with it, don't they? That's exactly what they do right here. Yeah, pretty good shot, that one. And yeah, Mahmood, he's the guy probably takes a few chances, but he's got a good eye, doesn't he? Gets away with it. Oh, that's a nice shot as well. And that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, 4 and 6 pick up sticks, and Switzerland picking up the pace early in the piece here. Good cricket shot. Just hammered away, really. And as far as Fania McGall's concerned, that's a bit of a warning, not spraying the pads. Fuller knocked into the covers. Yeah, so McGall's particularly dangerous to right-handers as he can move it away from them. So it's a bit of a different proposition with the two lefties at the crease. Well, popped up in the air, just out of the grasp of Fania McGall. There's a little leading edge that popped up and really didn't know too much about this, did he? And in the end, desperate kind of lunge there, but he survives. McGall, last ball the over. Mahmood's after him, goes up and doesn't quite make it to the boundaries. Might pull up, you know. It does. Just Pulp does the fielding. So they'll get two. That's the end of the second over. Switzerland, 17 without loss. Pretty entertaining start to this game. So, looking at the table, still a few things that could happen. And really, Switzerland, if they can defend this, we know they're straight through to the finals. That's kind of the main headline there. So keep an eye out on that table after this game. Change a little bit, and we'll have, I think, a bit more of an idea of what needs to happen in the last game of the day. Okay. It's a little bit of a caress away on the leg side from Fahim Nazir. A bit of a shaky start by his standards. Still there though. Down leg side, ball wide. Yeah, still. There's had plenty of cricket left to go on this one. Switzerland had a good start. They seemed to have the game in hand yesterday and just kind of fell away towards the end. Just got over the line though. Straight into leg side. And they're either. Switzerland, the one hallmark of their chase is they've just been really kind of methodical through the first 10 overs, getting ahead in the game. One picks the inside edge of this year. It's 2 off 7. Batting's a funny thing though. One day you can come out and hit him like a millionaire, and the next day can be the complete opposite. Just never know what's around the corner. That's what makes cricket so interesting. This one Trays a bit too far under the pads and gets a bit of bat on this as before. So yeah, accuracy is everything to these two, and this time gets it wrong. Goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, so it's more bowler error than anything else there, really. And away it goes. Malta could finish 3-1, and if they could really do a number on the Swiss batting here, they could even still qualify as the automatic qualifiers for the final. But it's a long way off at the moment. Not out. Right around the corner. It's almost impossible to get the LBW the way he's going, the way he's moving the ball, Bishnoi. Just the way he's beating the inside edge of the left-handers a couple of times. I thought it might be interesting to see him go over the wicket and get it swinging stump to stump. Got a question from Mason asking what are the groups for the European Cricket Championships in September, October. Well, there you go. He's got a slight issue, I think, while Nazir composes himself. But yeah, take a good look at them. Take a screenshot even, we don't mind. You can also find them on our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, we've got Malta and Switzerland playing here. They will actually play each other in Group E. I think Nazir's just gone down with a bit of cramp. It's a hot day. Maybe didn't have enough time to get enough fluids between fielding and batting. Yeah, so Malta as well as Switzerland and Romania, who we saw this morning already. So 3 of the 5 teams here, just coincidentally, they're all in the same group. So we'll get to know each other really well. That group is 9, 10, 11 of October. They're joined by Cyprus and the England 11 in that group. Luxembourg, who are here, they're in Group F. And France, who are here, they're in Group A. So they're Luxembourg at the end of the group stage. France at the very start. Pretty tantalising Group A. At the moment, in Hungary, we have some ECIs as well. So Hungary in Group D, Portugal in Group F, and Sweden in Group C. So they won't meet each other in the ECC. Those 3 playing today in Budapest, unless they make it through to the Championship week. Well, then it's possible. Netherlands 11 waiting in the Championship week with the 6 group winners. So a 17 Championship week. Super crazy format. Because every game matters. You play 4 group matches. You play against your opponents. Bottom team drops out. Top team get the double chance. 4 teams fighting on finals day for that 1 spot in Championship week. All right, so good to go here. We're finally fine to go. Last ball over then for Bishnoi. Again, same issue. I mean, it's beating inside edge of the bat. I'd like to see him go over the wicket and maybe turn this into a wicket. But right now, pretty good at holding things quiet, but you need to get wickets, and we only get 1 new ball. See the batter knows there's no way really a ball like that's going to hit him in front and be hitting the stumps. So end of the 3rd over. Switzerland 26 without loss. Liam saying Group F is the group of death for him. Good luck getting through it. Yeah, I guess the thing with Group F is there's no weak team. Yeah, I mean Scotland 11 obviously. Yeah, they made the Championship week last year. Had a bit of a slow start in the group stage, but they improved a lot. Germany, Portugal, Luxembourg, Norway. I mean, And probably Luxembourg, the lowest ranked team there. We've seen them improve a lot in the T10 format. We saw their improvement from 2021 to 2022. 2021, interestingly, Scotland were a last-minute withdrawal, and Luxembourg were the last-minute replacements for them. So, just by chance, they're drawn in the same group, Group F. And Norway, I think they're going to turn a few heads. You know, they've got some really good players. Raz up the top. God. Mohamed Sahak, for me, he's a dynamo. Watch out for him. Portugal in action today, like we said. Germany, a team that have underachieved a bit in T10 cricket, but let's see what kind of a team they send. I don't think they've ever quite got the selection right the first couple of years. It's a learning process. It's going to be change of bowling. Akra Afridi Ahmed to bowl. He gets pulled straight by someone in the mood. Just be a single first up. Akra Afridi Ahmed having a very good week, but he must be getting a bit tired now. I mean, it's only natural. It's been a big program for these guys. Step across and beats him. Yeah, we've seen him miss the odd one, like we said, outside the off stump. This is pitched up and nice looking shot. Well fielded. I say well fielded because it had a good outcome, but Zishan, maybe flashbacks to that area of the field where had a bit of a mishap earlier in the week against Luxembourg. Have a look at this for some fancy footwork. Then gets offered a banana and some sort of reward. Have a look at this. A bit of monkey fielding. Monkey business. Foot to hand, and then the banana comes out. He's a bit of a cheeky monkey, Zishan. He has a lot of fun. I think he's just enjoying being out there, to be honest, after injuries have been a persistent hassle for him. So yeah, I'm really pleased to see him out there as well. This one's worked away pretty well. And with only two outfielders, that one's going to find its way to the rope. Nasir slowly but surely finding his touch. See, more or less a bowler error. Yeah, now misses out on a ball outside the off stump again. I think he's only nicked one ball to the keeper this week. Fahim, but he's played and missed it a few. End of the over. Akra Afridi goes to the boundary, but he only goes for 7 in that first over. And it's 33 without loss after 4.
Come on.
So Switzerland kind of chugging along. 8 and over is the pace throughout this chase, and they're doing that at the moment. Bishnoi edged and gone. So some of the mood goes poking at one well outside the off stump. Didn't move the feet, hung the bat out there. And it was a healthy edge through to Afi Khan behind the stump. So Switzerland lose their first. Sama Mahmood goes for 15, and it's 33 for 1. Look at that. Feet don't go anywhere near the ball. Sama Mahmood. He's nice to take some chances. He tries to guide that. Doesn't get that much on it. And fairly simple catch. Good movement, though, sideways from Afi. Takes the catch. End of the opening partnership. Probably see Vinod number 3, I'd imagine. But, yeah, Bishnoi finally gets the left-hander. So he's pushed the ball in, pushed the ball in, and then I suppose the batter's not wanting to step outside of stump too much for the movement, which might be the inside edge. That one didn't really move in, just kind of held its line and ended up sailing through off the edge to Aftab Khan. So it is Arjun Vinod coming out number 3. Big moment in the game, isn't it? Let's see if Malta can open up the middle order now. Arjun, we know, can get bogged down a little bit. We saw that last night. I suppose what he did do is he made sure he was there at the end. First one, doesn't have to worry about too much down the leg side. Yeah, Bishnoi for the first time then over the wicket. And we've got a right-hander in. Malta really trying hard. They sense they've done a pretty good job at keeping the opening pair from blasting them into being behind. Now, Vinod misses out outside the off stump. Pretty tight stuff at the moment. Hello to the Andy Bond, who's joined the Silver Spanner Club. Hello, the Andy Bond. Great to have you getting involved. And I think the Andy Bond might be a bit excited by the fact that we've had so much different cricket. This one hangs up in the air a long time, but it's just going to be open spaces, and that's going to run away for 4. And yeah, I wouldn't say it was completely convincing. But Vinod, at the 3rd attempt, gets a boundary. Just kind of going to an area where if there was a fielder on that line, might have been able to turn into a catch. Vinod pushes, runs. Good chance for a run there. Arjun gets through for a single. That's what he's hoping to do early in his innings. Just ticking it along.
One more wicket, Ashok. Come on, boy. One more wicket. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty tight, is how I would characterise it at the moment. Right, Nazir, still a big price on his wicket. Just drives this, can't beat them out at point. So end of the 5th over. Swiss, they are a bit like Swiss watches actually, the way that they seem to time their chases perfectly right now. Exactly a quarter of the Maltese score after a quarter of the overs, 39 for 1 after 5. Yeah, so pretty intense stuff so far. You'd expect nothing less, really. Competitive tournament, this one. Really enjoyed it. It's almost ready to go with over number 6. Popped up in the air. And Vinod gets away with it. Fredi coming back for a second over. He likes to step out of his crease, doesn't he? Against the paces. Fredi has been a go-to man all week for Malta. Gets his one up in the block hole. And knocks it out. Doesn't get a run though. Hasn't quite been his fluent self in this innings. Waka still searching with that elusive wicket of Nazir. He's batted through 5 so far. Oh, cracks it and smacks it and over the fence. Maximo! 6 runs. I mean, we've been waiting for him to find his timing. We'll see if that's a sign of things to come. It was 2 stumps outside off and it disappeared over the leg side boundary. That's a bullseye into the archery range. Such a magnificent timer of the ball. Goes through the offside this time, but Zishan using the hand method, which I do think is probably his best bet over there, but sometimes you press for time. Seen some emergency foot fielding, but Nazir longer he goes, the more you can kind of see him gaining in confidence, can't you? Squeezes this one away. Out to Bishnoi. Vinod picking up the singles pretty well at the moment. Throws this out a bit wider, but it's too full toss, and Fahim holds his shape and just punches it through the offside with ease. 4 runs. Yeah, like the idea, but problem was in the execution, wasn't it? Frustration there. So 50's up, and that's also the end of the power play. Switzerland 52 for 1 after 6. Could see a few people multi-screening, because yeah, not often you get this, but right now we've got 3 simultaneous international games on ECN. We've got Netherlands, Scotland in the T20 AWs in the Netherlands. We've got the ECI Hungary, the tri-series between Hungary, Portugal and Sweden. And right here, we've got this Valletta Cup, which is really hotting up, getting into finals day tomorrow.
Jesse, from the first ball, boy, come on. Tisra.
All right, well, this is hit pretty hard. Finds the fielder. Well handled back there. A few bullets going in that direction in this series.
Spray, please. Lagado.
Right away. Again. So just a single. Yeah, Switzerland. Never seem too hurried, have they, in these chases? That's probably a good quality.
Come on, boy. He must have. Aldos. Coming.
Wow, this is a little bit short of a Yorker, but it's David Copperfield stuff. Abracadabra, Maximo disappears into the peanut gallery. What a shot. It's only a little bit short of where the bowler wanted it, and he just picked that up and deposited it out of the ground. Oh, that is a fantastic cricket shot. And yes, Jasvinder Singh with the ball coming in for the first time in T20 international cricket, and he gets a lesson really there. Says Express, Jasvinder. Now punched away to point, no run there. But man, what a shot! Haven't we just created the power there? We're out of the power play now, so up to 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forward. Hit hard, almost carries Matthew, backs off. And they'll get 2 as well, rub salt in. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was hit like a bullet. And there might have been a chance if he got the jump on it that he can reach it on the full, and if he could, I suppose holding on to it was another question. But yeah. No attempt. Pitches outside leg stump, so that won't be out. Umpire's been pretty good on the LBWs this week, got to say. And yeah, did that one right as well. Looking at the worm after 7 overs. Switzerland 61 for 1. Yeah, like I said, methodical. That's probably the word I'd use.
Six years ago? 6 years.
So, just been to first over. Doesn't quite go according to plan. Anyway, onwards and upwards. Here we go now with Eldos Matthew getting a bowl. And hasn't he come of age as an international bowler in this tournament so far? Argent is happy to work this away. They run hard. Might might have thought about it too, but Zishan was in pretty quickly. So, no run there. Up to the stumps now. Matthew Khan gets the medium pace. Well knows Matthew. Straight on the full. Oh, that could be gone, you know. He's out. Wow. So, I mean, it's pretty much straight to the fielder. That's a big moment in the game. Another wicket, Vinod just kind of biding his time. Nazir hits it, takes off. You're not seeing on board with a single, but it was straight to Zishan Khan. And the throw came back to Afi Khan. And yeah, here Afi finds himself. Yeah. And he still has the ball just. So yeah, you see here Afi actually not in a great position if I'm honest, but yeah, has the ball. You can see it just slips out after kind of the stumps that knock it out, to be honest. But yeah, no doubt he's out. It's a good meter in it, probably more. But see, Afi Khan, there's a slight error here. I know that they say get between the thrower and the stumps. I've got to say, I don't agree with that too much. I think he's better off staying square on with the ball coming your way. But Afi does just enough. See here, it's a tenuous grip on it, but I think no doubt had it for just long enough, didn't he? And I think, yeah, it's actually the stumps that knock it out. So, yeah, a bit of a wasteful one, really. I suppose that's the price of doing business when you're trying to keep the game moving. And so, Vinod be a bit upset going that way. 62 for 2 brings Hassan Ahmed to the crease. Oh, he gets a good one first up from Matthew. He'll ask the right question to the new batter, Hassan. Man, he's pretty patient, isn't he? And he's not an easy guy to bowl to. He's got that power, but he's got pretty good technique as well, you know. Pulled away. Just Walker single. Happy enough with that. Eldos. Things just seem to happen when he's bowling for some reason. Away and I get a single here. So I mean, these two, they're club mates at Nomads. We've seen them playing for Gin and Brescia together. They know each other really well. Very good friends as well. We saw them put together a good partnership the other day. Hassan, previously based in Italy. We've seen him playing with the Italian national team before at the ECC, but makes his T20 international debut for Switzerland. Now he's fulfilled the requirements to play for Switzerland. Under control at the moment, don't they? And the two left-handers come together. Say, if you do have some off-spin, I do think Switzerland have got a lot of left-handers, don't they? As it is right now, it's 8 and over. Like I said, got it under control. Going at that 8 and over, 64 for 2 after 8. Batting to come. Ali Naya to come in next. Abdullah Rana wasn't he the hero last night? Still a little bit disappointed, selfishly. We haven't seen big Kenardo with the bat, because I remember he hits bombs going back to the ECS in Switzerland back in 2020. Anyway, good things come to those who wait. Well, how about some of that? Because that's just launched. And nothing too wrong with the ball. And ironically, that almost hits the medic. And, well, we've asked this question before here in Malta. If the medic gets injured, then who looks after the medic? Because that was right in the zone. And to be honest, it really wasn't far away. Jasvinder comes on. And once again, he's greeted with aggression. Serious shot. Yeah, Fahim launching himself into that one. Well, France are here to take on Luxembourg in the following match. They might need to bring their miners' helmets because it might be dark by the time the last game finishes at this stage. Oh, I reckon he hits this into his own head. Well, maybe not his head. He hits it into himself. Yeah, he does hit it into his own head, but not in a bad way. Just kind of knocks into the ground and probably hits his grill and goes forward. Well, at least Jasvinder can say he bowled international cricket and he hit someone in the head. As if that's something to be proud of. All right, well, he might have got the wicket here because it's miles in the air. He's got time to get to it and he drops it. And he runs under it. Oh, can you believe what you're seeing? That's Eldos Matthew out there. I mean, it was almost an Australian football style mark that he attempts. He realises here he's gone too far. So he launches himself up in the air and backwards. Oh, and he can't find the drop zone. Big moment. Fahim Nazir dropped on 38. You can tell they want a piece of Jasvinder at the moment. Not going to let him settle. Hassan pushes, sends back for him. Okay, the right end though. It's kind of in the balance at the moment, isn't it? Malta hanging on, but got to be frustrated that it didn't hold on to that chance. You wonder if you will get another chance against Fahim Nazir. Now Hassan wants a piece, and that's going to be 4 runs. And so, unfortunately, he's going to be taken to by Hassan now. Jasvinder. It's just a comfortable hitting pace, I think, for these two at the moment. Hassan Ahmed with his first boundary. Sends a signal. Now, they might get 2 here. Probably would have if they push harder the first one. Right now, minimum of fuss. Keeping it in the 7s as this partnership looks threatening already, even though it's only been a little while they've been together. Into the 9th over, and the score is 73 for 2. Beautiful clear day, 33 degrees, and I've got to say, a little bit of a breeze, and I mean a little bit. Don't think it's quite as hot out in the middle as it has been maybe Monday or Tuesday. Malta and France played a doubleheader. It was a scorcher on Monday. And Luxembourg and Malta and France on Tuesday in the Medina Cup. Similar conditions. But you're looking at those figures. Bishnoi went that round the wicket tactic to the left-hander. Still wasn't sold on it. He did take one for 16 and did get some of Mahmood. run out was the other wicket. Oh, what does Matthew? Gets one past Hassan Ahmed. Again, his military medium at a push, Eldos, but puts it in good spaces. If he jumps but can't quite glove it cleanly. Don't think there was an edge on that. Seemed to be a bit of space between the bat and the ball. Now, bit of a break here. Man, pretty fun day out here in the middle, but obviously we've got the Netherlands taking on Scotland as well at the same time. And we've got the ECIs in Hungary, so 3 international matches concurrently at the moment. Last chance to catch the T20IW, so we will have some more women's cricket from the Netherlands next month. We've got series against Ireland and against Jersey that we'll be telecasting. Looking forward to that. Okay, back to the action here. Now, it's Hassan that's after him. This one slices away from the field. In fact, doesn't matter. That's all the way. Maximo! Eldos. It's not the worst ball, really. It's probably round about where he wants in the offside channel, but the palm tree was round about where that one landed. And Hassan makes power look easy, doesn't he? He's cruising through that shot. Kind of helped that he hit it a little bit later because it just meant that he had a bit of time. It's a straighter one this time for Matthew. Yeah, these guys been fighting out here in the sun. This game has a big say on the standings. Hassan. The inside half of the bat falls into a big open space, an easy 2 there. Yeah, but remember, Switzerland with a win, they guarantee first position. And Malta with a win, obviously they drastically improve their chances of being up either at the top or close to the top of the standings, depending on what happens later on today. Oh, down leg side. And it's actually a really good take. This is excellent work, actually. I mean, there's a bit of hope in that take from Afi. Normally you want to go feet first, but if you don't have time, you just got to kind of throw your gloves down there and hope that you get some of it. He saves a fair few runs for his team there. Good keeping. Cut away into the gap. And it wasn't a big gap, and I think that'll reach the boundary. Hassan Ahmed looking dangerous now as well. The twin left-hand attack takes us to the end of the 10th over. And Switzerland cruising ahead of the rate once again with wickets in hand. It's 93 for 2 after 10. It's actually at the moment kind of in a very similar position they were last night against France. And you seemed like there was no way that Switzerland could mess it up, but then it turns out there was a way. And France fought back really tight towards the end. It was only Abdul Rana that dragged the Swiss across the line off the very last ball. This is driven pretty well. And in fact, Yeah, this will be the end of the over. So that'll be 93 for 2 at the end of 10. Again, screaming cover drive. Left-handers looking pretty comfortable here. So that over went .6.2. Wide 4-4. 17 coming off that over. And at the mid-inning summary, just cruising at the moment, 93 for 2 after 10. Dame Nazir survived a couple of scares, but he's still there on 39. Hassan Ahmed, 22 of 12, has wasted no time getting going. It's after the early wicket of Osama Mahmood, who was caught behind. Ajib Vinod, who was run out for 9. Just a very tight run that wasn't really on in the end. So now I think we might see Magal from the other end. So I suppose, you know, it's an interesting tactic. I would have thought maybe try something else, because he had a bit of a rough time against the 2 left-handers earlier, and you got the 2 left-handers back now. Not the same 2, but still. The first one, if anything, goes away. So I suppose it's unpredictable what he's going to deliver here. Normally would swing the ball in a long way, but I think that one kind of going the other way. Sometimes the older ball can kind of change your natural movement. Very whippy, isn't he? Similar sort of action to Sahel Tanvir from Pakistan. Oh, could have been gone. He still could have been gone. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, it's hit back at Magal, who's like a magnet for balls coming back. And it's hit him in the knee. And it's hit him on the knee so hard, it actually bounced to mid-wicket, and Prasad almost caught it on the rebound. Oh, you know how some people have metal knees? Oh, that's gone miles as well. Have a look at this. We didn't get it in time because it's just such an unpredictable angle, but it actually was dropped by Prasad, who was at cover. That's crazy. Oh, Magal. Always turning something out of nothing. That would have been one of the all-time craziest dismissals. Bouncing off the knee. Remember Magal, he took one earlier in the week in the shin, put him out for a game. I suppose, he's very harsh to call it drop chance, but wowzers. And just can't break this partnership. That was kind of crazy, if I'm honest. Oh, hits it. Lucky he does, because that was heading for the stumps. And it does hit the stumps anyway, with the assistance of Afi Khan. Yeah, big bottom edge on it. In fact, yeah. Huge deflection you could spot. Just hanging in there, aren't they, Malta? But for how long? That'll be the end of the 11th over. Switzerland 94 for 2. Hello to Wayne, nice to see you once again. Hello Dave B and everyone in the chat. Enjoying watching this contest develop. It's a bit longer to play out, doesn't it, in the T20 format compared to the T10. Well, Dave B saying a wicket for the price of a knee. It just hit his knee perfectly to get it up. Reminds me a bit of Daryl Mitchell hitting it into Nicholls' bat for New Zealand and getting caught. But yeah, that would have hurt. But how about Prasad? I mean, that's the last thing he would have been expecting. I don't think he got a hand to it at cover, short cover. So Waka Afridi getting another go. It's a bit tough for these players. I suppose playing one game a day most of the time now. I mean, Luxembourg, the only team asked to back up today. Makes it a bit easier, but still, it's a big program out in these conditions, very hot. Freedy gets driven, and he gets driven up and over the gap, and he gets driven into the cheap seats. Maximo brings up the 100, and Nazir brings up his 50 with that shot. What a good shot that was. In fact, not his 50 just yet. It's 46, pardon me. I jumped the gun there, but... Well, obviously my voice carries, but that's a fake 50 because he's only 46. But maybe they're cheering the 100. Moves to 47 now. I say scorers, they've been very quick during this tournament. That's good though. It's good to know they're on top of things. Yeah, there's the French team. Just having a bit of a chill with Dasha Patanka out there on the boundary. Yeah, France been able to get the afternoon game a few times. Normally a bit cooler for the third game of the day. Glanced away nicely, and there's nobody here. This will run away to the boundary. So Hassan Ahmed, he's not all power, he's also a bit of touch. And Switzerland more or less now to run a ball required with 8 wickets in hand. Like I said, yesterday they were in a similar position and they let it slip, but it's very hard to see them letting this slip. Switzerland pretty likely, I think, to grab that automatic qualifying spot. For Malta, though, for their qualification hopes, it's really important that they reduce the margin as much as possible, because they could be in a shootout with Luxembourg if Luxembourg win the next game for that spot in the qualifier. Oh, it goes after this, and Hassan all over it. Waka Afridi trying to sneak it past the pace, but Hassan, pretty uncomplicated technique, just very quick to get the bat through it. He's raced to 30 off just 17 balls. Yeah, just finding it pretty tough going at the moment. Although this is up, it's in the air, it's back to the wall, he can't find it. And at any rate, it's gone over the top. Maximo! Hassan Ahmed puts this with the rest. Lucky's the short boundary though, because it's a bit of a top edge, to be fair. Magal went all the way, tried to find it, looked straight into the sun. And to be honest, that's all he could have done. Tried to hope you could put this periscope out, maybe you can drag it back in, but because of how high that was, even though it's just over the boundary, he's inside the boundary. He has to reach over to try and get it back into play. And so, at the moment, looking pretty good, aren't they? And so, it takes us to the end of the 12th over in Switzerland. They're 116 for 241. Required for the last 48, so now they've got it well below that runner ball required. So looking pretty good at the moment. But you never know, things can change pretty quickly. But you can see with that uptick, they're well ahead in the game, aren't they? Let's see if there's any late drama. Wow, big swing and a miss here. They won't get a run. Rafi has to go back for it. Yeah, Switzerland, 3 chases out of 3. It's looking like 4 out of 4 here, isn't it, at the moment? Chip back, but it's into the ground. McGall is back on now. The next one hit pretty hard, but Zishan should have this one covered. Get a single. Yeah, but just looking like a long way back, isn't it, at the moment? An appeal, but with the ball not getting held on to by Afrikaan. Dave B saying, I want Malta to do something. Well, it's not easy against these two. Full toss, hit into the gap. But fielder comes around quickly. Swaka does the fielding. Wow, this is launched high in the air. Waka goes right back, but well, it's the blue shirts that are the only ones that are going to be able to catch this one. It goes all the way. Maximo! And really, Switzerland, they've had the answers, haven't they? And yeah, making pretty light work of it now. Also takes us to the end of the over. It's 130. I think there's a score, maybe not. Get that clarified in a second, but you can see with the win here, Switzerland 4-0, it cannot be overhauled. And that leaves France and Malta on 4, Luxembourg on 2. Luxembourg with a win, with a good win, could break into that 4. And that's why Malta, it's important that their net run rate doesn't take too much of a hammering. But yeah, Luxembourg, not only will they have to win, I think they'll have to win well. But who's to say they can't? I mean, they're a decent cricket team. Well, this morning. Now this one is going to be whacked away. And the way things are going, this game might be on borrowed time. And that does bring up his 50 for real that time. Fahim Nazir, 53 off 35 balls. He's a class act, isn't he? Next one, bit too far down the leg side. Nazir. He's had a few hairy moments, but he's still there, and that's the main thing. Now in the air, it's going to be a teaser. This won't be an easy one to stop either. No, it's going to be 4. Zishan once again not super confident, diving with the hands, and there's more on the cards. And yeah, I mean, the more that the quicker that Switzerland can do this, the more Luxembourg will be liking what they're seeing, because it'll reduce how much they need to win by to overhaul Malta on net run rate. If Luxembourg were to win against France. Remember, no Gustav McKeon for France. He's had to go back to the UK because of club cricket commitment, so certainly weakens their batting to an extent. Really nice looking shot. In fact, that's like a bullet. Good luck stopping that. Nazir to 60. This is the threat of Nazir. He just makes that look so easy. Just an uncomplicated but very aesthetically pleasing technique. Ooh, slower ball. An attempted throwback. And Fahim has a little wink at Afi and says, "You're not going to get me that way." And also, you missed. A rare miss from Nazir, though. 21 of 37 required. Last ball of the over for Matthew. Chipped away. Could get two here, you know. But I think they're pretty happy walking the one. And it takes us to the end of the 14th over. Switzerland 136 for 2. With Nazir retaining the strike. Well, I've got that. Oh, I've got that as over. But if it's not, a couple of interesting little scoring snafus here. But I'm guessing this will be the end of the over. It doesn't change the score, so there's that. So I'm going to say 136 for 2 after 14. 21 runs required off the last 6 overs, so yeah, we'll be able to tell you as well, be able to do some numbers in the break, see exactly what Luxembourg would have to win by if they are going to qualify for the qualifier tomorrow. That's 2 versus 3, the first game. A 4 and 5 playoff. It's kind of the game no one really wants to play, but I suppose if you play it, you're looking at a winnable T20 international. And then the big one, the final. Who will follow in the footsteps of Romania that won last year? Malta won the year before, and the inaugural one back in 2019. It was the Czech Republic that won. Hello to Josh Sayers. Good to have you watching from the USA. How's things over there? Been meaning to catch a bit of Major League Cricket, see how that's getting on. Do you follow any of that, Josh? I mean, you're in that part of the world. Part of the world. Yeah, I'll give you an idea about margins. Okay, so let's say if Switzerland win. So what's the most likely here? So they 21 of 37. Let's say they take 15 balls to bring up the 21. I'll do it in roughly 16 overs, right? Nice shot. So if you chase it down in 16 overs, it's about the equivalent of a 32-run win. So it's a decent win, but it's not a battering of 80 or 100 runs. So Malta will take a little bit of a knock. I'm not sure if their net run rate will go below Luxembourg's though. I mean, we'll only know at the end of this game. But going into this game, yeah, if you look at the table, generates a fair bit of pace out of this. But will be cut off in the outfield. Yeah, so Luxembourg minus 0.5 and Malta plus 0.4. So if you go right to the decimals, it's about 1. Anyway, this is a little bit short, and it's adios Pallotta. And yeah, Magal looks a bit short of a gallop. And now Hassan Ahmed makes his 50. And what a nice moment for him as well. just a little bit short, wasn't it? And yeah, just very strong in that area. And we have seen him whacking balls in Italy. There's a helicopter pad, the pressure ground that he puts under fire sometimes when he plays there. But congratulations to Hassan Ahmed, because that is his first ever T20 International 50 in his 6th match. Beats his previous high score of 39. So congratulations, Hassi. And here's to many more. That 39 was actually last night. Now in the end, this gets over the field, and that's 4 more. So the run's coming thick and fast now. And yeah, it's just a matter of when, not if, I think. Hassan Ahmed goes bang, bang. And I think it might have heated up things so much the scoreboard's knocked out, but I make that 11 to win, give or take. Pitched up, driven fairly firmly. This should just be a single. Bishnoi comes in, and I suppose lack of a genuine off-spinning option here. Imran Amir, for example. Gotta throw something a bit different to these guys, don't you? Anyway, takes it to the end of the over. And I'm having a blind guess, but I've got that as 147 off 14 with 10 to win. So, Malta, it's tough to try and find a gear here, but yeah, for your tournament life, potentially, you need to try and drag this out as much as you can. Oh, it's a good one from Waka. I don't think there's an edge on it, but almost. Yeah, apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics. We'll try and get that back to you as soon as possible. Yeah, Josh said he's enjoying MLC. That's good. I mean, obviously, we're pretty keen to see cricket spreading all over the world. I saw what I thought was a free hit signal there. Yeah, it was a no ball. So maybe assumed that was the front foot, but I mean, only caught it late. So, yeah, 4 to win now. Well, there you go. Not as many as we thought. He tried to hit a 14 instead of a 4 off the free hit. Launched towards the archery range. I suppose we can give him that. Hassan, 56 not out, his highest T20 international score. This is hit pretty hard. Pretty well done though. And Prasad took it cleanly. So yeah, I'm predicted around the 16th over, or end of 16. It's looking to be around that at the moment. Four to win becomes 3 to win. Skin. Switzerland, ice cold in the chase on a warm day here in Malta. I suppose the fact this runs early is probably a good thing, considering we're likely to be slightly behind schedule. Probably maybe a 4:20 start, maybe in 30 minutes. This one's a bit too close to Nazir. He's batted his way to 63 not out. Next game was meant to start at 4 o'clock local, which is in 12 minutes. So I think we can rule that out. I think they'll try and put 20 to 30 minutes between the games. But you do have to keep an eye on the sunlight here in Malta at this time of year. Sun goes down just after 8 o'clock. Oh, he gets the wicket in the end. Waka Afridi gets Nazir, and really sporting as well. And quick to shake his hand and say, well batted. I mean, Waka knows the game's gone, but it won't stop him competing. And see, he's exhausted 8th match of the week for Malta. Now this guy is put in 100% all the time. You've got to see the fatigue creeping in. It's his first week of international cricket as well. Well batted though, Nazir. Once again, puts his team in the box seat. 63 or 44 with 4 maximos and 6 fours before he's castled. But I think it's all academic. A ball to go in the 16th, and Switzerland 153 for 3. Just 4 runs required for victory. Big hello to Tim Kluger as well. Nice to see you with us. And yeah, Switzerland, pretty tight-knit group. And those that were here 2 years ago, they'll be pretty keen to avenge the loss to Malta in the final. Looks like they're going to do enough here. But yeah, the big one for them will be tomorrow. We know they'll be straight through to the final now with this win. So, well, probably a good time to get this guy, the finisher, Abdullah Rana there. He's the one who was facing the last ball last night. 1 to tie, 2 to win. Hit a ball that apparently flicked the fingers of the guy at point on the full, but still made it to the boundary. Switzerland winning against France, and that's why Switzerland are in this position where they can qualify straight into the final. Oh, that's pretty close. He's gone. He tries to hit across a ball that's knocking out the pegs. And Waka, well, the one good thing is it gives him more time to rest, but this guy's exhausted. He's on a hat-trick now. Might be the most understated hat-trick ever if he takes it. Now, looked pretty good to me. He got the front board a long way across. And, well, Derek, like he's made of gold, not chocolate, otherwise he'd be melting at this stage, but it's 2 in 2. And it's also the end of the 16th over, 154 for 4. Now, I will say, Waka Afridi, I said he's on a hat-trick, but he won't get a chance to take it because that's the end of his 4 overs. And even if it wasn't, I think there's a fairly good chance the game might not even get back to that end. So I suppose if it's really close, these wickets might come back to be a bit of a boost for Malta, just protecting their net run rate slightly. Muralitha and Nanasekaram comes out for the first time in the series. Whether he gets any action or not, we'll have to see. Bishnoi comes back to bowl his final over. What'll probably be the final over of this contest. All right, Bishnoi has to deal with another left-hander. Hassan, I think he has minimal patience here. 3 to win. Oh, he doesn't bowl it. He got one job. And Bishnoi, he's a guy, I'm happy to see him back though. 6 for 3, his best figures on ECN when they bowled out Gozo for 6. Famous game here. Gozo, a lot of them first time they played with a hard ball. Hassan finds the fielder, gets away from Prasad though. It means that Nanasekaram will get some action. But ECN being ECN, Gozo CC, they came back and won their very, not their next game, they won the next day against Sweet United. The T10's unpredictable. So is T20 though. And then Gozo went on to shock the champions next year, Massa, bowling them out for 31. So, yeah. ECN cricket's unpredictable. All right, so 2 required. Really Nanasekaram. Does he go for glory here? He'd love to get like a real kind of highlight reel shot, considering and he won't get another hit before the end of the day. Something to go to bed and close his eyes and remember. Or he could be boring and just push a 1 and tie the scores. Really opens the batting for his club. It's probably a worst case scenario for him there as that one ties the scores. Bishnoi loses it down the leg side, not really getting any swing there. Hey, if you want to be a real party pooper for Bishnoi, he's pulled another one of those, and poor Murali still hasn't faced a legal ball. All right, score's tied. Any score wins it now for Switzerland. And a dot, and then a terrible throw, and they're going to win it on an overthrow. In fact, if you're smart, you hope this goes to the boundary and you get 4. Yeah, I think that... Well, maybe it hasn't gone to the boundary. It doesn't matter. They got one now. But, well, there we go. He literally throws the game away. Bishnoi. And if you could call a wide on a throw, this would be it. Oh, look at this. And the idea was intimidation, but well, it had to be as wide as a London bus to be in the way of that. But anyway, congratulations to Switzerland, even though it was kind of a funny ending. They do get home, and with 16-point overs used, they get home with 22 balls to spare. So we'll do a few calculations in the break. We'll work out kind of where Malta are at, what Luxembourg need to do. That is the next game that we'll have. Looks like we're going to have a 4:30 start, so 35 minutes away from the first ball. That's 2:30 p.m. GMT. That's 4:30 in Central Europe, and it's 8 p.m. start in India, 8:30 in Bangladesh. So, yeah, France versus Luxembourg. That's the last game of the day, and the last game of the group stage as well. So there you go. So just a slight delay. It's a 30-minute delay from the listed start time. And we'll be back in about half an hour to take you through to that one. And we'll go through all the permutations in the meantime. Meanwhile, Netherlands, Scotland, actually got the tournament on the line over there in Netherlands. So maybe a good time to turn over. Let's roll through the highlights though. And there was a funny one early, kind of squeezed away. Maybe some bat in it from Nazir, but it was a pretty good shout. Bishnoi was determined to go round the wicket, despite the fact he swings the ball naturally into the left-hander anyway. Miguel, again, tried hard, but a few of these players, they're feeling it, aren't they, after their heat and the program. Well, that was the good foot fielding from Zishan. He kicked it up into his own hands. Didn't have too much luck when he tried something similar later. Osama Mahmood, though, almost needed a 6-foot bat to reach that one, but he did nick it through to the keeper. Nazir, he just kind of intermittently broke out, didn't he, in those first few overs. Got a bit of a gift there from Waka. He also played a missed a bit. Just didn't nick one. Maybe a bit lucky to survive a few times. But you make your own luck, don't you? This is the run out of Vinod, who just hesitated. Afi did just enough to take the stumps. Zishan rocketing in the throw. So 2 down, but then the left hand brothers from another mother, they were reunited out there in the middle, and they put together another very useful partnership. This one should have been taken probably, but it was super high. Eldest Matthew just misjudged the drop zone. Dive back, but to no avail. And then, really, Switzerland a long way ahead. I mean, this one pounded Miguel in the knee and then bounced to a fielder who was not expecting it. And Nazir, his luck was in as he would go on. And with Hassan Ahmed really kind of taking over the role of chief aggressor, this game was on borrowed time. Hassan Ahmed bringing up his first 50 in T20 international cricket. Nazir reaching the milestone for the second time this week. This is the other side of the foot fielding from Zishan. But once again, Switzerland pretty clinical. And they feel confident. You know, they've got the batting to preserve wickets, but can just kind of tick along at that 8 and over. Can raise it if possible. Late in the piece, there was a bit of a fight back from Malta. That could be important as far as calculations go, but well, no real fight there. Afi Khan saying, well, who was that to? And ultimately, that was the end of game number 9. It finishes on an overthrow. So, yeah, just repeating. We're about half an hour away from the final match of the day. Bit of a delay there because this game running over time. 63 opening up. Fahim Nazir continues his good series, just 44 balls in that knock. Osama Mahmood 15 before he nicked off, and Vinod was run out for 9. But Hassan Ahmed, what an innings from him. 58 not out off 33 balls. Just looked very assured at the crease, and I think the T20 enjoys that he can play himself in a little bit. Kind of suits him. Nanasekarim, I'm not quite sure what his wagon wheel looks like with that one, but he did ultimately score the winning run. He's thrown away by the bowler. We have a look at the picturesque waterways of Malta in the background. Akra Afridi Ahmed fought back, got 2 wickets late in the piece, but yeah, he looked a bit tired, didn't he? 2 for 44, his figures. Bishnoi with the other wicket to the bowlers. The other one was a run out. So all to do, and like I said, we'll try and give you those calculations as soon as we know exactly what's going on and what Luxembourg need to do. It means that Malta will have a bit of a nervous wait and see what happens in match 10 to see if they make it through to the top 3 or whether they're playing off for 4th against Romania tomorrow. We'll take a break. Back in about 25 minutes then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. This is ECN and you're watching the Valletta Cup live from Malta.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Last game of the day, last game of the round robin stage as well. And it should be a really good one between France and Luxembourg. So still a bit up in the air. We know who's top. We know who finishes bottom after the round robin stage, but we don't really know 2, 3, 4 at the moment. We will know after this game though. France winning the toss and electing to bat.
Welcome boys, welcome for the last match of today. France is the home team and Luxembourg is away team. Head, the head is the head, okay? You toss and you call.
Okay. Heads.
Head is the call. And it is tail.
Wow, I can break the suspense for you. He said he wants to bat. So Noman Amjad is the winning captain here. Confirmation there. And yeah, I do like that. I'd like the suspense toss. Maybe we get you guys to vote. What do you think he's going to say? And you know what? I'm pretty sure France, they like to bat, don't they? Because they like to defend. And so, of course, France, no Gustav McKeon in the lineup. He was very, very good while he was here. Fastest ever player to 500 runs as far as innings played. So he's a big loss. Santiago Kamaran came in for him yesterday, but he's been left out of the lineup today. I want to see what they do with the lineup. They've listed Gulami at open, so they've just put everyone up a slot. I don't mind that, actually. And you know what I also like? I like that they've got 3 genuine spin options. So they've said, you know what? We think our batting's been working okay. Let's throw everyone up a spot. You know, Usman Khan can easily handle number 4 the way he's batting. Luxembourg, though, well, I've got some information with regards to the net run rate that, well, we can be exact after the first innings, but it looks like Luxembourg would have to win in 17 overs or less. They'd have to chase the score in 17 overs or less if they are to sneak into third past Malta on net run rate. So, and that's what the boffins and the supercomputers have been set to do in the break, and that's what they've come up with. And it's probably a little bit more complicated than that. It depends on how many they score. So if they win with a 6, for example, and they end up with way more than the target, then they might be able to do it in an extra ball. But Luxembourg will know what they have to do at the halfway point of this game. Anyway, so we thought that we might see everyone up a slot, but instead Zayn Ahmed has gone out to open. So they've kept everyone else in their kind of normal batting positions. And I've gone for the left-hand, right-hand combination. See, I don't mind that. Zayn Ahmed looks like he's got a pretty good technique. And just waiting for the clock to tick over. 4:30 start to this game. He's got 9 the sunset time, which tonight is 20 past 8. So anyway, here we go. It's Nanda to get us going for Luxembourg. And yeah, Luxembourg had to win this morning to give themselves any hope, and that's exactly what they did against Romania. But can they pull off a win against France? So yeah, just saying that again. They'd have to win in 17 overs or less if they're going to go past Malta on the table. Cope behind the stumps, of course. No use Mays today for Luxembourg. Zayn Ahmed just pushes away. Nanda operating around the wicket. Got to say, I think the Dutch women's game's just finished, and you know, credit to all 3 teams there. They're actually going to finish all on 2 wins, 2 losses. So net run rate sorting that out, and yeah, Thailand are going to win that try series on net run rate. But fantastic effort by all the teams over there. Zayn Ahmed won't get a run just yet. Again, pushes and runs. Yeah, so how about that? Net run rate being the decider, but a great experience as well, I'm sure. It's great to see Thailand travelling a bit far and wide compared to, you know, their region. It's hard for them to get competition in their region, to be honest, these days. It's just gotten too good. Yeah, Ahmed. I was happy to see this one go past. Interesting that Action Jackson doesn't take strike. He's basically saying, well, I'm happy to watch for a little bit. Some openers like having the first ball, just kind of getting it out of the way. Some prefer not to do that. Just like to have a bit of a look down the other end first. Some don't care. This is hit away through the offside. It's a long chase. Successful chase. It's well done. Yeah, a long way to go, didn't he, there? And a pretty tight first over. Zain Ahmed does get off the mark with a couple. And won't get a run here. So he faces all the balls in the first over, and that's the end of it. The score is 2 without loss. Yeah, so this is where we're at today. We saw Luxembourg beat Romania, 2 teams without a win at the start of the day, but Luxembourg put themselves in with the chance. Switzerland beating Malta means they go straight through to the final tomorrow night. It also means they get a bit of a rest. Not that they need it, because they look fighting fit, to be honest. And then, so we know top, which is Switzerland. We know bottom, which is Romania. It's France, Malta, and Luxembourg in 2, 3, 4 at the moment. And the format basically means only the top 3 have a chance to win tomorrow. The 4th and 5th teams just play a 4th, 5th playoff. So it's going to be Elias Chabakel, who is going to take up the attack here in the second over. Push and run. And I don't get a run here. Action Jackson. Call him action for a reason. And just worked away for one, still without a boundary in this clash. So Zain Ahmed gets a chance at the other end. I want to welcome back everyone to the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Here's the last game of the day. So if you want to throw a few random questions, I'm really impressed with Frankie Spiteri, who nailed the run rate equation. I was also working in the break on the Netherlands run rate equation. I worked out they would have had to have chased the runs in 4.4 overs. And by then, already well past that. Zain Ahmed drives pretty firmly. It's Orsu. Wasn't he a bit of an injection of life into the team this morning, throwing up a bit of off spin and also throwing himself around in the field, took a very good catch. Worked away. Vikram Vid's got a bit of work to do here. And back for 2. It's a tight 2. I asked the question, but I think he's just scrambled home. See, got to say, I'm not a huge fan of the standing in front of the stumps. Very new agey way to do it, but I think you can kind of get yourself in a bit of a muddle. Some people say in some circumstances you can be quicker, but I've got to say with experience, I'm not a believer in that one. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Barker comes around and cleans up. He's been busy early. And that'll be the end of the over. So pretty tight start at the moment. Luxembourg giving 3 overs away pretty much in this contest as far as trying to stay in the series. And I'll remember in the ECC last year, it was France that kind of snuck up on them. And now it's Luxembourg doing the sneaking. Yeah, so you can see there, Luxembourg with a win, they go to 4 points, but they've got to make up a bit. They've got minus 0.06 essentially that they're looking at from Malta there, minus 0.53. So they've got to make up 0.47. Oh, how about that for a shot from Zayn Ahmed, who opens his shoulders and just nails it over extra cover. Maximo! And the first boundary of match 10 is a 6. Yeah, it was pretty much in the block hole, to be honest, but had a bit of width. Excellent ball striking. So congratulations, Thailand, but I say congratulations to everyone in the Dutch T20IW Tri-Series. Nanda, probably not particularly happy with getting moosed away, but I suppose some good comes of it. Everyone's got time to get a drink. I've got to say, a little bit concerned if this game does go the distance that we're going to run into it getting pretty dark because of this heat. Obviously, there's quite a few drinks being run on, and we've had a few injury delays today. That's why we're actually starting 30 minutes behind the intended start time here at the end of the day. Okay, so good news is they found the ball. They found a ball. I actually think they might have replaced it. But anyway, Nanda gets the right reply to Zayn Ahmed. Oh, edges and actually gets it through the guy that's designed to stop that, or maybe catch it instead. He's picking it off the wall. So Zayn Ahmed gets a 6. This one wasn't as convincing. Salius Jabokel thought he might get a catch here. And that's why he took a couple of steps around and in, but then created an awkward hop for himself and ends up having to chase it all the way. It's an unsuccessful chase. Yeah, a nod of approval. Nanda, he's a bit of a throwback, actually. I mean, he's probably an advocate to turn the stump microphones down, I think, when he's out there operating. I don't think he said anything, but with Zayn giving me a little nod, I think he was thinking, stop nodding, concentrate on batting. Oh, there's another edge, and Jawakel can't quite get the fingernail on it. That's going to be 4 more. Well, one drops in front, one goes over the top. Zayn Ahmed living dangerously, and Nanda, well, he's steamed up. And it's already pretty steamy at the start of this contest. Jabberkel, he couldn't have done a lot more, to be honest. Went back, threw the hand up. It was a one-hand effort required. And so, yeah, Luxembourg frustrated. Remember, like we said, not only do they need to win to keep their trophy hopes alive, but yeah, they need to win 17 overs or less. And if they do that, this is probably the qualifier we'll see in the morning. France, in a way, not as much to play for as far as the tournament goes, but these are fully fledged T20 internationals, so obviously the ranking points are important. It seems certain that France are playing that 2 versus 3 match tomorrow. Good area. Yeah, look at this. Ananda. Well, I mean, he even throws him into free coaching here. He misses it and says, hey, how lucky do you want to be? Just keep nicking, keep missing, that's fine. And I told you, there's a bit of the old school about him. That's the end of the third over. It's 20 without loss. Anyway, I mean, I hope he gets another one. We had to nick that over that went just in front of the field, and one that just went over. He has been hit for a couple of times. First ball, Jabberkel now gets concentrated on bowling. Pushed away. Oh, they take on a tight one. To be honest, they probably could have gotten an overthrow if they were watching. I think they're just happy to hang on with their wicket here, France. I think it was just home. So I suppose it's a good run. Still action in Hungary, of course. There's one more game to go there today in the ECIs. That's been a big day of action as well. Jabberkel's going to try around the wicket to Zain Ahmed. He'll feel a bit better after getting a couple away. He survived a couple of close calls as well. Yeah, good looking drive, but Orisu does well, gets down. Make sure it doesn't get past him. Team news as well, in case you didn't notice. James Barker not in the lineup. Girish Venkateswaran comes into the lineup. Bowl a bit of off spin, bat in the middle order. Malov holds his place. Dingra, still no spot for him. Ooh, that's really close, you know. No one looked interested. Tell you what, he got a long way across. Look at this. Oh, yeah, probably not. But, I mean, because he gets so far across, it's worth a shout. Cope was more interested in getting the ball. I mean, probably maybe just going over the top. But when he got that far across from where he got hit, certainly hit in line. Vikram heads to ground pretty quick and blocks it. He just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? Again, apologies. Just waiting for the scoring system to relaunch, and we'll get those on-screen graphics back as soon as possible. Yeah, Frankie in the chat saying he doesn't mean being called a boffin. Doesn't mind being called a boffin, I should say. Yeah, I didn't know you had those kind of skills, Frankie. We'll have to get you on the team. At the moment, there's probably one person that seems to handle the net run rate potential scenario calculations. Oh, some indecision about whether that ball was going to get through the infield or not. Luckily it did. And so they get through for a single. And that will take us to the end of the over. Yeah, so Luxembourg, well, we're kind of down and out, but we've kind of seen in the Valletta Cup before, haven't we, how things can turn around. Just have a look at Romania last year, 3-2, lost a couple of games along the way, but ended up winning the trophy, getting over the previously undefeated Malta side. The year before, it was actually Switzerland that kind of cruised through, but then Malta knocked them off. So, yeah, lots of potential surprises ahead, I think. So, Nanda comes back and the scoreboard's back. That's good as well. 25 with that loss after 4. This is the first one down the leg side. I like Nanda because he's fun to watch. He's I suppose the spearhead of their attack. I wouldn't say he's intimidating pace-wise, but presence-wise, I'll say yes. Well, they're hitting a run here, but a lack of hesitation. They get there fairly easily. France, we've gone on about their attack, and they do have a very good attack, but one of the issues they're running into, a bit of fatigue creeping in. Certainly seemed that way yesterday, but then they kind of sprung to life, didn't they? Against Switzerland, almost pulled it out of the bag. Now, the battle resumes. Zain Ahmed against Nanda. Yeah, let's get through to the keeper. Nanda turns and walks away. Would the bowler be happy with this or not? I mean, it is the dot ball in this form of the game. That's pretty good, but I suppose he's searching for early wickets. I suppose he'll take it. Hello to Wazza. Nice to see you with us as well. This is hit, and it's hit down the ground, hit pretty hard. So he left the one before. This one he was pretty keen, and yeah, might have just whispered something to Nanda as well, saying, you're not saying too much now. Zain lets his bat do the talking. Hit it pretty hard. Nanda threw out the hand, but it was long gone by that stage. Yeah, nice batting. Yeah, so Hungary, ECI, pretty fascinating so far. Big swat across the line. Oh, here comes Nanda. What's he going to say now? Just a little mutter under his breath. Ahmed's moved to 25 at the top of the order. Oh, now tries to jab, and yeah, once again. And yeah, Nanda, yeah, again. He's just kind of, he's lost for words now. He said, I've gone through all my A-grade material. Now I'm just kind of just waiting for you to get out, and we can just end this sideshow. Last ball of the over. Oh, now he nicks it up into his own head. And Nanda, well, no credit to him. He's held it. held it together. Zayn Ahmed does drill him down the ground, but not a lot more damage this over. Have a look at this on the walk. I think that's little top edge. And actually hits him, maybe if not in the head, it was in the shoulder. But anyway, it's the end of the first 5 overs of this contest. France 31 without loss. So, I mean, if Luxembourg could pull this off and chase in 17 overs or less, you know what's going to be super weird is that it'll be Malta-Romania in the 4th place playoff, and it'll be a rematch of last year's final, and you'll have neither of the teams having made the top 3. They'll be playing off for 4th. And basically the battle to avoid the wooden spoon. Oh, that's a really nice looking shot from Action Jackson. Dixon's into the attack over number 6, but he eases this over mid-off and gets 4. Dixon, I suppose, is a bit of a half volley. But yeah, just pushed that. Didn't try and overhit it. Just timed it. And before you knew it, that was into the wall. Action Jackson hasn't had a lot of the strike, but that looked pretty good. I'll tell you what, the umpire's going offside. Yeah, I think that's to do with the fact that the sun is right in his eyes when he goes the other way. Nice looking shot once again. This should just be 1 though. Oh, they go for 2. That's robbery really. At this stage, it's good to see some aggressive running. Zayn Ahmed was the instigator there. Confident you'd get back, and he did. Look at that. Yeah, he turns and he says, yeah, you know what? I'm the one in danger. He even takes a couple of pretty hard left turns on the way. Shot and more work for Barker out there. Won't prevent the 2, but will prevent the boundary. He's looking pretty composed. I mean, sometimes Jackson gets a bit carried away hitting across the line, I think. He's showing here he's pretty strong on the drive, batting in fairly orthodox fashion. Dixon does like to pitch up. Jackson's taking him on. Now, oh, it's just out of the grasp of William Cope. And now he's been nailed. Oh, boy. Watch this. Oh, well, from bad to worse. I mean, Cope took one on the knee before. That was kind of unavoidable. But this time, I mean, first he goes full stretch. He gets a glove on it. Oh, just out of his grasp, and it gets a bit of his thumb, and then bang, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Here's the throw when it comes in. Oh yeah, that's a heel buster. Oh yeah, oh Kopi, what have you done wrong? And oh, how that ends up there, I've got no idea. But anyway, batters get away with it. I don't think so. I think it's pitched outside leg stump. Yes, if it bounces left of the stumps, can't be out. And that for me did just. Well, not too much room to work with, but gets a fair bit of bat on it. And chops it away. That'll be the end of the over. And after 6, end of the power play, it's 40 without loss. Yeah, so only a couple of days away from the start in Czechia. And we'll be in Prague. A big history of being there. 8 teams ready to go head-to-head in the European Cricket Series Czechia. Prague CC recently qualified for the ECL in 24 by winning the T20 final. That was against Brno, and those two, they've got some recent history then. They'll play in match 1. That should be a humdinger. Each team will play their opponents twice over the course of that tournament. So, yeah, Burno, we'll see them. Barbarians will be there. Vinorati, also a team that, man, they a little bit disappointing in the ECS last year to making the final before. But anyway, Danny Hudacek will be there. He'll be covering me for the first couple of days, but I will be there before too long. And the action starts Monday morning. European Cricket Series will continue after a successful 2 weeks in Hungary. 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India. Same starting time that we've had in the recent ECS. Anyway, it's Malav who comes on to bowl over number 7. First one. Just respectfully played back by Jackson. Pitched up, and now the field's gone back because we've gotten to the end of the 6-over power play. Trying to look at where that hit William Cope. I think it hit him on the heel, and it might have hit him in a good spot, like, you know, the back of your shoes where your heel is, and there's a big bit of rubber that kind of, where basically between your heel and the ground. So I think that's the reason he doesn't need any medical attention or anything like that. But it could have been a lot worse, a lot worse. Yeah, Malov's got a kind of interesting run up. We've highlighted a few times that he comes from behind to keep the umpire. Yeah, look at that. Oh boy, the stuff you see. Anyway, France and Luxembourg. Don't forget these two teams met twice earlier in the week. France too strong in the Medina Cup. On those two occasions, Luxembourg had a bit of tough time dealing with the bowling attack, but also, you know, Gus McKeon was in pretty good form. That's great keeping from Cope. Great keeping there. This is the toughest take in wicket keeping. Can't see it because it's in the batter, so you got to kind of just give yourself the best chance. And that was a fantastic take because it actually was wide of where his body got to. Great hands. Maybe they should throw the ball in more often. But yeah, excellent technical bit of keeping there. Does go down as a wide though, then the next ball is a single. Zain Ahmed, he's actually done a really good job at the top of the order so far. I think you know, Santhera Kamara, I think he's probably a decent bat, but one thing Zain Ahmed has in his favour, he's been playing, and he provides obviously that third spinner. So it just gives you more options. Actually, Zain bowled really well to left-handers. When we last saw him, and Switzerland have a lot of them. Oh, full toss, and Jackson could have hit this anywhere he wanted. He hits it to the boundary. So that'll be 4 runs. Malav lets himself down after building the pressure. And that is the end of the over as well. It's 49 without loss after 7. And just the one bad ball hurting Malav. Vikram Vij is going to come on here. He's been really effective with the ball in this series. It's still pretty early, but he thinks, you know what? It's never too early. I've got other options. I can bowl an over or two here. Maybe come back towards the end. And there's another spin option available with Venkateswaran coming back into the side for this game. Orsu actually bowled some good spin in the last game. It's pretty effective. So right now, 7 overs in. 49 on the board, so on 140 pace. Zain Ahmed, left-hander. We'll get a bunch of different offerings from Vikram. He'll get a few kind of off-cutters, and he'll kind of roll his fingers on. It'll go away from him. Probably get the one that kind of goes the other way as well. Vikram has been bowling that one pretty accurately. Here we go with over number 8. Well, I wasn't picking full toss, and that's 2 full tosses in two balls, and they've both been cracked to the fence. Ahmed just holds his shape and puts it away. And the Luxembourg, we've kind of worked out, haven't we? If they chase the score in 17 overs or less, they'll be through to the top 3. It's not just enough to win. They have to win with 3 or more overs to spare, which is, I mean, certainly on the cards. It depends how many they keep France to. Oh, well bowled. And that was the little rolling off cutter. First time really we've seen Zain Ahmed losing his shape. He's had too much time. So if you want to adjust your par, if you want to say it's kind of 8 and over par 160, well then the par for the 17 over kind of Luxembourg game is probably 136. If they could keep France to 136 and go at 8s, then they can still make the top 3. All right, this is in the air, but a bit of luck again. We've had a few balls flying in that region so far. And Nanda, he was creating those nicks before. None of them went to hand. He sees one close up that time, Vidge though. Pretty good job, Action Jackson. He's remarking his guard here. Looks like he's autographing the pitch. Lucky that's a big stick of chalk. He's a popular player, Action Jackson. We've seen him at the ECC. Great experience that is to play at the Cardimer Oval. He's happy with one here. 50's come up as well for France, and so I think that Luxembourg, what they don't want is kind of get blown away and be chasing a score that's hard in 20 overs and then have to get it in 17. So, you know, got to keep it under control. I won't want to chase 140 plus. Oh, steps across and escorts this one to the square leg boundary. Good batting, Zain Ahmed. Gets the guy who is pretty reliable, he's pretty accurate. I think sometimes you do have to take matters into your own hands. Fitchy doesn't bowl a lot of balls at the stumps. So, and batters know that. So he gets across, he knows bowled in the LBW is not really an issue. He gets across, takes a chance and gets 4. Same kind of a ball. I mean, he's going to be dropped. Jabba Kell. It just bounces straight out of his palms. I mean, yeah, it was hit pretty hard. At this level, you hope that those stick. He had one earlier. That was a bit of a teaser for him, but this one was a genuine chance. In and out. And the end of the over. 59 without loss after 8. And Dave B mentioning that Thailand won the cup over there in the Netherlands. Yeah, but only on net run rate. So what do I tell you? Margins matter, especially in the slightly shorter series. Margins matter. Zain Ahmed, 36 not out. He's been a really good placeholder at the top of the order. Then they've got kind of their regular 3, 4, 5. Kalami, Kanasane, Usman Khan. Amjad at 6. What I like about having Zain Ahmed at the top of the order also gives you 3 genuine and different looking spinners. Smalov comes back. Jackson just gets past him. Almost a bit more danger out there. Already seen Cope cop one from his teammate. And the batter has no idea the bowler's there. In fact, I think that Zain Ahmed sees him just in time. Yeah, could have been ugly for both players, really. Oh, on the back cut this time, but deep point round there. Oh, it's good running, putting the pressure on. These two have run well together, haven't they? This opening partnership, and it just continues to grow, doesn't it? 62 without loss now, France. They do have have a bit of an issue sometimes with their batting. Is he warning him for running on the pitch? Because that's a waste of time on this pitch. I think that's just over officiating, if I'm honest, because this pitch is not going to change. And I think actually it can be a bit unsafe to run off the pitch because you see batters jackknifing themselves trying to put their bat down sometimes. This is going to be worked away leg side, and it's going to be 4. So Zain Ahmed, not too worried about the warning, more worried about the bowling, and gets a little bit of a short one, only a little bit short to be fair. Yeah, but just touching on that, I mean, I'm all for bowlers getting warned because it actually has an impact on the game. It has, because they can obscure the umpire's view. But I think, you know, that you've got to use common sense as well. Oh, this could be gone, and it is gone. So Ahmed, won't be an issue anymore. He hits this really well, picks out the fielder. And they'll be really happy with his contribution so far. He does crack 42 and doesn't waste any time. Oh, that was a nice catch out there on the boundary. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Just hit it too well. That's Tim Barker. He's been reasonably busy early. So we saw one go down, but Zain Ahmed doesn't last a lot longer. He's the first wicket to fall. And it's 66 for 1. Yeah, so you know, some people might say, oh, you know, that's in the laws. You should enforce it. Running in the protected area, but on an artificial pitch, that's not going to change. When guys are batting in rubbers, I actually think it's a safety thing that you know, we talk about spirit of cricket. It's not the spirit of cricket, even though it might technically be in the rules to warn and have issues with batters doing that. You know, I think it's one thing as an umpire, you can just don't worry about it. You've got enough to worry about, so just don't worry about it. Just, you know, you got to know. Yes, you got to know the law, but you got to know the intention of the law. The intention of the law is to protect the integrity of the playing surface, and also, yeah, as we've seen, I suppose we've seen a lot of cricket on synthetic on ECN, and we actually know you should be running on the pitch, not off the pitch. I suppose the umpire would say, well, you know, yeah, you can do that, but run up and down the side of the pitch. But yeah, like I said, it's probably one that you don't have to waste too much time worrying about. Anyway, speaking of not wasting too much time, Galami comes out and pumps his first ball out of the ground. But what about that for a shot? He's just come out, and Galami, we know he likes to kind of get his eye in sometimes. And this has gone all the way. Maximo! What a shot. Yeah, that's over him and just over the boundary. Well, hello. Galami now comes out. He'll get one. The question in the chat, synthetic pitch. Well, I mean synthetic grass. It's the same thing. You do get kind of hybrids. Oh, well, time to go home, I think. Don't know if you heard that. That was highlights music coming on. And that's what will happen. You know, after some of these long days, the guys from Swing Productions occasionally, they've got a stick that actually stops their heads falling onto the keyboard, and occasionally it'll malfunction, and that's probably the sound of Gurman's just headbutting the keyboard and pressing the wrong key. But anyway, hopefully he was all right. 73 for 1 after 9. I love 1 for 23 off his too. Vikram Vij is going to bowl again. I think he'll bowl his second, then we'll probably see a change at this end. He wants to mix it up a bit and come back a little bit later in the innings. So it's pitched up, goes sideways and kind of sweeps it from outside the off stump. There's Halbavi. He's a guy that could use a big score. Looks pretty well put together with the bat, but just cannot seem to get on with it. Maybe it's his turn. Remember, Luxembourg, if you just joined us, they can tie the teams above them on 4 points if they win, but they need to win in 17 overs in the chase if they're going to make the top three. Another ball that's pitched up, worked away to the leg side. Man asking, does this match have international status? And yeah, absolutely. And it's 4 years now that all T20 internationals between affiliated ICC countries count as full T20 internationals. So if you look in the record books, you'll see names of countries in there that you might not associate with international cricket. Vikram takes all the pace off this one again. Galami, quite an extraordinary shot he got off the mark with. But yeah, and I think it's very good for the development of world cricket. And I suppose having the artificial pitch, the fact that there's been a lot of cricket this week, you couldn't really do that on a turf pitch. I mean, how would the pitch be acting by now? Day 6, 120 overs of cricket a day in the air, but Barker has this covered, and oh, he fumbles and is going to allow 2 here. Now they'll get 3. Wow. 1 becomes 2, becomes 3. Luxembourg just kind of losing the handle a little bit on that one. They'll hope that that's not a trend. This is up and it's over point. It's a little bit short that time from Vich, and Galami was able to do something with it. Throws the hands outside the off stump and gets 4. So France move up into the 80s. Yeah, man saying artificial pitch, you could say. You definitely could. Where I come from, we call them synthetic pitches. We just say synthetic because synthetic grass, it's not real grass. It's been synthesized. There are some things now, these kind of hybrid pitches that are a mixture of kind of AstroTurf and natural turf. Pretty interesting stuff as well. AstroTurf kind of holds it together. Again, good keeping from Cope down the leg side. It'll be caught wide. I would like to know, man, I know you're excited that I'm reading your comments. This is ECN. It's a two-way conversation, and it's the last game of the day. Let us know where you're watching from. Now we've got Wazza in there as well. Always happy to take random questions. This is the last game of the day. We've been here now. We've been here about 10 hours at the ground, so this is the time to say, look, it can be about cricket. It can be about anything. Let us know your questions. Driven down the ground, and Zora Serwin, if he'll get a bowl at some point. Was able to make an impact this morning. Right now, it's the end of the 10 overs, and halfway through the first innings here in match 10, it's 85 for 1. So it's been a big week on ECN because we've had 3 concurrent broadcasts. So right now we're down to 2 because the Dutch T20Is have just finished in Utrecht. And a big thank you to the Blue Crew over there, including Maxi and obviously Corey, doing a great job on commentary. Scotty Edwards, the Dutch men's captain, was a guest commentator earlier in the week. It's great to have him. And yeah, of course, in Hungary, just about to head into the final match of the day there in the 10 over format. Hungary taking on Sweden in that one. Yeah, so yeah, that's one thing that, I mean, I've got to admit, it took a bit of time for me to get used to seeing international cricket and higher status cricket on artificial pitches. But I've got to say, yeah, for so many reasons it's good. The less water required, less resources, financial resources required, and you know, you can just play on it all week and it doesn't need any maintenance. It's actually a huge game changer. I know it's really not the way probably the forefathers foresaw it, but to be honest, you know, when cricket was first invented, they played on just lumpy bits of a meadow and they rolled the ball along the ground and it would just bounce all over the place. So it's just part of the natural evolution through time, I think. Another one down leg side. Cope's been great, making early position down there. Yeah, and by now, let's say you had one pitch, and you might say, okay, but you can prepare other pitches. But when? We're using all the daylight to play cricket. So, full toss and asking for trouble. This is going to be 4. Goes to the short boundary. And it goes pretty quickly in that direction. Jackson. Not often we've seen him get to the second half of the innings, but he hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be honest. Cashes in, reaches, only a short guy, the French keeper. But, yeah, Orsu has been brought on now. He's going to deliver another full toss, and he's going to go for another boundary. Orsu, he needs to sort his length out pretty quickly because it's 2 in a row that are pretty expensive. Also, his idea is just going to slow it down. He's going to keep it full, try and get you driving straight. But if he overdoes it, then it becomes kind of pullable or sweepable. And yeah, Orsu, it's 2 in a row he's got wrong. To be honest, unless he turns this around, might be the only time we see him this afternoon. Hey, man's got a very good follow-up question. Hey, man, I've got you down as man, but if you would like to tell me what you'd like me to call you, I'm more than happy to go with something else. Oh, it's a little edge on that, but it's not really a realistic chance. It's a bottom edge, I think, that hits Cope again in the legs. It's a big edge, I think, that goes down from the bat. I heard it anyway. Jackson drives. Thinking 2 here, but the fielder does pretty well to cut it off before too long. It's the end of the over. 11 overs through this innings. France winning the toss. Batting here in match 10. 96 for 1. And so I know there's a lot of discussion there. It's good. He's asking how swing and seam works. Well, it doesn't affect seam. It doesn't affect swing too much. It swings in the air, right? So, yeah, it doesn't affect that too much. As far as seam, depends what kind of turf pitch you're comparing it to. It seems an average amount. You'll get some real green tops in natural turf pitches that will seam around. You'll have some that will do absolutely nothing. So it's probably in the middle. But the other thing is, and this is one thing that surprised me since I've been in Europe, different artificial pitches act differently. So it's not like, when I've grown up in Australia, they all act kind of the same, probably because it's the same provider or something like that. They're all just concrete with a layer of carpet on the top and pretty much do nothing. They're very batting friendly. But, you know, we've seen, and I've been to over 20 countries to cover cricket in Europe, different pitches do different things. Now this one is pretty bouncy. I think there's a lot of seam movement in it, but it's bouncy. And the other thing is some artificial pitches, when they're newly laid, for example, before they've kind of been stamped on a lot, sometimes they're a little bit slower. This one I wouldn't call too slow though. It's only been in maybe 6 or 8 months now. Anyway, this is pitched up and Galami is going to horn it over the leg side. Maximo! We started with a 6 and there's another one. And Muller has come back and just gets a bit straight to the beast. He says enough's enough and takes a bit of a chance. I mean, he takes off middle stump, I think, but he hammered it over the leg side. Oh, well, okay, watch out. Now, that's the first time we've seen archers. It is the weekend, and I want everyone that's going after the balls there now to wear arrow-proof vests, because now we know the archers are out. We don't want an incident. I wonder how they feel about the ball disappearing into the archery range. I mean, if they're really good, if they're proper Robin Hoods, we might have a ball that comes back with an arrow in it. Hundreds up for France. Yeah, so keep the questions coming. This is hit away behind point, just a single good follow-up from Galami. Okay, so I'm being told it's pronounced Mun. Okay, Mun, welcome. And let us know where you're watching from. I've got Celeste watching from South Africa. Ifaz Kadir saying it's hard for a bowler to bowl in swingers on these kind of pitches. I think that's more to do with the bowler's kind of natural attributes and what their action is doing, rather than the pitch having too much of a say. But it's just my personal opinion. If you're talking about Ifaz, you're actually making a really good point. I think you're talking about the ball going reverse, which for a lot of bowlers is in swing. And I think that's a very good point you make, Ifaz. So, because typically when the ball bounces on this artificial surface, it doesn't rough it up as much as a turf pitch in general. The other thing is, short form cricket, the ball never gets that old. So we've got 20 overs here. And typically you see balls going at 30, 40, 50, 60 overs. They start to go the other way. So I think it's partly that the ball never gets banged up and we don't play that long. So you might see like in a 50 over game, you still might be able to get some reverse towards the end. End of the 12th over. Kalami retains the strike. It's 106 for 1 after 12. Yeah, so well said. Hello to Emma as well, saying Kalami is her favourite player in the French team. He's a great batsman and an excellent fielder. Well, thank you, Emma, for your comment. Let us know where you're watching from. And I'm loving the interaction. And, we were the first ones on air this morning. We have the longest day here in Malta. But then Hungary started. And now there's the last game in Hungary. Last 10 over match. We had Netherlands fire up, but that's finished now. So the exciting thing is, I'm starting to get everyone back as well. And by the end, once Hungary's back, I'll have everyone's undivided attention again. But still, while you're here, throw the questions in. It's Vinny here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, taking you through the action in Malta. Big shout out to Corey, like I said, in the Netherlands. And we've got Rico and Charlie in Hungary in the ECIs. Full toss. Lamy just gets one. He's come out and hit the ball pretty well from ball one, hasn't he? There's a difference for Galami as well. He's coming out a bit later than in some games. So he's had the confidence to go for his shot straight away. Luxembourg have been out there for a while. Just worked way off the back foot. Now, one thing I will say is all these things, there's a bit of discussion about how to move the ball and what the ball might do. But the funny thing is, it's kind of one of the great mysteries of cricket that you'll get some balls that will swing, you'll get some that won't. And it's frustrating when you get one that's doing nothing. I'll give you an example. In the first Ashes test recently, towards the end when Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon were batting together, there's all the discussion, should England take the new ball, when will they take the new ball? But when they eventually did, as we see a big shot from Gulami and the beast is unleashed. Maximo, that one bounces high off the tennis courts. Well, I really hope there's no action on court 13 at the moment, because I think they're going to have to play a let over there. Gulami goes large. Nanda's been brought back here. Just pitches up, opens up that front leg. And the reason he kind of cheats a bit going not straight, going a bit that way, is because it's a bit shorter, that's why. So even though, a lot of the time, you might want to hit it straight like he did when he first came out there. Even though it's a bit risky to hit across the line, the boundary being shorter means he's got a bit more margin for error. Yeah, so we appreciate the comments. Now, the issue for Luxembourg here, now with France up and going in good position, 180 pace, and that would mean that in Luxembourg they need to go something like 10.5 and over against a pretty powerful French attack to get up in the top three. One thing I haven't seen since I've been here is a cloud. And well, I got here on Sunday, so what's that, 6 full days. And check this ball, and yeah, it took a fair whack on the hard court there over the fence. Check it's still in shape. Man saying, watching from India, when he played cricket in school, had these kind of pitches, but not such good quality. This is a good one here. Oh, cracks this away, short boundary, and I think that's gone all the way as well. Yeah, I think it, for me it's 6, but I'm a long way away. Let's have a look on the replay. Galami just cracks it over point, and got to say, I think it was 6. But it's just out of the camera shot. So let's see what the umpire decides. Yep, it's been given. So Maximo, 6 more, and back-to-back Nanda. Having a rough one here in match 10. He tries it again, but guess what? There's no doubt about this one. Maximo, and 6-6-6. The Devils' number, and the beast is out of the cage. Galami's come out and he's whacked a 6 first ball. He's hit 3 in a row there. Good old-fashioned batter's hat trick, and to be honest, Nanda just getting it a bit wrong. It's the same ball. He might be hoping he can beat him for bounce, maybe get a little nick. But yeah, Galami, he's looking on at the moment. He's a player of first saw playing for Seaside in the Swedish European Cricket Series back in 2020. Impressed me then, and I'm impressed now as he's gone to 42 off only 15 balls. Now, Man, you've said something that I agree with. Having synthetic pitches in the colour beige or brown, the same colour as a kind of turf cricket pitch, I think would be a good thing. Now, you I suppose the white ball is quite easy to see on the green. We've even seen a blue pitch in Sweden, actually. We've seen a blue pitch. And I'm sure, actually, Mukta Galami's played on that blue pitch in Landskrona. But as far as, for watching, if you did that, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell that it's an artificial pitch. So I just think that's quite a simple thing. I've never seen. I wonder why. Is it cheaper to dye a carpet green? I don't know. Last ball of the over. We finally get the ball back. And now tries to go to the well again, but he will be caught on the boundary. It's a great catch out there by Tim Barker. So Galami sets the innings on fire. He goes 6-6-6, and to be honest, he's robbed of a 4th by Barker on the fence. So Nanda gets the last laugh, but I don't think it's a hearty chuckle, because he takes the wicket with the last ball of his 4 overs. He'll finish 1 for 42. Great catching back there. Barker's solid in the field. And really can't blame Galami. He was on a winning run and tried to parlay it into more, but he'll take that. Still wickets in hand. And an impact innings, 42 off 16 for Mukhtar. And it's also the end of the over. It's 126 for 2. Hello to KG. Great to see you. Saying, got to pitch the ball up. Don't let the batter get under it. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, it's fair enough to try it, kind of challenge them, maybe draw them into a mistake. But once you've seen it, if you keep trying it, and it keeps going the same way, then it's probably good to change tactics. Having said that, and it does get the wicket of Galami in the end. So, Vikramvich, see how many he's got to go here. He's bowled 2, so he might bowl 1 here and then bowl 1 towards the end. We'll see. He's going to bowl his 3rd now. Action Jackson still there. This is just kind of length ball that he plays on length and hits it sideways. Here's Negaswaran Kanasani coming out. And he made a breakout 89 not out the other day. just looks confident after that innings. I have a question from Chiranjeevi in the chat. Hopefully you're well. And it's a question that we do get quite a lot. How can someone qualify to play on ECN? Well, ECN, don't forget, was broadcaster of these games, the T20 Internationals. These are official ICC games. And you have to qualify by either being a citizen of the country or fulfilling a residency requirement of 3 years. Similar kind of shot. Kind of Sani. Just get a single. Yeah, so that is the ICC criteria. And so, yeah, all these matches follow that criteria. Even our 10-over cricket on ECN, they follow that criteria as well. There's a slight exception to T10s that if you will have qualified by the ECC, it means you can play earlier than the actual 3-year anniversary of you arriving in the country. That's well fielded. Gets down to his left, and Jamakel. He's had a bit of a horror show in the field so far, to be honest, but that was a good stop. That was racing to the boundary, and he saves some runs for his team there. Yeah, so that's as far as international cricket. So yeah, you can't just kind of turn up, and even if you're at Kohli, you can't just kind of walk into an international team that you've just arrived in. You have to fulfill the ICC criteria. Pitched up by Vidge, once again fetched. The right-hander, and Asana gets another single. That's international cricket though. As far as domestic club cricket, I mean, it kind of depends on the country you go to, but essentially, you know, there's no residency requirements or anything like that in club cricket. So for example, you know, we do a European cricket series here in Malta, normally twice a year. We were here in February, we'll be back in November as well, involving local clubs. Probably, I'd imagine we'll probably get 11 clubs in the Malta series in November. Gozo Zalmi defending champions after winning in February, by the way. Zishan Khan's team. Jackson on 40. This is another one of those little teasing balls. Little rolling off cutter from Vikram Vij. Jackson and kind of goes fetching, comes up with nothing. Yeah, so for those domestic tournaments, as long as you know the Malta Cricket Federation are happy for you to play, as long as you're in the country for whatever reason. I must stress, it's not a professional endeavour. It's just not where cricket is at in Europe at the moment, on continental Europe or in Malta. Yeah, so don't expect a big paycheck or anything like that. But if you're in Malta, even if you're travelling through at that time, you get involved. Oh, another inside edge and some hesitation. Probably smart to go back. Otherwise, would have been a chance for a run out. Hope was all over it. End of the over. 130 for 2. Veach. Set your watch to him. He's so reliable and only gives away 4 singles in that over. And that comes after a magical over. 20 came off to 13. And to be honest, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those overs were double figures. So France just held back there. I'll be tempted to bowl Vikram out now, even though that wouldn't be the plan. But sometimes you can't trust anybody. But then you're kind of creating a situation down the road where you might not be sure what the best option is. Yeah, so European Cricket Series cricket. Had over, I think, about 7,000 now. 7,000 cricketers play cricket on ECN. So, yeah, don't expect a big paycheck or to have your flights covered or any of those things. I'm sure some teams would love to have that kind of money, but it's an amateur game. You just kind of got to realise that. But it is wonderful that now the ICC recognises all international matches between ICC-affiliated countries as full T20 internationals. Kanisani, 2 here. Jackson thought about it, but then also thought, you know, it's not worth the risk. I'm unsure, so I'm happy with 1. Dixit comes back for his second over. Yeah, Chiranjeevi is saying hope someday that he'll play here. Well, we'd love to have you here in Malta. I've got to say, I've been a guest in Malta 5 times. It feels a bit like another home to me now. Actually, can get around without a map. That's what I think. Start to really know some feel like a local when you can get around without constantly checking your phone to work out where you are. This is hit pretty hard, hit into the gap, and yeah, well cut off, or is it? Yeah, it is. Barker does it the hard way, but does stop it. Won't stop the 2 though. Yeah, so visit Malta. I do recommend it. They do say at this time of year, it's a bit touristy and it's boiling hot, but if you like the hot, I know that I'm going to take a dip in one of the beaches tonight, even though it'll be just after sundown, probably when I get back to where our hotel is in Gazira. Oh, that's a shot. He might have picked out the fielder. Oh, what an attempt by Malav. That's also good running from the batters, but check this out. I think this one gets a 9 from the Lithuanian judges. What he has done is he's stopped the boundary, but this would have been the catch of the tournament. And Malo was just thinking, what if this had stuck? Launches it. Oh yeah, gets 2 hands to it. I suppose most importantly, he gets enough of it to keep it in front of him. Make sure it doesn't go behind. Now they hit and run. Fielder right back on the circle, so an easy single. Yeah, so Mun is asking, what's my name? My name's Vinny. Vinny Sandhu here. People call me Mr. Maximo. It's because I like to call 6-run shots Maximos, and we have plenty of them here on ECN. All right, Kanisani takes on the short boundary and wins. And oh, well, that sounded like a window. Has bounced all the way back in. Oh, what's that hit? That was not a good sound. But Maximo, right on cue. Malinga Kanisani, a little bit short. He's a little bit short. And he doesn't mind playing the horizontal bat shots. Hit that real well. And I'm trying to work out what this hit. Oh, yeah, it's hit. I think it's hit the top kind of facade there of the building. And that's why it came back so fast. Yeah, have a look at this. Yeah, I think it hits right at the top. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah, look at the very top corner of the screen there. Bang, can you see? Hits the building. Bang. And look how far it bounces back. So it sounded like window, but it was definitely wall. Great camera work as well by our crew at Spring Productions. It's the end of the 15th over, and France 143 for 2. We're really lucky to have such great crew here. And the fact that we can do 3 consecutive broadcasts. Yeah, it's certainly a really exciting time to be on European cricket. All right, Vidge is going to bowl himself out. He really took everything off that. And like I said, I think ideally he'd probably like to bowl maybe over 18 or over 20. But at the moment, he's the only one that seems to be able to keep things quiet. So he's saying, look, you know what, I'm going to get through this and then I'm going to make up another plan. And Vikram, I mean, having said that, he's gone for 27 off the 19 balls he's bowled so far. A little bit more on this one. Let's call that one the Vikram Express. But just knocked away into the offside for 1. Yeah, so much cricket on ECN. If you're watching for the first time, don't forget to like the video. The main thing is, though, subscribe to the channel because there's cricket on every single day. And sometimes more than 1 set of matches on. Today we had 3 sets of matches on. So, yeah, subscribe. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Heading for 360,000 subscribers. Kanisani fetches this, and to be honest, by good luck or good management, he finds the gap and gets 4. Yeah, Vidge again. You can set your watch to him. He's that accurate, but he's also a little bit predictable for guys that are willing to take him on. That's a case of Kanisani probably seeing the gap there, knowing it's a big gap, saying, look, I'm going to hit there where there's less fielders rather than hit to the left of screen where there's more. Because Vikram, he's bowled with a 6-3 field, 6 fielders on the left, 3 on the right. So if you're comfortable with the pace. Obviously, there's a bit more value on the leg side, a bit more risky though. All right, this time he goes aerial. Picked out the longest boundary on the ground. Oh, it's been dropped. I think that's gone for 4. Let's have a look. I don't know. My eyeballs told me it was 4, but it happened very quickly. I don't think anyone was expecting it to go through the hands of all, so it's been called 4. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, the problem is it's in our blind spot, so we won't be able to see it either. So, yeah, we're not going to see much. There's the one little pocket of the ground because the boundaries are longer here compared to when we're here in ECS. Yeah, but I think that's the right call from my vantage point. The other thing is about ECN that we specialise in 10-over cricket. So this is kind of the exception. T20 internationals, obviously they're fully fledged internationals, so we're super happy to cover these. 150's up, by the way, for France. Now it goes over cover. That's good adjustment because they just changed the field. And so Kanisane showing he's no one-trick pony. He's really dialed up the pace of Vij. Backs away, but he was looking for that. That's the thing about Kanisane. He's seeing him so well. He's in good form. He's kind of targeting an area, and it's not really mattering to him where Vikram Vij is putting the ball. Last ball, 16th over, coming up. Ooh. I don't think that hits anything. I think this will be a bye. In fact, it might be 2 buys. Kanasane's going to hustle. Gets there. Wait for the umpire. Oh, he might have got a little bit of an edge on that, has he? Okay. So yeah, can't really call that a chance if there was bat on it. But yeah, must have been a little bit of a tickle on it. Took it past Cope. Regardless, it is 2 runs to the total. And at the end of 16, the score is 159 for 2. So we are coming to the end of our adventure here in Malta for the T20 Internationals. Tomorrow is finals day. Now, we know who's top. Switzerland undefeated. They're top. So they're straight through to the final. Romania, we know that they can't win it. They're in the 4th place playoff, finishing 5th on the table. But we can't tell you 2nd, 3rd or 4th yet because it depends on this result. So Luxembourg, probably the way things are looking, going to finish 4th. But they bat really well and chase this score down in 17 overs. They can still squeeze into 3rd. Good running from these two, spotting the chance for 2, running the first one hard and getting there. Yeah, so the most likely scenario is looking like first game of the day will be France versus Malta. Then we'll see Luxembourg versus Romania in 4-5, and then Switzerland playing the winner of France versus Malta. But that's unless Luxembourg can really pull one out. Now this should be out, and it will be out. So Jackson, he batted so well, and he's gonna go for 48. But I tell you what, that's the body language of the guy that's had a pretty exhausting week. Vikram Vij, he's bowled his 4 overs. He takes the catch here, and then he says, you know what? Not a lot of shade out here, but it's always good to have a lie down. And he says, you know, this cricket, it's pretty hard stuff. This is Luxembourg's 8th game, 8th fully fledged T20 international in just, what's that, 5 days. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's been a big schedule for them. Anyway, Jackson bats pretty well, but doesn't make his 50 in the end. 48 off 37. France still in good shape, 161 for 3. So, yeah, ECN, obviously a lot of T10 cricket. Creates a lot of close finishes, creates a lot of chaos, particularly at the club level, I'd have to say. But regardless of the standard, I think the format kind of makes it. And yeah, now, I mean, last count, I've done over 2,500 matches in the last 2.5 years. So, yeah, what an exciting adventure. I've loved every minute of it. I say every minute. Almost every minute. There are some times it's been a bit tough, weather conditions or technical issues. But when you're doing something like this, I mean, we should have something like about 3,500 hours of live cricket this year. So occasionally things are going to go a bit off the rails. Amjad comes out at 5, and that's a pretty confident looking start from the skipper. What a way to get off the mark. So Dixit was able to burgle a wicket by getting a false shot out of Jackson. And Amjad, I mean, he's a guy, we've seen him open the batting before in the ECIs. He knows how to hold it. France, they've got a lot of guys that are kind of similar standard with the bat. So you know, some of their big guns can fire. Galami obviously looked really good here. Jackson, you know, showing what he can do. Zayn Ahmed really out of the box as well. That was a master stroke to have him opening. And setting a big target for Luxembourg. All right, now, oh, I just had to pick it up. Dixit. I went to his wrong side, I suppose, but still, they go on their hit, and I think Amjad had buyer's remorse here, because if he picks that up, turns and throws, man, we could have seen the end of Amjad. Angles in, and Cope scrambles and can't quite create an opportunity. He was home anyway. And that'll take us to the end of the 17th over France, 167 for 3. So yeah, don't forget that Luxembourg, obviously they're trying to win the game here against France, and made a fairly strong start to the day with that win earlier, put him in the mix. But yeah, not only do they have to win this game, but they have to win it in 17 overs or less. So the way things are looking seems pretty unlikely. But you know, slightly longer form cricket, if someone has a heater, you know, who's to say? And we have seen scores over 200 here before. What can you keep it to though here? Well, maybe you could keep it to 180 if you just had an outstanding last 3 overs, even say like 185. But yeah, you're basically looking at kind of 11 and over throughout your batting innings. Anyway, it's going to be Elias Chabakel to bowl over number 18. Kanasane. He's ready for action as well. Here we go, 3 overs to go. Probably go for 2 here, because it was a good miss hit, but if that hits the stumps at pace, then maybe they can get a run out there. But I think Kanasane actually runs really well. Now, interestingly, I've noticed his pocket's out. He made all his runs with his pocket out the other day. I did mention it to him. That's the other pocket, though. He had the right pocket out the other day. And when it fell out, he cracked about 60 in 20 balls. Ah, this is asking for trouble with no fine leg, and he's going to find it. Kanasane up into the 30s. Chabakel, sometimes he struggles with his length. This is probably one time and one guy you don't want to bowl short. As I said, you know, he's got a low centre of gravity. He just watches that. And the fact it was angled in towards the body, easily worked that away to a vacant area for a boundary. Yeah, Chiranjeevi saying that you can't forget my race with Rico during ECN. Yeah, well, what I will say is that Rico's doing a great job, because we're kind of stretched at the moment, and he's doing a great job in Hungary. This is okay. Yeah, sneaks in. And he's doing a lot of things that I normally do. So like the trophy ceremony, obviously taking the lead with some of the other parts of the production. So Rico, honestly, he's a treasure. Probably end up having to build a statue of him. Fairly brightly coloured statue. But yeah, but Rico, I'm going to be doing the next bit of commentary with him for the second half of Switzerland coming up. Kanasane, I think it's another time he just kind of made up his mind. He wanted to go a certain area. There's a big gap square of the wicket where this was intended, but the ball just wasn't there for it this time. Someone's asked me which IPL team do I support. That's a very good question. I'm fairly neutral, you know, being a cricket observer. Oh, this time, Javakel gets it right. Finally reads the room and pitches up. Kanisana gets a little edge and chops it back onto his stumps. So well bowled by Elias Javakel. Continues to try his heart out. He's actually bowled a decent set in this game. Just had a bad ball early in the over, but then comes back with a couple of good ones. Kanisane, I think he was just stubbornly still trying to go that kind of leg side gap. You see, feet don't really go anywhere. Little bit of a bottom edge down onto the ground and back onto the stumps, but still, that's a good impact innings. You can definitely handle that. I mean, 31 off 16 from Kanisane. The strike rates have been good from all these guys in the top 4. Kalami 42 off 16 before him. Jackson 48 off 37. Zain Ahmed at the beginning 42 off 35. Promoted to open the batting. And having Zain in the side as an opening batter actually gives you an extra spin option. So, yeah, so I'll tell you the IPL team that I did support. This is before I got into commentary, a long time before. The Deccan Chargers. They were my side. I picked them before the first IPL in 2008 because they had some of my favourite players, Gilchrist, Simons and Gibbs. In particular, I also had a young Rohit Sharma. RP Singh, I think. End of the over as Wanakula Surya gets a hit at 6. Score now 173 for 4. But having a great team on paper, Deccan Chargers had an horrendous season in that first ever IPL. Crazy times back then. Don't think they won a game, maybe one. But yeah, I watched a fair bit of it. And then next season, they went all the way and won it. And then something happened. Kind of lost track of it because it wasn't shown on TV in Australia. There was some sort of dispute with the rights. As we see the table, it's pretty important here. Luxembourg, not only do they need to win, they need to win and make up that little bit of net run rate with Malta, which is basically 3 overs worth. And so after that, I don't really support any team in particular. And that kind of goes for countries too. Obviously, I'm Australian and a natural inclination. But I try and be fairly balanced and even-handed. And that's kind of my role with ECN as well. I kind of have time for all the teams. They're all just trying to improve their cricket. It's a good crack down to deep cover. Don't think they'll get more than one here. And I actually like that role. And because of that, I think I have a great relationship with all the players, managers, officials that really bring me in. You know, I love to talk cricket with them and hear what they're planning to do, what they're working on, particularly as a wicket keeper. That was my position when I played. I love to kind of just talk cricket and talk about what the guys are hoping to achieve, what their dreams are. Probably get 2 here, I think. And bailed out of it. Maybe just as well. Thought maybe it's the time to take that one on, but in the end they're just happy with 1. Shame Wanakula Surya. Yeah, Amjad saw it, but then just got spooked. So he decides to face up to the next ball. Oh, and now he's going to get out to a full toss. So, he could have got to the other end, I think. Maybe, maybe not, but regardless, it's all academic because Halbavi takes a good catch going to his left. Just a placement issue here. I mean, the other issue, it's not really off the middle. It's more or less a thick outside edge, and Halbavi takes a nice catch moving to his left. So Amjad goes late in the piece. He goes for 6, including a boundary. And he's the 5th wicket to fall. It's 175 for 5. Nice bit of bowling there by Dixit. I suppose he wouldn't have planned on the full toss, but Offertave going to miss the Yorker. And miss it slightly full. And he does. And gets a good result. So, Man, which IPL team do you support? I do have a few ex-teammates that I played in Australia, kind of a level below, 1 level below first-class cricket. But I did play with and against a lot of first-class cricketers, international cricketers. And one of my good friends and old club mate Jason Berendorf plays for the Mumbai Indians, so I'm always kind of hoping he does well. Cope thinks about throwing, thinks better of it. This is Ibrahim Javakel. So having Zain Ahmed in at the top of the order means that Javakel, the off spinner, right arm off spinner, and Zain Ahmed, the left arm finger spinner, they can play together. plus you throw in Ahmedzai, they've got 3 genuine spinners in this team, plus their pace attack. Jamakel swings and misses twice in a row. He's going to have one more go in this 19th over. Yeah, but thanks very much for your questions. I love the interaction, especially, you know, because we are stretched a bit with the resources. That's why it's just me here in Malta. It's just Corey in the Netherlands for the most part. I reckon that's wide. Yeah, it gets a bit of a line. That Cope, though. Look what he tries to do here, number 12, the keeper. Takes it, and then look what he's saying. Oh, was that outside the off stump? I thought that was outside the leg stump. Framing the pitch, we call that. Also played baseball at a semi-professional level. A bit of catching it. Framing the pitch, cricket style. So American viewers will probably know what I mean by that. Now they do leg out the second, and they get there, as I thought they probably would have before. And that'll be the end of the over. Wanakalura, of course, the rear will take the strike, but yeah. I mean, the longer boundaries means it's a longer throw for the ball to come back, and so 1 over remaining. France 1-7-8 for 5. So Dixon finishes his spell, 2 for 34 for him.
Let's get them under 180, boys. Under 180.
Meanwhile, watching the ECI in Hungary as well, Sher Ali, who scored the fastest century ever on ECN earlier in the year. He's 96 off 25. So I'll excuse you if you want to go have a look and see if he comes up with 100 there. That'd be crazy. Could be the second quickest 100. He's not on strike at the moment. Still plenty of time for him to do it as well. About 2 overs left. All right, another full toss. Been a few of those around. Take on the 2 here. It's a long pocket of the ground. Get there fairly easily.
Lovely, Ahmed. Come on, lads. Last 6 balls here. Come on.
Yeah, what a great moment that would be if Cher could bring that up. Oh, hit straight. Hit okay. Again, probably 2 on. I'll get there. The field had a lot of work to do to get there.
Lovely, lads.
Oh, full toss. Big swing and miss there. They have been full. Like I say, no full toss. Better than you think. Doesn't always work, but seems to be better than one they can get under. Oh, Jamakel. He picks up. He's good. I thought he probably could have thrown, but he's also a bit worried about how many ribs he'd cracked, because this is absolutely spacked back at him. Now, let's see if we get a look at this. Whacked. Oh, yeah. Hits him in the chest. Ouch. And he's going to take a bit of a moment here, and who can blame him, really? Gives it a bit of a rub. And just looking at that, Sher Ali, he's just been on fire, and so have Sweden. They're on 188 pace in 10 overs. And there was an over from Dara Peretti where every single ball went to the boundary. In fact, Dara Peretti's last 9 deliveries he bowls all go to the boundary. 6-4-6, 4-4-4, 4-6-6. So, I mean, Dara Peretti was the player of the series in Austria for Hungary, and so having a real rough time of it there. Anyway, yeah, this is what happened to Jamakel. And it's hitting him in the chest. Yeah, you see there, maybe not quite up at the collarbone, but almost. And this is bowling side, isn't it? I wonder if I can commentate the other channel while I'm doing this. Said Ahmed smashed a 6 to bring up his 50. Hungary going to be chasing a lot. Hopefully this isn't too serious for Jabakal though. He'll grab the ball. One thing about cricket is they're tough. There's none of this rolling around on the ground for no reason, like some other sports that will remain nameless but are very popular. You know, he's keen to get back up and get out there. Continue his over. Said Ahmed on 52 for Sweden. Smacks another one out of the ground. Wow. Sweden are just on fire. They're 176 for 2 after 9. Oh boy. I've had my volume up, which I don't. I'd go full balle, balle, balle. Another magical over there. Sherali. Okay, so he's not going to finish the over. All right. So Malav is going to finish it for him. So, yeah, obviously, he doesn't feel too comfortable bowling and probably thinks it's not worth it. All right. Fireworks going off. And well, let's see if Malav can slow it down. It means he can't bowl the last, but I suppose he wasn't going to anyway if they're using him now. 2 balls to go. This is the last actually, so use anyone. Must be 2 here. And yeah, 1 ball to go. He walks at this and hits it towards Barker. I think they'll probably scramble back for 2, and they will. So France 187. They're pretty much asking Luxembourg to score at 11 and over if they're going to pull this one off. And really, it's been a really rough 20 overs when it comes down to it to Luxembourg, who put themselves in the frame this morning with a good win over Romania. But unless we see something unprecedented this week at least, then I think Luxembourg might be resigned to 4th place. Still, I'll take a win, even if it's in 20, I think, and take the points against France, who are ranked 17 places above them in the ICC men's T20 international rankings. But there's a bit of a change at the top of the order. Zaid Ahmed came in and he did a really good job, didn't he? He was attacking, had a few lucky moments. Speaking of lucky, this is unlucky as Cope gets sniped by his own teammate, almost losing an Achilles tendon in the process. Jackson, well, he just didn't have a lot of strike early, but when he did have, he looked okay. Vidge came on, but they kind of had the pace of him, didn't they? Zaid Ahmed, though, eventually ran out alive. He was caught by Barker on the fence at deep cover. And meanwhile, Galami did Galami things. He came out and smashed the first ball straight as the day is long. 6 to get him started. And Luxembourg, they didn't really have the answers, did they? They would have been hoping to keep it under control. Remember, they need to chase in 17 if they're gonna do this and get in the top 3. But now I think they'll be happy with a win even in 20. They just would like to take something away from this. They do look a bit like a team that have played 8 games in 5 days in this heat. Yes, Mays, of course, for them, but others have stepped up. Gulami, though, have a look at the bat speed on that. Absolutely smashing it. And there's a bit of a race, actually, between France and Sweden. Sweden, I noticed over there, scored 201 off their 10 overs. So they scored even more than France have here. But having said that, I mean, France, slightly different situation. Slightly different field dimensions, I think, the main thing. But Gulami, he's just so strong. And he had some company as well, didn't he? And yeah, even though Luxembourg, pulled a couple of consolation wickets back late in the piece, it was just always just felt that the energy is kind of dipping towards the end. And yeah, just not really able to find the answers. Kanisane played some nice shots while he was out there. Again, he just continues to get better and better, doesn't he? And that innings of 89 not out just completely changed his attitude, his confidence. And Luxembourg then, scary moment late in the piece. Wasn't there, but for that Javakel, he was trying to keep Kanisane quiet. Had some issues with that. But then was able to come back with a couple of good deliveries. And the full toss worked a couple of times, didn't it? Got Jackson, got Noman Amjad. And of course, Surya ran well while he was out there. Yeah, but this was a scary moment, wasn't it? Thinks about throwing, but then realises, oh, I've actually done myself a bit of an injury here. Actually, didn't see him completing the over. Well, we're loving the action out here. We love you. Hopefully, you're loving being in Malta virtually with us. And Luxembourg, not sure they're loving it as much at the moment because they spent a fair bit of that chasing leather. Nobody reaches 50, but 4 reach 30, and actually 3 reach 40. They didn't need to. Team F in the top 4. French batting holding up again. Jackson 48, the top scorer. A pair of 42s for Zayn Ahmed, who was promoted to the top of the order. Looks a good fit there. So gives some more flexibility with the bowling. The Beast Gulami started with a 6 and hit a quick fire 42 off 16 balls. Kanisane 31. And then fit part players in the middle order get them to 187. 2 wickets for Dixit, wickets for Nanda, Javakel and Malam. We'll take a break. We'll be back with a chase after this Luxembourg meeting. 188 in 20 overs for the win. 188 in 17 overs to qualify. So I'm sure they'll be attacking. I'll see you after the break. Right here in Malta Mini Sandu for ECN. Back soon with the final innings of the day here in the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta. Time for the last innings of the day here. A lot going on at the moment around the ECN universe. Got some breaking news coming from Hungary, but first, here, let's get ready for the first ball of the second innings. And yeah, this should be an interesting one. And yeah, here's the equation. So we did a few numbers in the break. So Luxembourg, if they score the target in 17 overs or less, they'll qualify for the top three. Otherwise, Malta will qualify for the top three. It seems pretty assured with that batting performance that France, they're certainly safe, and it's very hard to see them finishing anywhere else except second. But yeah, that's the equation. So all of you out there have been asking those questions. And so I wonder how they'll go about this. Is going for it in 17 kind of the same as going it for 20 anyway? I mean, what are your chances going for it in 20? Probably remote if you look at your performance against France earlier in the week. But having said that, yeah, you never know. Cope's out there, batted well earlier, and who knows if he could do something. Now, look, bit of news as well. Bit of concern for Action Jackson. He's not been able to take his place behind the stumps. I think he might be suffering from something like heat exhaustion. But let's see. Kanasane's behind the stumps then for France. First ball comes in. It's Amjad opening up. So you've got Cope on strike. Batted well earlier. You've got Halbavi there as well. Yeah, but Amjad, he's the captain of France, and he's led his side really well this week. Oh, I think that's off the helmet. Yeah, let's have a look. I don't know what that was signalled. Let's have a look. I'm curious to see. Yeah, straight off the melon, isn't it? Anyway, welcome, William. He's actually probably been hit more than anyone else in this entire series. I think he's now overtaken Halbavi. He was actually hit by a teammate in the first half. Amjad gets a crack at Halbavi. Is the other end, and actually this ball follows him. You've got to know with Amjad, he's a guy who's going to move the ball into you. And Halbavi's actually been pretty good getting across, but this time he decides to back away a little bit. Halbavi. Wow, this time he kind of backs away, follows him, he doesn't care. Goes over the leg side, pulls up just in time. It's a pretty good shot to just get to be honest, at this stage. You can see that ball swinging viciously towards him. Hey, just having a look. And, yeah, Chiran, thanks for your comments. And he's talking about native players playing. I was just mentioning Luca Petre and Cosmin Zavoiu playing for Romania in this series. Also, we'd like to see small turf pitches. I suppose we're seeing them in the Netherlands being used in the T20Is, so that's good. Tries it again this time. It's nothing but fresh air. But what I will say is, we're seeing players trying to make that leap. The Austrians at the moment, having qualified for the World Cup qualifiers in Scotland. So they've just had a series in the Isle of Man. So, I mean, little by little, hey. Amjad, if I was him, I'd just be going straight at the stumps here. And Luxembourg, they know what they need to do to get it in 17. And to be honest, is there any real difference of just kind of going for it in 17 versus having to go for it anyway? Probably subtle difference. And look at this. And Daniel Weston on his personal account saying he's at the boarding gate and en route to Malta to watch finals day tomorrow. Yeah, Daniel, looking forward to seeing you here. And yeah, flight perfectly delayed so we can watch the rest of this match. Well, you might see some fireworks here. They love their fireworks here in Malta, by the way. Don't be alarmed if you hear them when you come in. Yeah, once again, over this up. I probably would have gone a touch fuller. End of the over. Luxembourg 3 without loss after 1. So breaking news. Have a look at what's happened in the ECIs. Sweden have cracked 201. They are the 8th team to crack the 200 barrier in ECN T10 cricket. And Sher Ali, he did end up with that century. So first time we've seen 200 in ECI cricket, although T10 international between the Netherlands, 11 and Romania back in 2021. The Romanians conceded 200 to the Dutch. Hello to the Romanians. I hope they're enjoying their trip. I know it hasn't really gone to plan. And congratulations to Sweden. And actually, 2 of those 200s are from the recent ECS we had in Sweden, in Stockholm. So, yeah, fireworks all around the place. Now, this is a bit of a change. Instead of going for Watercooler Surya from the golf course end, they're going straight for Rahmatullah Mangal. So Watercooler Surya just seemed a bit off to me in the last day or two. He's had a big workload. Yeah, so, hi Dad. Travel safely. Malta Cricket will probably roll out the red carpet for him as well, so he'll have no problems getting from the airport to the hotel. It swings a bit too much, but good signs for Mangal. That one really bent away from the right-hander. It's got to be a difficult guy to face. You see this, and see where the front foot goes from Cope. Kind of like a pre-movement outside the leg stump, but I mean, he was never going to reach that, even if it was probably inside the tram line. And Daniel's saying, nothing better than a finals day Sunday at the cricket. Well, I hope you bring the short sleeves down. It's called wide. I've got to say, I wasn't convinced. And Cope saying, hey, I've had enough bad luck in this series. I don't need to be given out. But look, where does this pass the crease? For me, oh yeah, that probably is a wide. I saw it live and went a long way. To be honest, Cope needs to watch that front foot and not go. You don't really have to open up here. Thing is, the field is completely stacked on the offside. 6 of the 9 fielders over there. You've got 2 fielders back in the top left quarter as well. So, oh, this time he's walked. Oh, so Cope does nick one. You've got to feel for him. Can't take a trick. We've seen plenty of batters get away with these. And, you know, credit to Cope, and he gets a pat on the back for his trouble. No, he doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. I think that decision, it was a really little nick. Really little nick. Cope batted well this morning. He was my player of the match. This time again, that front foot just going away. I don't think the umpire might have heard it. See, well, in fact, I think he did. He had the finger up pretty quickly, but Cope wasn't waiting. So good sportsmanship from William. Sometimes you just got to feel for people. There's a few in this series. I mean, the Tanks won for Malta. Cope, although he gets some runs this morning, he's also had a few bits of bad luck. Almost had his Achilles tendon detached from his body thanks to an errant throw from a teammate when he was lying on the ground after grasping a tough chance in the first innings. Anyway, he can hit the showers. 1 wicket down, 5 for 1. Rahmatullah Mangal, decision to open with him pays some fairly immediate dividends. Chiran saying he'd love to visit next year, as he recently paid his tuition fees in the UK. Hopefully we'll be visiting and get an experience of watching European cricket. Well, Chiran, we'd love to have you as our guest. It's a pretty nice shot. That's a bit of a task for the fielder. Oh, double whammy from Watercooler Surya, who I thought might be having a rest out there. Well, he wasn't resting. This is WWE stuff, to be honest. He dives once and he pulls it back to an extent, and then he has to dive twice. At least he's in the shade. There's the second one. Good effort, but good shot as well. Shiv Curran Gill coming out at 3, and he's played a lot of nice shots in that area. Seems he kind of holds his weight rather than losing it to leg. This time chops into the crowd. France pretty enthusiastic with their with their play, aren't they? Tulamangal, though, been nursing a little bit of a groin strain, but he's looking pretty rhythmic so far. Again, takes him on. The throw comes in. It's pretty tight. Jamakel going to his left. Seemed to be comfortable enough in the end. Yeah, I think he just gets in time. Tight though. Chiranjeevi has asked me a really easy question. Can I share details? How much players are paid? Well, probably as much as you're paid for watching it, Chiranjeevi. It's an amateur sport in Europe. So the players, I mean, I suppose, at the international level, typically the costs are covered pretty much from ICC funding, federation funding, in most cases. So that's something you have to understand. Continental Europe and Europe outside the kind of British Isles, you don't really get paid for playing cricket at this stage anyway. It's cracking cover drive. Picks out Galami. Shiv Curran Gill took a little bit of time to get going, but he does get to the other end, and that's the end of the over. The score is 12 for 1. 72 days until the ECC. Daniel, if you're still watching, how much are you looking forward to the ECC? And maybe while we've got you in the chat, is there any particular team or anything you're particularly looking forward to? There's the groups. And Lord Daniel Weston, the founder of the ECC, actually played international cricket for Germany. And they're in Group F. How do you think they're going to go? Against Scotland 11, as well as Portugal, Luxembourg and Norway. Some people are calling that the Group of Death. But I think, for me, it's the fact there's just no easy beats in that Group F that you can pick out. A cracking shot, picks out the fielder. And Luxembourg, I just sense an urgency, and I suppose they would have had it anyway, chasing 188 in 20 overs, but they're saying, look, let's roll the dice here, guys. We're not, if by going for it in 17, we're not really impacting our chances that much of chasing it in 20. So the risk is, lose a whole bunch of early wickets and just it's impossible, but to be honest, that could happen anyway, going for it in 20. All right, takes this on. Halbarvi goes straight down the ground, and it's going to clatter into the wall. What a shot. Has been kind of in the fashion of backing away a little bit. Doesn't want to get cramped by Amchad. That's a great shot. All about the contact there. I'm a bit surprised he hasn't walked across and tried to clip or pull Amjad away. Well, I guess you don't have to when you can hit the ball like that, because Al-Hafi is having a heater here so far. He kind of goes against the movement, but if you can get this right, it actually goes further, because it pretty much swings right onto the middle of his bat and disappears over the offside for 6. Maximo! What a shot from Al-Hafi. He'll feel, look, the pressure's off here. No one's really expecting us to get close to this, so I'm just going to bat, and I'm going to chance my arm. 6 over power play. Let's see what happens. And Amjad, he's consistently bowled that kind of length. I'd like to see him try a Yorker, see if he can deal with that. No, he goes short again, stubbornly so. I just think, when a guy's backing away, he's not really covering his stumps, is he? So I think might be treating it a bit more like it was the end of the innings here and just go death bowling tactics. My thoughts anyway. Once again, length ball this time, Shivkar and Gill. I think it's a bit early through this, to be honest. Certainly aggressive, and I think that's what everyone wants to see from Luxembourg here. Amjad. There's 3 poles at the other end. I'd be aiming straight at those. Current Gill. Handled the outswing good, pretty well. No ball call. So this is a chance for Shivkar and Gill to try something a bit funky, to be honest. See if we can get a look at it. Yeah, it's a tight one. So the thing is, it's where you land, not necessarily where your foot slides to. Free hit, free miss. And another miss from Kanisane. Yeah, so all I've heard is that Action Jackson's unable to field. I just got a feeling it might have to do with the heat. He's just not up to it, so they're missing him behind the stumps. He did play a fairly long innings, didn't he? But right now, it's the end of 2 overs. And, well, 3 overs, pardon me. It's 25 for 1. You look at the table, Luxembourg. You can see if they win. That means France don't. So you'll have France, Malta and Luxembourg all on 4 points. And we need a top 3 for the final series. So the split will be net run rate. Luxembourg, you can see they're actually behind Malta. So not only do they need to win by a certain amount. And that amount is with 18 balls or more to spare. So, Rahman Amjad, he's going to bowl over number 4. No, he won't. He just bowled that one. It'll be Rahmatullah Mangal running away from me. Another step away from Halbavi. What's interesting about Halbavi is he's got all these different tools that we've seen him pull well. We've seen him get across. And it's weird, he doesn't seem to mix up his game too much. Like at the moment, he's just hitched his wagon to this plan. But earlier when we saw him, and he looked really good, kind of actually getting across and covering his stumps more. And normally, if you've got all these different tools, you kind of mix them up a bit. But Halbavi, I mean, as certain as I am that the sun will set in the west tonight, he's probably going to back away and try and horn this. Does. Misses. So yeah, I mean, I applaud the aggression, but I just think, I'm not sure it's the percentages. Having said that, he has cracked a couple, hasn't he? Fireworks go off again. Typically you'll see the cannons go off. You'll hear the cannons go off actually at noon here in Malta. Back at the fort. Oh well, gets a bit lucky here. French car against the French. Hurts even more. This will just be a single. Just past the leg stump. Kanisane wouldn't have been expecting to keep today, but I tell you what, people love taking over as emergency keeper. I used to love it as a teenager. That's why I knew maybe that's what I should be doing. I ended up doing it full time from when I was about 18. But he'd love to take a big hanger. Phil Hughes, remember when he was playing for Australia, took a fantastic catch behind the stumps. Kanisane now thinks he's Alex Carey and tries to catch Shivkar and Gill napping. This is the easiest thing to do. If you miss the ball, don't just kind of go walking, talking to your partner. Just actually watch what's going on behind you. You don't need to have eyes in the back of your head because typically players will have a neck that they can use to turn around. A lot of celebrations today as well. I think it's the celebration of San Sebastian, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe some of our Maltese viewers can correct me if I'm wrong. Mangal. just cracked into the ground, so that wasn't a chance. It's a little bit of a stinger for Ibrahim Jabakel. To be honest, if I was France here, you know, once you got the game in hand, I think I'd go pretty heavy on the spin, just to give some of your bowlers a bit of a rest. Yeah, so maybe give them an over, maybe two, the faster guys, but you're playing your 8th match in 6 days if you're France. Luxembourg have actually played 8 in 5. So you got 12 overs of spin there. So I'd be saying, look, let's just get through these overs and make sure we take the points, we take 2nd place. Of course, last night, France essentially cost themselves a chance, as we know now, to top the table by going down to Switzerland off the very last ball. Last ball of this over now from Rahmatullah Mangal. That's the dot. So yeah, pretty good from Rahmatullah. At the end of 4 overs, the score is 27 for 1. So even Rahmatullah here, he's bowled 2 overs. Well done. You've had a bit of a bowl. We know you've been struggling a bit with the groin strain. I do say thanks for coming. And even field him down in the shade because I'm feeling generous. The shade creeps in this time of day on the left-hand side of the field. So I think, yeah, partly it's about squad management here. Squad management with this score on the board. They're well ahead in the game. Shame Wanakula Surya. He's going to get a bowl now. Replacing Amjad at that city end. Shiv Curran Gill. He's had some good moments in this series, hasn't he? Still chasing that elusive half-century. Yeah, he's got some backbone, Shiv. He's facing up now in over number 5. It goes up and over. Don't think he's beaten the fielder, and he's been caught. So that's a pretty good piece of fielding by Jabakel. But I love this. He actually motions to the sun. But maybe someone needs to tap him on the shoulder. I don't know what's French for your sunglasses are on your head, but he's got his sunglasses. And even though he's looking straight into the sun, look at this, straight into the sun. Luckily he sees enough of it to catch it. He's got the sunglasses on his head. Ibrahim, my man. Stick them on your eyes. It's not good for you. Anyway, Shiv Curran Gill, we can't really blame him, goes down swinging. He's the 2nd wicket to fall, out for 8, and the score 27 for 2. Now just going back, Chiranjeevi saying you have to be a citizen. We've got Chiran saying you've got to be a citizen of the country to participate. Well, that's kind of true in a way for internationals. You have to either be a citizen or have lived in the country for 3 years continuously to qualify for ICC sanctioned cricket. But for ECS, no, for the domestic, you don't necessarily have to be a citizen or even a resident of a country. That's club-based cricket, so as long as the organising federation are fine with you registering, we do see some players travelling. Kimor Yadav is one that we've seen playing here in Malta and a few other places. Anyway, here's Tim Barker. Actually cracked him when he came out earlier. Let's see what he can do here. Wanakula Surya, he's known for getting a lot of lift. He's round the wicket to the left-hander. This one's pitched arm. Just knocked out for a single. Barker's off the mark. Originally we saw Tim Barker opening the batting for Luxembourg, but it could take a trick, to be honest. So he actually came out completely different situation and did a very good job in the middle order earlier on today. That victory over Romania. Now Halbavi, he takes on the offside again. This is a race between man and ball. It's a good job by Amjad to pull it back. So it'll just be 2 in the end. Yeah, excellent chase. Never gave up on it. Yeah, Daniel, he's got the 4-1-1 on how to wear your sunglasses. They look cool on the hat, but stick them on your nose, he says. Kanisane doing a good job. And gets that one on the second bounce. Got to say, this actual artificial surface here in Marsa, it's 50 metres long. So you've got the kind of 20 metres between the stumps. And you've got an extra 15 metres, I should say, behind the stumps for the bowlers run up in the keeper's area. There's Jabakel. Still not wanting to put the sunglasses on the eyes. Well, I don't know. Well, going to have some more work to do here. Just a bit finer though, finds the gap, and that's going to be 4. So Halbavi continuing this fairly predictable but effective plan of attack. Just backing away, getting the ball coming into him slightly. And remember, Luxembourg, it does seem like they're destined for the 4 versus 5 playoff tomorrow, but then that's a really important game for them again. Because Romania, they'll be out to take something away from this week. Romania, 4 losses out of 4 games. And even though it's a 4th versus 5th playoff, in the tournament probably doesn't mean that much, but as far as ICC rankings points, it does. So yeah, that's going to be a game to watch tomorrow. It'll be the middle game. Wow, Halbavi finally stands tall and goes back. Maximo! Oh, that's a shot and a half from Amit Halbavi. And I noticed this yesterday, Wanakul Surya. Maybe not the same zip that he had earlier in the week. You kind of expect that. That'll be the end of the over as well. So finishes with a maximum of the score, 40 for 2 after 5. I played a lot of indoor cricket tournaments that were kind of similar format, playing 16 over matches, sometimes 2 or 3 matches in a day. And I remember the bowlers on day 1 and the bowlers on day 6. It was completely different. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here as well. It's a different game at the end of the week compared to the start of the week. So naturally just lose a bit of zip as the fatigue creeps in. And Halbavi is not far away from his highest score in T20 International of 35. Scored that against Switzerland. That was in the 2-match series in Wolferdanga. Luxembourg and Switzerland, they split that series 1-1. So, and they're the top, Switzerland are the top team in the competition here at the moment, not the top ranked team. Luxembourg, they're the lowest ranked team. So it shows there's not too much between the teams here. So who's playing better this week. Amjad changes end. I think these guys love bowling so much. So even though I don't think it's that wise that you kind of bowling your pace bowls into the ground, they don't really care. In fact, they get annoyed if you give them a rest. To be honest, I think strategically, I've been talking about fatigue. Maybe they don't see it as much as I see it because they're in the heat of the action, but you've got 3 spinners today. I'd just be going, look, guys, over to you. Let's get out of here. Get ready for tomorrow. Anyway, this one is high in the air. It's Mungal going right back and takes a brilliant catch. Oh, Barker, fresh out of luck. And there's no rest for Rahmatullah Mungal. And if there was a 100-metre backward sprint at the Olympics, sign him up because he got back. And what he did really well here, never turned around and went with the ball, makes it a more difficult catch. He says, you know what? I'm just going to stay square on. Yes, I've got to go a long way, but the ball's high, so I think I can get there. And have a look. And also, it's going from the sun to the shadows. Excellent take. And Barker, he knew he got it wrong when he hit it so high. That would be an opportunity, not an easy one. But Luxembourg, they lost the 3rd wicket now. It's 40 for 3. Yeah, that was an excellent catch by Rahmatullah Mungal. So yeah, rest. I don't think it's in the vocabulary of France. Despite, like I said, these teams, they're playing their 8th match this week. 8th! 2020 cricket. Can you imagine an India or an Australia or an England or a West Indies or a Bangladesh? Can you imagine them playing 8 T20 internationals in 5 days? In 5 days. Never mind about the fact that the temperature's up in the 30s and feels like it's even hotter. Yeah, it's quite incredible. Anyway, it's Amjad who takes the wicket. Here's Jabakel, the new batter, and he swings away first ball. One thing I like about Luxembourg's approach here, I mean, they're going down swinging. And I don't think there's too much to be gained from kind of like putting together a neat 140. There's no real ranking points boost for losing by less. So it's kind of try and pull off a miracle. Maybe someone can score a quick fire 60 or 70. Maybe it's Jabakel, who was the hero the other day. 15 off the last over to win against Malta by a single run. Judd. Goes upstairs as he'd like to. It's been called a wide. To be honest, that's not a wide. I think he gets the wide because he just kind of carries on a bit. So I suppose it's a win for gamesmanship. I don't think in his standing position that's above his head. It went past his head. Anyway, late in the day. Give a guy a break. He's probably saying, deserve a bit of luck. Driven into the gap. There's nothing lucky about this shot. It's going to go, and I think it's going to go for 4. Nice shot. Continues to get away with this. It's kind of from the Usman Khan school of batting. Just kind of take a slight step away, give your stumps up, but hit the ball well. That's a brilliant shot. Harvey, 31 off 17. I think they need some spin here just to break it up, to be honest. France, not that they're going to panic mode or anything. Shock up, another short one. Amjad, he's kind of bionic, but he hasn't looked like he's gotten tired, even though I'm sure he must be. It's about chest high, you see. Last ball of the over coming up. Chiran saying, I don't think they're interested in rotating the strike. Yeah, agreed. Going for boundaries. I think it's the right approach, I'll be really honest. This time he does go full. It was the longest setup play ever, but eventually the Yorker wasn't on target. And that's the end of the power play. Luxembourg 46 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And how about Team Sweden? 201 they scored in the match going on right now in Hungary. That's just coming to its conclusion. Maybe another over or two. And yeah, Hungary, that's really, I suppose, they'd be feeling a bit sheepish on home turf, giving up 200. A team that performs so well in the ECI in Austria, but not being able to replicate that kind of form at the GB Oval there at Zodliget. They'll have the chance to try and turn things around tomorrow, but I think they're probably already out of the running with an 0-4 record. So it's just not happening for them at the moment. But yeah, Sweden, 201. First time we've seen a 200 in an ECI match. It'd be fair to Hungary. Actually, they're not 0-4. They'll be 1-3 because they did pick up a win a little bit earlier in the day. So now, time for the grenades. And Zayn Ahmed, who is going to start with a ball that gets hit over cover by Jabakel. The fireworks have started. One thing about Malta, okay, if you've got pets or whatever that are spooked out by loud noises or fireworks, probably best you leave them at home if you're coming on holiday. Tell me in the chat, can you hear that as loud as we can hear it here? Outside off stump. But the weird thing about Malta is they don't seem to wait for it to get dark to just go crazy with the fireworks. And they're always just going crazy, to be honest. It's like the opening ceremony of the Olympics here every night, every day. Even night doesn't change. So 3 genuine spinners in the side. I think we'll see all of them at some point. Yeah, like I said, you got 12 overs to spin. I'd just be going for that. Especially because the Pacers are toiling away on a hot day, 32 degrees right now. And to be honest, I think the Bads are enjoying the pace on the ball anyway. This one's called wide. It was over the tram line. Chairman Jeet asking, are there any opportunities for cricket enthusiasts with ECN? Well, it's the opportunity of enjoying the cricket. I suppose keep an eye on our website if anything comes up. Also, it's a small but dedicated team of people working pretty hard. We call them the Blue Crew, the crew that are out on the tour. Also got the ECN office crew as well that work really hard to keep the lights on and make sure that ECN is continuing to be able to meet its goals of improving cricket across Europe and showing European cricket to the world. Yeah, Daniel says, can hear the fireworks. That just might be the 21 gun salute for Daniel's plane arriving, but maybe they don't know it's been delayed. 50's up for Luxembourg in the 7th over. Habavi decides to get across to the spinner. Slight change of tactic. This will be the end of the over. So he'll move to 33, and at the end of 7 overs, Luxembourg 51 for 3. So what do you think about fireworks during the day? You can't really see them. You see little puffs of smoke. I was thinking, couldn't you just play the sound effect on a bunch of speakers? But that's pretty much the same effect, but you'd need a lot of electricity to probably get that much noise. You see that Luxembourg pegged France back a little bit towards the end, but still, more because they were just going so crazy in the first place. Time for some more spin. And it's Mr. Universe. He's going to come on. I want to see how Kanisane handles Darwood. Even Jackson still has his hands full with him. He's kept him a fair bit. He's over the wrist. He's a bit unpredictable. He bowls a few that turn one way, a few that turn the other, a few that kind of just hurry straight on. This looks like they're in the last over of the day in Hungary, so soon we'll have everyone back here in Malta. Well, take it on straight away into the gap, and this is going to be 4. Nice shot by Halbavi. Yeah, it's been a really nice innings from Amit so far. And he just seems to be playing with a kind of freedom at the moment. Doesn't really feel the pressure. If he gets out, he gets out. That's the way it goes. And well, congratulations, he's now made his highest score in T20 international cricket. Now steps across and gets one the other way and gets 4 more, moves into the 40s for the first time in internationals. And Ahmedzai, the thing with Darwood, he likes to celebrate wickets, but if he gets hit for a couple of boundaries and then takes the wicket, I think the celebration is going to be probably double. First, he's got to get him. And Halbavi is playing a really good hand for Luxembourg here. I mean, could they pull this off? 10 overs, 130-ish. Can't see it. Oh, Kanisane doesn't pick that one. I think that was the leg spinner. So I think we'll get a couple of buys here. I don't think there was any bat on this. See here, Kanisane kind of moves to the left. To be honest, he doesn't really know what it's going to do. This is hit high, and guess who? It's Mangal takes another catch. So Javakel is going to have to go for 3. And Mangal's caught really well down there. Ramatullah with the catch. Javakel hits it okay. but doesn't get the elevation to get it over. Ramatilda Mangal. And, well, we said that Darwood would get a little bit excited when there's a wicket. That's kind of the top spinner, I think. Mangal takes it, fingers up. Doesn't want it bursting through. And Mr. Universe, as predicted, yeah, when that was taken, he's saying, look, check out these babies. I know you can hear some guns in the background, but here's some guns for your perusal. And Javakel, he, of course, won that game earlier in the week. That was a great moment, but right now he has to go as the 4th wicket, 60 for 4. Mr. Universe does it again. Hello to Ivan, who's joining us. Maybe joining us from Hungary. Might have a few people back. Still 4 matches to go tomorrow, of course, in that ECI. Vikram Vij comes to the crease. He's a great player to watch, actually, no matter what he does. And that's me in the background. Hello, everybody. Sometimes I get spotted. All right, Darwood to the left-hander. Would have thought he'd be really effective to the left-handers, but I suppose maybe he hasn't had the kind of success that he would have liked. I think I'll have to rip out a big wrong at first up, try and draw Vikram forward. Like that. It doesn't really turn that much. And Vikram just takes a single. Now, Ivan's got a few internet issues, so it won't be long. Well, happy to have you around while you're here. Nahal Bhavi. Can he register his first ever T20 international half centuries? Into the 40s now, 41. Clipped away, reached to 42 with this. The funny thing about having the fireworks going off so often is they're not even distracting because they're happening all the time. So, I mean, typically you'd think that would put you off, but everyone seems to adjust. 8 overs down. Ahmed Zain, successful over, but does go for 10. 62 for 4 after 8. Nahal Bhavi 42. Zain Ahmed's going to come back and have a third spinner of the side with Javakel and his off spin. I think this looks like the team they'll probably go with tomorrow. Purabakaran hasn't done too much wrong. He's out of the side. Santhirakumaran got an opportunity at the top of the order, couldn't make the most of it. Now he's kind of gone out for team balance. Kasane, this is where you really find out how the subkeeper goes. Standing back, get away with it a bit more than up to the stumps, which is its own skill set. Leg side, but hit, and hit well into the gap. Halbavi to 46. It's been a good knock. Look at his strike rate. He's done pretty well, hasn't he? 46 off 28. So he's basically going at, not doing it in runs per over terms, he's going at about 10 and over. So I mean, if everyone could be a Halbavi about this fast, they'd actually get these runs. Steps across pretty firmly, but Valletta should cut this off. And does. Oh, Kanasane is forced to jump. Kanasane. Maybe he'd have some problems with the keeper. Probably didn't think this would be one of them. Oh, I didn't sign up for this. Hopefully Action Jackson's all right, though, in all seriousness. Come over the wicket now. Zain Ahmed to the left-handed Vij, and yeah, Zain had a bit of a good time against left-handers yesterday. Let's see if he can keep that up. Typically, you'd think the right arm off spinner would be a better matchup. Wide ball, it would have been a wide. Instead, it's thick edge, running away. This outfield so fast, it won't quite get there. Oh, guess who? Darwood He's just a relentless energy machine, and he makes sure that's only 2. And despite being well ahead in the game, he slides in and not only saves the boundary, but saves the 3rd run. I love that. Just have a look at that. Shows you how dry and dusty this field is at the end of the day compared to the beginning when it was soaking wet. Vikram takes it on, and I think he gets it out of the ground and over the fence. Maximo! Zayn can't have success against this left-hander. Well, not yet anyway. Kind of turns into the wheelhouse and disappears. Good shot. Vikram caused that ball to be the subject of a bit of a search, and now it's been found. Well done to the ground staff as well, to all the blue crew, all the officials as well. Umpires have called hot day for them. Last ball of the over coming up now in the 9th. David Ahmedzai, still hear him encouraging his teammates. Tries something similar, but can't quite get under it this time. Inside half of the bat. Vikram will retain the strike, moves to 10. 9 overs in now, and Luxembourg 76 for 4. Yeah, Ivan, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks for your messages in the chat, of course. Another big day tomorrow. Eases off a little bit tomorrow because now that the T20IWs are done in the Netherlands, just be the 2 series on, but yeah, finals day here in the Valletta Cup, and not to forget the final day of action in Hungary, the ECI Day 2. There'll be a champion over there as well, although no final as such. It's just a round robin format, triple round robin format with 3 teams, 9-match series. Anyway, here's Darwood. He's back. This is hit hard, and the fielder couldn't deal with it. It's just probably a step too far for him to get there. And Vid just leans on it, uses the pace. It was kind of pushed through from Ahmedzai. 4 runs, and nice batting. Yeah, Luxembourg, certainly got some good players. You can see that here. In France, very potent attack, but Vikram comes out. He's coming out at 6, remember. And he just looks unhurried. He looks under no real pressure. Again, got nothing to lose here. Can play a few shots. Now this one a little bit too short again, but he's picked out the fielder on the leg side. And that's Rahula Mangal. Again, you wonder if he'll bowl him an over or 2. Get the spinners on though, I reckon. Yes, you don't want to be out in the sun too long. It's already a long day. You're already thinking about the morning, because in the morning, France are going to take on Malta. Pretty sure we can say that. Albavi, he's closing in on that half century. He moves to 48. So that's why I'd be very careful how I manage the bowlers in this situation. This one kind of hurries on a bit more than Vikram realises, but he does get his hands through it. Does get 1. And Halbavi closing in on that 50. Like we said, he's on 48. So Ahmedzai, he's searching for a second wicket. Up in the air, and he's been caught brilliantly out there. Well, that's top-class fielding. And yeah, it's been caught, and just a quick word from Halbavi just asking, did the fielder touch the rope? Certainly didn't look that way. Gulami's got an excellent pair of hands. I think that's the wrong one. Attempted wrong one from Ahmedzai. The back of the hand. And he's right on the boundary, or pretty close to. But that's a wonderful catch. That's kind of into the sun as well. And just querying it, saying, hey, is that over the boundary? I think we could see it wasn't. The fielder would have said so if it was. And Ahmed Zai, meanwhile, Mr. Universe. Celebration again. So unfortunately for Ahmed, he batted really well there, but he's going to have to wait a bit longer for his first ever T20 international century. He's out for 48 of 31, and Luxembourg in the 10th over, 83 for 5. A disappointment there. For Halbavi, but anyway, Ahmed Zai back in the wickets. He's just something different, isn't he? I mean, the importance of variety in an attack. And yeah, number one, it's probably important you have skillful bowlers, but I mean, given that you're hopefully only picking skillful bowlers at the international level, the fact that this attack, all it really lacks is a left-arm pacer. I mean, if they could magically mirror image one of their pace bowlers into a left-armer, then they probably would, but they've got some really good right-armers to make up for it. And they've got 3 genuine but different spinners. Oh, this is in the air. This could be a third catch. Almost. Almost. And he's up as quick as you like. And now they think about a third. But Ramatullah Mangal, that was a great effort. I mean, I'm not sure if he touches it. Did he touch it on the full? Not quite. Yeah, great effort. Yeah, couldn't get there. It was the sideways that got him in the end. Anyway, fireworks on and off the field at the moment. It's 85 for 5 after 10 overs. Emma loves Gulami. We know that in the chat. And Emma, let us know where you're watching from. And, yeah, you said Gulami's fielding is pretty decent. His batting was pretty good as well. But that was a brilliant catch. And Halbavi, oh, so close yet so far. Would have liked to have seen him get the 50. And he ties Jackson for the game high of 48. Scored it quicker though. You can already tell this is going to be a tough game to give a player of the match. Just look at that. Yeah, it's 48, 42, 42 and 31 in the first half. And normally it's pretty easy. You just give the player of the match to Usman Khan, but there's everyone scoring a few runs, everyone getting a couple of wickets. Usman will probably come and take a few cheap wickets and probably put another one in the cabinet. But anyway, looks like they are going to stick with some pace after bowling Zain Ahmed at that end a couple of times. And it's going to be Rahula Mangal now in over number 11, halfway through the allotted overs. There's a thick edge. And speaking of Usman Khan, he just pops up there. Haven't seen too much of him. He's one guy. Maybe I'd give him an over just to make sure, you know, they're coming out okay. But just think about a team like Australia or England or Bangladesh or India or Pakistan or Afghanistan. Imagine them playing 8 T20 internationals in 5 or 6 days. Just think of it once again. It's just something that you wouldn't imagine is possible. And then to do it in this kind of heat as well. Credit to the players. And they're doing it with squads typically of kind of 13 on average. Venkateswaran gets something upstairs. Just kind of bordering on a wide, I think. Just looking at how he played it. No, maybe not. Didn't get up that much. Not as much as I thought. No, that's fine. It's where the umpire's got that view, and I'll agree with him 100% there. Hello to Azif, and hello to Farahid Rahimzoy as well. Emma's watching from France. Well, Emma, welcome. And, one of my favourites too. And this time just kind of plays it with soft hands. Venkateswaran gets a single. There's Subanthiran Santhirakumaran. He's on the field for Action Jackson, who is off. And, yeah, it was kind of a bit of a mystery illness, I think. My guess is it's to do with the heat. He just wasn't up to fielding, and normally he would. Normally he would be out there if at all possible, but probably a bit fatigued from batting over half the innings. He hasn't come up for the second half of this game. Farahid, watching from Afghanistan. Hello to you. And Emma saying Gulami is our cricket coach. So that's great that you're following him here. He's doing a wonderful job. I see if he's watching from Ottawa in Canada, the capital of Canada, if I'm not mistaken. And Vikram's played some good shots. Man, this is probably going to be filed under S for slog. It's a tired looking shot, to be honest, from Vikram. I will give him that one because he's had a pretty good week. It's always tough when you're in a team that's not getting too many wins. He's continued to give 100% with the bat and the ball, but yeah, I don't think that one's going to be hung up on the wall. Yeah, it's a bit more like a cricket shot. Goes over the offside, low full toss from Rahula. Well fielded in the tent. That's a boundary to Luxembourg. Yeah, you can see little charge, kind of holds his shape a bit better, holds his weight back a little bit better. In the shot before, he just fell off it and ended up with his head in the stars. Hello to SL Rules. I bet you're a Sri Lankan fan. Tell me if I'm not wrong there. It's more or less off the end of the bat, but it'll just be one. So Ramatullah was ready to horn that back into Kanasana, who kind of threw the white flag saying, please don't throw it so hard. I don't think that's necessary as we get to the end of the 11th over. 7 coming off it. Despite the boundary, it's 92 for 5. Yeah, so people asking any chance of Germany or Italy upsetting one of Ireland or Scotland next week. Austria there as well. But I mean, you never know. I think it's all about development though. As long as you give your best effort. I mean, you've got to be realistic sometimes with it. Levels of cricket and the facilities in all of these countries as well. And the opportunities, for example, playing on natural turf pitches. How often they get to do that. But for sure, things are heading in the right direction in European cricket. I don't think anyone can debate that. Farahid, it's great that you're supporting your bros here. As Ahmedzai comes on for his 3rd over. 92 for 5. So what do we got? 6 overs to make the finals. 94, is that right? 96. 16 and over. Well, maybe you can get 16 and over with shots like that. And Vid just slog sweeps this, and to be honest, I'm happy it's not too many cars in the car park because this one has disappeared. Maximo! What a shot, and yeah, you can see, I think judging by the reaction, it has almost hit somebody, but hopefully it's almost. It's a time of day, a few of the patrons are maybe coming back after a bit of golf or a bit of tennis. 7:20 on a Saturday night, and you have a cricket ball whistling past your ears. Something they would have banked on. Shazad watching from Peshawar in Pakistan. Hello to you. Hello to all of our viewers. Yeah, why don't you let us know where you're watching from if you haven't already. And also, no, we're running out of time now. Just a few overs left. Random questions. Ask me anything you like. Cricket related or anything related. Another one that he reaches for, and now he gets the gap square. So, look. The thing about this 20 over format, it's long enough for storylines to emerge. And Vikram, if he was to go full T10 here, keep peppering that short boundary, could they do this in 17 overs? Talking about that more or less more than the game, but I mean, even the game would be pretty remarkable. Now, hammers it straight. Ramatullah picks it up. He's so quick to be on the ball. And not the best throw, but a quick throw. Make sure they're not thinking of a 2. Yeah, Shazad saying Peshawar, the land of the Pathans. There's a few of them around Europe. I've met a few, actually. They're very proud. It's a real cultural melting pot, actually, European cricket. All right, picks this, but it's higher than it is long. But guess what? It's still long enough to get out of the ground. What a shot from Girish Venkateswaran. Maximo! Yeah, I thought he went aerial. And again, this is one of the longest boundaries. But yeah, cleared it with ease. What a shot by Garish. Luxembourg. Again, I'm kind of focused on qualification, but they're probably a bit more focused on the game now at the moment. So what do they need? They need 79 off 49. 79 off 49. Yeah. All right, put that back up there. Still think Malta feeling pretty comfortable. Having said that, Malta have got history of getting knocked out while they're sitting down off the field. And yeah, Luxembourg, they can qualify if they chase this down 17 overs or less. But Malta, I still think they're pretty comfortable in third place. It's a good format, I'm going to say. It was kind of forced last year, the fact that you just had to play a final, then a playoff for third and a playoff for fifth because of the 6-team format. Let's have a look at the next ball. Yeah, well, Garish getting a 6. That was pure. And so he'll retain the strike with that single. Darwood through 3 overs. 2 wickets, but a bit expensive. The score is 110 for 5 after 12. Okay, so 78 off 5. Yeah, 16 and over basically. But I mean, you can get 16 off 1 over if you can repeat it. I mean, to be honest, the last, how many? Yeah, the last few overs, there's been a succession of big shots attempted. To give you an idea, last one went for 18, so it's just hard to see on this ground with these dimensions if they'll be able to pull it together. Okay, here we go. The next over, it's Rahula to continue. Goes upstairs. Just worried, backs away, can't get any bat on it. It's a long day at the office, but it's been a very entertaining one as well. Because Warren slices away and he's gone. So have a look at that. Wearing the sunglasses on the eyes rather than on the hat. So Galami kind of teaching a lesson in fashion and catching out there. Because Warren backs away. Yeah, nicely taken. He's bent the knees nicely, got the head down, the center of gravity down. Nicholas Warren though plays the shot of a lifetime, whacking the 6. But in the end, he's going to be another victim late in the piece as he departs. The score is 110 for 6, brings Orsu to the crease. Well, KSM's got a pretty random question. Saying, here's one. If there was a Mr. Minimo, what would I do? I'd like it. I mean, don't they say imitation is the greatest form of flattery? You know, on the Austin Powers movies, how there's mini-me. I wouldn't mind a mini-me. If we ever did junior cricket, you know, could send him on ECN. Farshid, thank you once again for your comments as well. And it's great that you're supporting your brothers, Rahula and Ramatullah. And Rahula gets a wicket there. And Orsu dabs away first up, but we have a third man there. Gonna come back for 2. That's good running. Orsu gets a couple first up. Vidge is the only guy that can maybe pull this off, you'd imagine. To be honest, the game is actually looking possible. I mean, 10 and over is very different to kind of 16 and over they need to qualify. So I think when it comes down to it, the tournament performance is not that relevant for your ICC ranking points. So I suppose at this stage, if I was out there, as sad as it would be to say, I wouldn't be too worried about trying to win the Valletta Cup, maybe trying to win the match. So a slightly dodgy bounce. Certainly we'll have to see how Natagola's pulled up after he got one in the schnoz. Bounced off the edge of the pitch earlier. It's a bit of a scary one. Haven't seen Usman Khan bowl yet in this innings. May see like an over from him. Haven't seen Ibrahim Jabakel bowl in this innings. I think he might be an interesting one to try to Vikram. I'm a bit surprised actually that the left-hander's had so much opportunity to face other bowlers before he's faced the offie. Now this is a top edge, but won't quite carry down to Usman Khan, who's pretty fine there at third man. She's asking, what team do I like in the coming World Cup? Well, that's easy. Netherlands. I like the way that they've gone about their business. I think India at home will be pretty hard to beat. Home conditions, hype. But yeah, who knows? Should be interesting. Get two here if they hurry. They will not hurry. And that will be the end of the over. And 13 overs into this one. Luxembourg 115 for 6. So no boundaries in that over. Having said that, at the rate, 10 and over. You get one boundary and kind of avoid too many dot balls. Maybe you can stay on target. So I meant going at this 17 over, fairly unlikely chase. It kind of, in a way, it puts you in a better position to win the game, because if you just miss out on that, then you can win in 20 overs and still take the points against a team that's 17 ranking places ahead of you. And it's probably a better strategy. Okay, it has a downside. It might backfire and you get rolled for a low score, but again, it doesn't really matter. Loss is a loss. That's all rules saying Switzerland only really boosted their rankings from this tournament. Yeah, well, so far. But let's not forget that Switzerland, they kind of cruised to the final back in 2021, but then went down to Malta. Then Romania last year did the same thing to Malta. Malta were undefeated through the round robin stage and then knocked them off. So yeah, expect the unexpected. Usman Khan does get a bowl. Maybe 1 or 2 overs to Usman. Just the cool kind of shadows of the Masters International Cricket Ground now. I mean, we're past 7:30 local time, so man, it's really getting late in the piece now. So potentially could be our latest finish so far. We started this game half an hour late. We're in the last hour of sunlight, so it does actually make it a little bit cooler as well. SL rules saying there were 59 coming to this tournament. Now they've already gone up to 51. We'll have to have a little peek at those rankings. We haven't updated them during the week. But yeah, Switzerland, they've been pretty professional, haven't they? Okay, a bit of a scare last night, but France were a good side. See if there's been any movement there. This is worked away, and excellent fielding. Still throwing themselves around here, aren't they? That's excellent work. Really, really good work, Jabakel. Well, maybe he's earned to bowl now. This ball probably would have trapped him in front if he hadn't hit it. But look at that. Takes himself out, loses the sunglasses. They're still on his head. I still can't work out why he's got the sunglasses on his head. Maybe he spilt that catch earlier, and now he's put them over the fence. All right. Straight into the sun. Oh, I think that's a no ball, you know. I mean, yeah, this is coming down, but is it coming down quick enough? Let's have a look. To be honest, I think that's a no ball. The umpire will say it might have just been dipping to his waist, but he's pretty lucky to get away with that, Usman Khan. I think if there's doubt, you've got to give those to the batters. It wasn't really a fair delivery. This time, push and run. This could be out, you know. Yeah, direct hit. Oh, this will be a really interesting replay. Umpire has given it not out. Also, just gets it. How's that for the one-hand pickup? And Ahmedzai. Let's have a look. Oh. I reckon he's just out. I don't think he ground. See, he doesn't actually ground the bat in time. So I reckon it's just out. So, yeah. I suppose the thing is that normal speed, there's doubt. And if there's doubt, the umpire gets it. But have a look here. It's not a great bat slide from Orsu. And yeah, I think it's just fractionally out. But umpire doesn't give it. Again, at normal speed. Just to be fair to the umpire there. Doesn't have the assistance of the technology there to make the decision. Anyway, keeps Luxembourg alive. 121 for 6 last ball of the over. Yeah, kind of preemptively picks the slower ball. Kanasane scampering after it. End of the over. Characteristically tight one from Usman. And Luxembourg, they're 121 for 6 after 14 overs. What I will say though, although the kind of 3 over window they've got to qualify is going, they've kept themselves alive in the chase, although those last 2 overs, just 5 off the 13th over, just 6 off the 14th. Just made that rate go up a little bit again. Albavi 48, his highest score in T20 international cricket, not quite the 50. There's been a few near misses on the 50s, just ask Shivkar and Gill. Apart from that Vidge with 36 of 18, look at his strike rate. They'd like a few more of him, wouldn't they? Orsu. He's going to face up then. In fact, pardon me, it'll be Vikram to face up. As they got that single last ball. So, Rahul Mangal's going to get a 3rd over. Still a bit surprised we haven't seen Ibrahim Jabakal for the left-hander, just to change things up. I think, you know, if they end up running out of steam France tomorrow, remember potentially they play 2 games. There we go. Starting to show up some of the fireworks because it's getting a little bit darker. Oh, takes this on straight. That's a really good shot. Excellent shot for 6. Maximo. And Mangal, I mean, he's not slow. Vikram, if you're going to hit this shot, you better get it exactly right. And he does here. And originally, he's probably looking to hit squarer, but with the pace, and in fact, he's hitting a bit later, he knows there's a big gap down the ground. 6 runs. Well, can he pull something out here for Luxembourg? Can he pull off the win? Oh, good slower ball. Good comeback from Rahula. Farshida's a few problems with the internet connection. Well, hopefully you can sort those issues out because it might have a bit of a twist here. I mean, 10 point something and over with Vikram there is very achievable. Wow, this one's up, it's in the air, hanging a long time, no outfielder. Infielders, oh, that was ridiculous. Now, I don't know if this has gone for 6 or whatever. He's caught that, but he's had to throw it away because he's run into not only the rope, but half the team's equipment. That was incredible work from Noman Amjad. This is unbelievable work from Amjad. He's nowhere near it, really. Goes from the infield, catches it, and I think he just gets it away. And I don't think that's a boundary. I think it's just thrown away before the boundary. Have a look here. Yeah, hasn't touched it. Oh, yeah, I think the ball's gone. It's been given 6. But I don't think it is 6, if I'm honest. That was an unbelievable catch, though, by Mangal in the first place. I think he thinks it's 6, but I actually think he gets it off just in time. Look, you can't see his right foot, but I think he gets it off just in time. See, and then touches. Whether he's just fractionally touching before that, I don't know. They're giving it 6. Morsu gets diddled as Rahula takes one in the bottom left corner. And the thing is, I know we're not using the technology for boundaries, but if there's doubt, the ICC directive is to give the benefit to the fielder. And in that case, I think if you looked at the technology, you'd probably say no 6. But anyway, Luxembourg, they'll take the runs. It helps their cause, doesn't it? Rahula. Can't believe this call. Let's have a look at it. Oh, don't think that's a wide. by the time it reaches the crease. Anyway, long day. Long day. To be honest, the umpires, they've kind of had all these decisions all at once, haven't they, really? Oh, another short ball. And this one is going to sail out of the ground as well. Well, there's no doubt about this one. Maximo Orsu gets a ball short of a length from Rahula. And France, well, they pulled it together in the last 5 overs yesterday because they had to. They might have to today as well because that's the end of the 15th over. And they score 141 for 6. And just like that, I mean, they're pretty much on the pace, aren't they? They are on the pace, Luxembourg. So yeah, they won't qualify, but I mean, for me, it's all about trying to win the game. And look, that wide, which looked borderline at best, the extra ball disappears for 6. So Finch is on 49. All right, 5 overs to go. And it's Usman. He's going to try and bring a bit of normality back. Usman, I wonder if he gets a toe on this player's reaction. That'll bring up Vikram's 50. Well batted. He's got the job to do. Just a little bit surprised. Is that it already? Scoreboard's out of operation at the moment. And Vikram, he's been a rock, hasn't he? For Luxembourg, he's taken over the captaincy as well. Not so sure that Usman gets anything on that. Orsu, it's been a bit of a live wire. They'll get a couple here at least. Can't see it being more than 2. Jabakal, still haven't seen him. Still think, you know, with a left-hander there, I mean, maybe I think Vikram's pretty good against the spin, and he is, no doubt, but when you've got 3 different types of spinners, they probably all deserve a chance to break the partnership or get the key man out. Second T20 International 50 for Vikram Vich. Anyway, gets the slower ball and he picks it and he sends it out of the ground. Maximo! Ani Orsu goes back. Anoop will be super happy with this one. I mean, everyone knows Usman, he's going to bowl you a fair few of these. And you can almost play for it and then adjust to the quicker one sometimes. All right. All right, another slow ball finds the gap, and this is a boundary. Oh, Anu. Oh, he's on the charge, and he's more than just a support act at the moment. A little bit short, again picks it. Now does Usman get stubborn and bowl slow ball again, which is not what you'd expect. You'd expect he'd go kind of pace back on. I think he will go pace back on. SL rules. Question for some of our French chatters maybe. What's the perception of cricket in France? And seems like they've been improving a lot. Yeah, no doubt. The handsful now kind of goes pace back on and it can't adjust. Still, have a look at the required rate now. I mean, a wicket might change everything. Wicket of Vidge in particular. Only 4 wickets left in hand, but Luxembourg almost pulling off a heist here. Steps across, hits it pretty well. They go on the hit. It's always going to be one though. So for them to qualify, I've got lots of questions about this. They would have to qualify in 17 overs. So yeah, this is what they need to do. Oh, wow. Only they'd started this run a little bit earlier. So they need to score the target in 17 overs or less. And right now, I just don't think they're going to do that. So that's the end of the over. The score is 155 for 6. So they need to get 33 off this over. Yeah, don't see it happening. But to be fair, I'd be more concerned about winning the game. I think that you have to be a little bit realistic. If you can win this game, it's a real boost. Ranking points. Again, a win against a team which was 17 spots above them. Have a check there. Luxembourg have actually slipped to 67 and France are 46. So actually 21 spots above them now. That's the last look. Anyway. All right, Anoop. How about this from the number 8? All right, Watercooler Saria. Thought I spotted a no ball signal there, but I might have just been the umpire getting out of the way. Now they're going to get a... oh, no, they almost get a third. Well, they could have. Satira Kumaran overran it. Waiting for the ball to be dead, see if the umpire signals. I don't think it was a no ball. It was just the umpire just moving. Yeah, I thought he calls no ball. Let's have a look. Oh, he's giving it for back foot. Yeah, back foot, no ball. He only just caught it there on the camera. Okay, so free hit coming up. And yeah, so that'll be no ball +2. Oh, shot. What a shot. I mean, okay, yes, it was 0 risk. He came across, and I thought the result was going to be the middle stump getting castled out of the ground, but also catches up with it. And Luxembourg, just like that, they've almost got it down to a run of ball. What a game. What a game. Orsu, yeah, had the immunity cloak on, didn't he? And just helped that one away. Incredible batting. What a knock this is from Anu. He's a real X factor, isn't he, for Luxembourg? All right. No more free hits. Oh, no. Tries to get funky. I wonder if they're still thinking about this 188 in 17 overs. I got to say, now, there's the sensible thing to do is just systematically knock the runs off and win the match. But if you want to dream, 26 off, well, that's probably a good thing, 26 off 4. Now it's pretty much impossible after that ball. Oh, hit back and almost hit straight into the umpire. Think of 2 here, they're going to leg it out, throws a little bit wide. Oh, did he get that down on the stumps? What a course where he did really well. That's if he actually got the ball down onto the stumps. Oh, it's been a bit of chaos late in the day. Let's have a look. I have a feeling he might have just hit it with his hands, to be honest. It's been given not out, though. Top ball. Well, suddenly, for France, they love a close game late in the day. I don't think the ball hits the stumps. I think it's the hands that hit the stumps. Good umpiring. Might have been in anyway, but that was the main thing I was looking at. Wow, also, look at this, 35 off 19. This is a guy that's been in and out of the side, trying to find his place. Well, his place is right there in the middle right now in the shadows of the early evening. Oh, brilliant shot. Such a good shot from Orsu Maximo. Luxembourg, unbelievably, now ahead of the equation, 18 off 19. Oh boy, what's going on here? It's almost like France is solar powered and now the sun's gone down. They're running out of energy. Now goes square, and this is going to be 6. Oh, it's unbelievable. And it's the end of the 17th over. And now they just need 12 off the last 3 overs. Okay, look, a wicket or 2 can change everything, but Luxembourg in the box seat. What a match. And yeah, that'll be the end of the over. 176 for 6. Crazy stuff, really. Oh, what a knock. I mean, expect the unexpected. This is short form cricket. We've seen it all today in the heat of the day. Yeah, so now we know that Luxembourg, they'll be finishing in 4th place because they haven't won by enough to bridge the gap of net run rate. But it does look like it'll be a 3-way tie for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. France will finish 2nd, Malta will finish 3rd. They'll play out first thing in the morning. Luxembourg, Romania in the 4th place playoff. That's the middle game. And the winner of the qualifier meets Switzerland in the final. So join us tomorrow, 6:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India for day 5. Finals day here in the Valletta Cup. Still can't quite believe what I've seen. Yeah, Emma's saying, problem in France is a lot of people think cricket is boring. It's just because they don't understand the rules. Because cricket is great. Well, I agree. Sometimes it's great even when you're on the wrong side, even though it hurts. But you just got to tip your hat here with this partnership. But these two came together and it was kind of hopeless. It seemed hopeless anyway, didn't it? Yeah, they came together. It was 110 for 6. They put on 66. And they've done it in 29 deliveries. Unbelievable. All right. I mean, Noops, I'm just going to lap his captain here. He's kind of dominated the strike. He's taken risks. This is the power of being fearless. And Luxembourg have batted fearlessly in this chase. And this is an attack they have not dealt with at all so far this week. This is the 3rd time they've played. It's 8 minutes to 8 right now. And for those of you playing at home, there's 32 minutes of sunlight left in the day. It reminds me of a very famous English county limited overs game where it was something like 9 o'clock by the time it finished. All right, Vikram, we'll get one. This isn't over yet. And don't forget what France did last night in Switzerland. Switzerland were basically so far ahead in the game, had France on toast, and then they came up with a couple of really tight overs towards the end and pushed it to the last ball to the last ball. Now, what a win this would be for Luxembourg. That means they'd win both games today. And look, they'd take it, even though it means they're not going to get into third. We know that now. But if you offered them 2 wins for 2, they were a team that were beaten up this morning before we saw them take the field. But yeah, pulling it out against Romania, and it's just been a dramatic turnaround. This is the difference, I suppose. In T20 cricket, the game has a little bit more time to develop. All right, Ramatullah. All right, I think he loses his run more than anything. Yeah. I actually think that he loses his run. It wasn't necessarily the funky business from Anu that put him off. I mean, Luxembourg, can they even lose from here? I mean, they could lose a couple of wickets and that would make things interesting, but 11 off 17, don't see him losing if they go the journey. In the air, doesn't carry. They have a shot at the stumps, misses. Just thinking of an overthrow, it's not there. This would have been out if it hits. I think the issue here is it actually bounces over the stumps. You're taught to kind of throw at the base. Yeah, it would have been gone by heaps. But, yeah, throws it too short, bounces over. So the batter wasn't in jeopardy. 10 off 16. And Vikram, oh, he's such a cool head in the circumstances, isn't he? Driven away, and they've got another single here. I mean, Anu Porsu, I said I'd be searching for a player of the match. And Vikram's been brilliant, and he did win it this morning. He's out of 50, but I don't know. Given the time that he scored his runs and where he's batted, for me, if you had to choose right now, I think Orsu gets it. Okay, Vikram bowled as well, but I mean, for me, he's the player of this match. But he can't hit this one. And his guy, especially when you think about the fact in 10 games previous to this, his highest score was 18 not out. And his strike rate wasn't even a run a ball. Going into this game, his strike rate, career strike rate, 97. For me, he's my player of the match. And Vikram, you know, I'm a big fan, but I just think as far as impact and when the runs were scored, I guess he could have done it without Vikram's work as well. Just got him ahead by a nose. Ramatullah Mungal just cannot get his run right at the moment. You see, he's pacing it out again. And maybe he's going to rely on bad light to save the day. We're definitely going past 8 o'clock here. Well, 3. He's cracking open a coldie back in Luxembourg right now. Wide. Yeah, it is wide. He's trying to say he moved, but I don't think he moves before he bowls it. I think for me, my feeling is, okay, yes, when he releases it, he's still in front of the stumps. And, okay, yeah, he ends up there. But it's only because he's trying to hit your really wide delivery that you've delivered. All right. 8 to win. I mean, imagine if it was 18 overs, they could have done it in not 17. Crazy. Oh, big swing and a miss. I don't know, though. I mean, could this get hairy? It's what happened yesterday. I've got flashbacks to yesterday when France seemed completely sunk, but then just kept fighting. 8 off 13. Cannot be that easy to see out here, especially when these thunderbolts coming down. I mean, Ramatullah Mungal, this guy bowls about 130 k's an hour. Oh, nice shot. The fielder's there. Just a single, but that's fine. Still can't quite believe my eyes. That'll be the end of the over. 181 for 6. Luxembourg. Unbelievable. Yeah, the robots in the chat thinking, love to see France come back here. We need a twist. Tell you what, if we see a super over by moonlight on a Saturday night, who's for that? Because now we're We're 19 minutes away from sunset. And what's been a beautiful day. Still fairly warm, but without the sun blaring down on you. I mean, theoretically, it's 31 degrees, but you're not really feeling too uncomfortable at this stage. Right, also on 49. All right, here we go, over number 19. Need a real good one. And they bring back the captain. Oh, umpire thinks about it. Remember they were pinged for a wide before that seemed like it was a bit of a harsh one. That one's just inside. And Amjad, he's the captain, and he's the kind of guy that you get back to bowl a good over if asked. Also on 49, on the verge of a T20 international half century. And he's going to get it. And he'll just get one. Oh, they think of two, but they're not going to get it. And well batted. Anu Borisu, 50 runs. What a knock. What a great knock that is. Coming in at number 8. When all hope was lost, they were 110 for 6 in the 13th over. He did pretty much 10 and over, which looked like a pretty tall order back then. But he's played more than a second fiddle. He's grabbed the first violin out of Vikram Vij and he's played it. And they've shared it, really. Okay, 6 off 10 now. They can actually win it with a Maximo here. Amjad trying to keep the game alive. Oh, it spoils what would have been a wide. Have a pop at it. I mean, if that gets hit straight to cover and gets caught, well then we got a spanner in the works. I think if France are going to win this, they need to break this partnership. 5 off 9 now. You can see that would have been out if he hit as well. It's 8 o'clock p.m. and we're still here. And Luxembourg, they need 5. Oh, this is up, and this is going to tie the scores. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Look, I know Luxembourg, they're not going to do enough to qualify for the final series, but what a performance. This is a game that will go down in Luxembourg cricket folklore for many, many years to come. Luxembourg going into the game ranked 67 in the world, France 46. Without their regular captain, Just Mays, against an attack that they've just struggled to get on top of early in the week. France picked them apart twice. And yeah, again, kind of goes to what I'm saying. The French attack looked tired. I actually would have taken the opportunity to bowl 12 overs of spin here. For France, okay, they lose the game, which is not great for their ranking points. Doesn't really affect their standing in the tournament. But really, now you need 8 dot balls to force the super over. I don't think France are even really trying. They want this to be over with. Here's what could be the last ball. Any score wins it. And Luxembourg are going to do it. What a performance. And it's going to be 4 runs to finish. They just love this moment. Luxembourg, they were down, they were out. And that will be 4 because it crosses the rope just before they complete the single. But what a partnership. Unbelievable, really. The final score, Luxembourg 191 off 18.5. They are the winners here, defeating France 187 off 20 overs. And oh, what a game to finish the day. France, well, like I said, they look a bit beat up, to be honest. Very kind of pace-heavy attack. And yeah, they'll be coming back. And so let's go back to the highlights. And when it was a lot brighter, it was the French that kind of came out firing, but so did the Luxembourg openers. And remember what I said, your best chance of winning the game is probably to just go for it in 17 overs. And if you just miss, maybe somehow you can win the game. I don't think it really hurt their chances too much. I mean, we saw Halbavi out there throwing the bat around. Chip Curran Gill was out there after the early wicket of William Coe. He just nicked off, very sporting the way that he walked Didn't really wait for the umpire's decision. But yeah, Ramatula Mungal, this was a really good catch running back. That got Barker, who's dangerous. And France, really, honestly, didn't really see any way they were going to lose this game. Maybe, I think, just persisting with some bowlers when they had some other options at times. Ahmedzai did take a couple of wickets, but they're expensive as well sometimes. And really, Luxembourg, it's the power of just having nothing to lose. The robot saying, if you're watching from Lux and Lurking, please congratulate yourselves in the chat. Well, they might be cracking open a few bottles of bubbly in Luxembourg tonight. Mr. Universe, well, these were very different times. He never really runs out of energy, but in France, as the light faded, their chances faded. They weren't taking it on. I mean, Kalami, brilliant catching out there. I mean, that was just the first of two excellent catches. Ramatula Mungal almost pulled this one off. I don't think he quite got there on the full. Vikram, credit him. I would love to know who's the player of the match. And it's got to be Orsu. Yeah, Orsu gets it in the end. Again, Vikram, he won't mind. He'll give it away. He's already won one this morning. But Luxembourg, yeah, that's a big win as far as they're concerned. They took some calculated risks. I mean, they're one team that kind of got the hang of Usman Khan's the third time that they've seen him this week. Kind of sweated on the slower ball. And yeah, this was a ridiculous piece of cricket, really. How no one catches that, I've got no idea. And then throws it away. He probably says at 6. The results were inconclusive. I think if it went to the video, which I know it doesn't, it probably would have been okay at just 2. Not that it would have helped them, because in the end they lose comfortably. And it's all because of this guy, Anup Orsu, who previously had a high score of 18 not out. And he comes out and he actually starts scoring quicker than Vikram, who's been there for ages. Wanakula Surya came on, but this attack kind of lost its teeth a little bit as the sun was going down. And yeah, the fireworks were going off up there, but guess what? They were also going off out in the middle. And yeah, Vikram, well, he was out there with Anup when they knocked off the runs, and Luxembourg, although not quite enough to get them to qualify, they do end up with a memorable victory in this T20 International against France. So this is what finals day will look like. France taking on Malta in the 2 versus 3 game. Now, the winner of that goes through to the final. The loser, that will be their last game of the tournament. Luxembourg will take on Romania. Or Romania, well, maybe they can turn the tables a bit like Luxembourg did. After a bit of a losing streak, Luxembourg getting 2 wins, including one over Romania this morning. That'll be the second game of the day. And then the big one, the final, Switzerland taking on the winner of France or Malta. And if they take on France, it'll be a rematch of that game last night that went down to the last ball. If they take on Malta, it'll be a rematch of the 2021 final. Well, have a look at this. Anup Orsu, he top scores from number 8. A guy in and out of the side, gets his opportunity and just bats without fear. Clear-minded stuff, 58 off 29, scoring at 200. Strike rate, 4 4s, 4 6s in there. You know who else was scoring at 200 plus? It was Vikram Vij, 53 off 26. But it was Halbabi that kind of set the table. His 48 off 31. Look, although they lost wickets, they found someone that had a great time and was hitting it well. And I think sometimes in this series, teams have been a little bit too scared to fire a shot, keeping wickets in hand, but then leaving their run too late. 2 for 37, Ahmedzai with the figures. Amjad, Ramatula Mungal, as well as Wanakula Surya and Rahula Mungal all take wickets. But still a little bit curious that we didn't see Ibrahim Jabakel at all with his off-spin at any time. And really, that was an incredible cricket match. In the end, I mean, it's close-ish, but it's not that close. It doesn't even go to the last over as Luxembourg get home with 7 balls to spare. We'll have a wonderful evening here. Hopefully you do too. Reminder, tomorrow we'll be back. If you haven't already, please like our video here and subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, you can get our website address and save that one, europeancricket.com. Star it, because that's how you keep up with everything going on. Finally, our social media at European Cricket is there as well. Well, 12 hours after we arrived, we get a bit of a surprise, and it's Luxembourg coming from behind to take the points, and we'll see them again tomorrow. Likewise, France, they'll be in the chance, with a chance to take the trophy, but Swiss, the story of the day, because they're straight through to the final. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Have a great Saturday night. We'll see you tomorrow. It's the final.